Letter 72 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson, Letter 72. My dear lady, I will now pursue my last affecting subject, for the visit is over, but a sad situation I am in with Mr. B. for all that. But bad as it is, I'll try to forget it till I come to it in course. At 4 in the afternoon, Mr. B. came in to receive his guests, whom he expected at 5. He came up to me. I had just closed my last letter, but put it up, and set before me your ladyship's play subjects. So, Pamela, how do you do now? Your ladyship may guess by what I wrote before that I could not give any extraordinary account of myself. As well, sir, as possible, half out of breath. You give yourself strange melancholy airs of late, my dear. All that cheerfulness which used to delight me whenever I saw you, I am sorry for it, is quite vanished. You and I must shortly have a little serious talk together. When you please, sir. I believe it is only being used to this smoky, thick air of London. I shall be better when you carry me into the country. I dare say I shall, but I never was in London so long before, you know, sir. All in good time, Pamela, but is this the best appearance you choose to make to receive such guests? If it displeases you, sir, I will dress otherwise in a minute. You look well in anything, but I thought you'd have been better dressed, yet it would never have less become you, for of late your eyes have lost that brilliancy that used to strike me with a lustre, much surpassing that of the finest diamonds. I am sorry for it, sir, but as I never could pride myself in deserving such a kind of compliment, I should be too happy, forgive me, my dearest Mr. B., if the failure be not rather in your eyes than in mine. He looked at me steadfastly. I fear, Pamela, but don't be a fool. You are angry with me, sir? No, not I. Would you have me dress better? No, not I. If your eyes looked a little more brilliant, you want no addition. Down he went. Strange, short speeches these, my lady, to what you have heard from his dear mouth. Yet they shall not rob me of the merit of a patient sufferer. I am resolved, thought I. Now, my lady, as I doubted not my rival would come adorned with every outward ornament, I put on only a white damask gown, having no desire to vie with her in appearance, for a virtuous and honest heart is my glory, I bless God. I wish the Countess had the same to boast of. About 5, their ladyships came in the Countess's new chariot, for she has not been long out of her transitory mourning, and dressed as rich as jewels and a profusion of expense could make her. I saw them from the window alight. Oh, how my heart throbbed! Lie still, said I, busy thing. Why all this emotion? Those shining ornaments cover not such a guileless flatterer as thou. Why then all this emotion? Polly Barlow came up instantly from Mr. B. I hastened down. Tremble, 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 went my feet, in spite of all the resolution I had been endeavouring so long to collect together. Mr. B. presented the Countess to me, both of us covered with blushes, but from very different motives, as I imagine. The Countess of my dear. She saluted me, and looked, as I thought, half with envy, half with shame, but one is apt to form people's countenances by what one judges of their hearts. Oh, too lovely, too charming rival, thought I. Would to heaven I saw less attraction in you. For indeed she is a charming lady, yet she could not help calling me Mrs. B. That was some pride to me. Every little distinction is a pride to me now, and said she hoped I would excuse the liberty she had taken, but the character given of me by Mr. B. made her desirous of paying her respects to me. Oh, these villainous masquerades, thought I, you would never have wanted to see me, but for them, poor naughty nun that was. Mr. B. presented also the Viscountess to me. I saluted her ladyship, her sister saluted me. She is a graceful lady, better as I hope in heart, but not equal in person to her sister. You have a charming boy, I am told, madam, but no wonder from such a pair. Oh, dear heart, thought I, isn't it so? Your ladyship may guess what I thought farther. Will your ladyship see him now? Said Mr. B. He did not look down. No, not a bit, though the Countess played with her fan and looked at him and at me, and then down by turns, a little consciously, while I wrapped up myself in my innocence, my first flutters being over, and thought I was superior by reason of that, even to a countess. With all her heart, she said. I rang. Polly, bid nurse bring my Billy down. My, said I, with an emphasis. I met the nurse at the stairs foot, and brought in my dear baby in my arms. Such a child, and such a mamma, said the Viscountess. Will you give master to my arms one moment, madam? Said the Countess. Yes, thought I, much rather than my dear naughty gentleman should any other. I yielded it to her. I thought she would have stifled it with her warm kisses. Sweet boy, charming creature, and pressed it to her too lovely bosom with such emotion, looking on the child and on Mr. B., that I liked it not by any means. Go, you naughty lady, thought I, but I durst not say so, and go, naughty man, too, thought I, for you seem to look too much gratified in your pride by her fondness for your boy. I wish I did not love you so well as I do. But neither your ladyship may believe did I say this. Mr. B. looked at me, but with a bravery, I thought, too like what I had been witness to in some former scenes in as bad a cause. But, thought I, God delivered me then. I will confide in him. He will now, I doubt not, restore thy heart to my prayers, untainted, I hope, for thy own dear sake, as well as mine. The Viscountess took the child from her sister, and kissed him with great pleasure. She is a married lady. Would to God the Countess was so too, for Mr. B. never corresponded, as I told your ladyship once, with married ladies, so I was not afraid of her love to my Billy. But let me, said she, have the pleasure of restoring master to his charming mamma. I thought, added she, I never saw a lovelier sight in my life than when in his mamma's arms. Why, I can't say, said the Countess, but master and his mamma do credit to one another. Dear madam, let us have the pleasure of seeing him still on your lap, while he is so good. I wondered the dear baby was so quiet, though indeed he is generally so, but he might surely, if but by sympathy, have complained for his poor mamma, though she durst not for herself. How apt one is to engage everything in one's distress when it is deep, and one wonders, too, that things animate and inanimate look with the same face when we are greatly moved by any extraordinary and interesting event. I sat down with my baby on my lap, looking, I believe, with a righteous boldness, I will call it so, for well says the text, the righteous is as bold as a lion, now on my Billy, now on his papa, and now on the Countess, with such a triumph in my heart, for I saw her blush and look down, and the dear gentleman seemed to eye me with a kind of conscious tenderness, as I thought. A silence of 5 minutes, I believe, succeeded, we all four looking upon one another, and the little dear was awake, and stared full upon me, with such innocent smiles, as if he promised to love me, and make me amends for all. I kissed him, and took his pretty little hand in mine. You are very good, my charmer, in this company, said I. I remembered a scene which made greatly for me in the papers you have seen, when instead of recriminating, as I might have done, before Mr. Longman for harsh usage, for, oh, my lady, your dear brother has a hard heart indeed when he pleases, I only prayed for him on my knees. And I hope I was not now too mean, for I had dignity and a proud superiority in my vain heart over them all. Then it was not my part to be upon defiances where I loved, and where I hoped to reclaim. Besides, what had I done by that but justified seemingly by after acts in a passionate resentment, to their minds at least, their too wicked treatment of me? Moreover, your ladyship will remember that Mr. B. knew not that I was acquainted with his intrigue, for I must call it so. If he had, he is too noble to insult me by such a visit, and he had told me I should see the lady he was at Oxford with. And this breaking silence, he mentioned saying, I gave you hope, my dear, that I should procure you the honour of a visit from a lady who put herself under my care at Oxford. I bowed my head to the Countess, but my tears being ready to start, I kissed my Billy. Dearest baby, said I, you are not going to cry, are you? I would have had him just then to cry instead of me. The tea equipage was brought in. Polly, carry the child to nurse. I gave it another kiss, and the Countess desired another. I grudged it, to think her naughty lips should so closely follow mine. Her sister kissed it also, and carried him to Mr. B. Take him away, said he. I owe him my blessing. Oh, these young gentlemen papas, said the Countess, they are like young unbroken horses, just put into the traces. Are they so? Thought I. Matrimony must not expect your good word. I doubt. Mr. B. after tea, at which I was far from being talkative, for I could not tell what to say, though I tried, as much as I could not, to appear sullen, desired the Countess to play one tune upon the harpsichord. She did, and sung, at his request, an Italian song, to it very prettily, too prettily, I thought. I wanted to find some faults, some great faults in her, but, oh, madam, she has too many outward excellencies. Pity she wants a good heart. He could ask nothing, that she was not ready to oblige him. Indeed, he could not. She desired me to touch the keys. I would have been excused, but could not. And the ladies commended my performance, but neither my heart to play, nor my fingers in playing deserved their praises. Mr. B. said, indeed, you play better sometimes, my dear. Do I, sir? Was all the answer I made. The Countess hoped, she said, I would return her visit, and so said the Viscountess. I replied, Mr. B. would command me whenever he pleased. She said she hoped to be better acquainted. I hope not, thought I, and that I would give her my company for a week or so upon the forest. It seems she has a seat upon Windsor Forest. Mr. B. says, added she, you can't ride a single horse, but we'll teach you there. 'Tis a sweet place for that purpose. How came Mr. B., thought I, to tell you that, madam? I suppose you know more of me than I do myself. Indeed, my lady, this may be too true, for she may know what is to become of me. I told her I was very much obliged to her ladyship, and that Mr. B. directed all my motions. What say you, sir? Said the Countess. I can't promise that, madam, for Mrs. B. wants to go down to Kent before we go to Bedfordshire, and I am afraid I can't give her my company thither. Then, sir, I shan't choose to go without you. I suppose not, my dear, but if you are disposed to oblige the Countess for a week, as you never were at Windsor. I believe, sir, interrupted I, what with my little nursery, and one thing or another, I must deny myself that honour for this season. Well, madam, then I'll expect you in Pall Mall. I bowed my head, and said Mr. B. would command me. They took leave with a politeness natural to them. Mr. B., as he handed them to the chariot, said something in Italian to the Countess. The word Pamela was in what he said. She answered him with a downcast look, in the same language, half pleased, half serious, and the chariot drove away. I would give, said I, a good deal, sir, to know what her ladyship said to you. She looked with so particular a meaning, if I may say so. I'll tell you truly, Pamela. I said to her, well, now your ladyship has seen my Pamela. Is she not the charmingest girl in the world? She answered, Mrs. B. is very grave for so young a lady, but I must needs say she is a lovely creature. And did you say so, sir? And did her ladyship so answer? And my heart was ready to leap out of my bosom for joy. But my folly spoiled all again, for to my own surprise and great regret, I burst out into tears, though I even sobbed to have suppressed them, but could not, and so I lost a fine opportunity to have talked to him while he was so kind, for he was more angry with me than ever. What made me such a fool, I wonder? But I had so long struggled with myself, and not expecting so kind a question from the dear gentleman, or such a favourable answer from the Countess, I had no longer any command of myself. "What ails the little fool?" said he, with a wrathful countenance. This made me worse, and he added, "Take care, take care, Pamela, you'll drive me from you, in spite of my own heart." So he went into the best parlour, and put on his sword, and took his hat. I followed him. "Sir, sir," with my arms expanded, was all I could say, but he avoided me, putting on his hat with an air, and out he went, bidding Abraham follow him. This is the dilemma into which, as I hinted at the beginning of this letter, I have brought myself with Mr. B. How strong, how prevalent is the passion of jealousy! And thus it will show itself uppermost, when it is uppermost, in spite of one's most watchful regards. My mind is so perplexed, that I must lay down my pen. And indeed your ladyship will wonder, all things considered, that I could write the above account as I have done in this cruel suspense, and with such apprehensions. But writing is all the diversion I have, when my mind is oppressed. Past 10 o'clock at night. I have only time to tell your ladyship, for the postman waits, that Mr. B. is just come in. He has gone into his closet, and has shut the door, and taken the key on the inside, so I dare not go to him there. In this uncertainty and suspense, pity and pray for your ladyship's afflicted sister and servant, P.B. End of letter 72. Letter 73 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 73. My dear Lady, I will now proceed with my melancholy account. Not knowing what to do, and Mr. B. not coming near me, and the clock striking 12, I ventured to send this billet to him by Polly. Dear Sir, I know you choose not to be invaded when retired to your closet, yet being very uneasy on account of your abrupt departure and heavy displeasure, I take the liberty to write these few lines. I own, sir, that the sudden flow of tears which involuntarily burst from me at your kind expressions to the Countess in my favour, when I had thought for more than a month past you were angry with me, and which had distressed my weak mind beyond expression, might appear unaccountable to you. But had you kindly waited but one moment till this fit, which was rather owing to my gratitude than to perverseness, had been over, and I knew the time when you would have generously soothed it, I should have had the happiness of a more serene and favourable parting. Will you suffer me, sir, to attend you? Polly shall wait your answer. I dare not come without your permission, for should you be as angry as you were, I know not how I shall bear it. But if you say I may come down, I hope to satisfy you, that I intended not any offence. Do, dear sir, permit me to attend you. I can say no more than that I am your ever dutiful P.B. Polly returned with the following. So, thought I, a letter. I could have spared that, I am sure. I expected no favour from it, so tremblingly opened it. My dear, I would not have you sit up for me. We are getting apace into the matrimonial recriminations. You knew the time, so did I, my dear, but it seems that the time is over with both, and I have had the mortification for some past weeks to come home to a very different Pamela than I used to leave all company and all pleasure for. I hope we shall better understand one another, but you cannot see me at present with any advantage to yourself, and I would not that anything farther should pass, to add to the regrets of both. I wish you good rest. I will give your cause a fair hearing when I am more fit to hear all your pleas and your excuses. I cannot be insensible that the reason for the concern you have lately shown must lie deeper than perhaps you'll now own. As soon as you are prepared to speak all that is upon your mind, and I to hear it with temper, then we may come to an éclaircissement, till when I am your affectionate, etc. My busy apprehension immediately suggested to me that I was to be terrified with a high hand into a compliance with some new scheme or other that was projecting, and it being near one, and hearing nothing from Mr. B., I bid Polly go to bed, thinking she would wonder at our intercourse by letter if I should send again. So down I ventured, my feet, however, trembling all the way, and tapped at the door of his closet. "Who's that?" "I, sir." "One word, if you please. Don't be more angry, however, sir." He opened the door. Thus poor Hester, to her royal husband, ventured her life, to break in upon him unbidden. But that Eastern monarch, great as he was, extended to the fainting suppliant the golden sceptre. He took my hand. "I hope, my dear, by this tragedy speech we are not to expect any sad catastrophe to our present misunderstanding." "I hope not, sir, but 'tis all as God and you shall please. I am resolved to do my duty, sir, if possible. But indeed I cannot bear this cruel suspense. Let me know what is to become of me. Let me know but what is designed for me, and you shall be sure of all the acquiescence that my duty and conscience can give to your pleasure." What means the dear creature? What means my Pamela? Surely your head, child, is a little affected. "I can't tell, sir, but it may. But let me have my trial that you write about. Appoint my day of hearing, and speedily too, for I would not bear such another month, as the last has been for the world." "Come, my dear," said he, "let me attend you to your chamber. But your mind has taken much too solemn a turn to enter further now upon this subject. Think as well of me as I do of you, and I shall be as happy as ever." I wept. "Be not angry, dear sir. Your kind words have just the same effect upon me now as in the afternoon." "Your apprehensions, my dear, must be very strong, that a kind word, as you call it, has such an effect upon you. But let us waive the subject for a few days, because I am to set out on a little journey at 4, and had not intended to go to bed for so few hours." "When we came up," I said, "I was very bold, sir, to break in upon you, but I could not help it, if my life had been the forfeit, and you received me with more goodness than I could have expected. But will you pardon me if I ask whither you go so soon, and if you had intended to have gone without taking leave of me?" "I go to Tunbridge, my dear. I should have stepped up and taken leave of you before I went." "Well, sir, I will not ask you who is of your party. I will not, no," putting my hands to his lips. "Don't tell me, sir, it mayn't be proper." "Don't fear, my dear, I won't tell you, nor am I certain whether it be proper or not, till we are come to a better understanding. Only, once more, think as well of me as I do of you." Would to heaven, thought I, there was the same reason for the one as for the other. I intended, for my heart was full, to enter further into this subject so fatal to my repose, but the dear gentleman had no sooner laid his head on the pillow, but he fell asleep, or feigned to do so, and that was as prohibitory to my talking as if he had. So I had all my own entertaining reflections to myself, which gave me not one wink of sleep, but made me of so much service as to tell him, when the clock struck 4, that he should not, though I did not say so, you may think, madam, make my ready rivaless, for I doubted not her being one of the party, wait for him. He arose and was dressed instantly, and saluting me, bid me be easy and happy while it was yet in my own power. He said he should be back on Saturday night, as he believed, and I wished him most fervently, I am sure, health, pleasure, and safety. Here, madam, must I end this letter. My next will perhaps contain my trial and my sentence. God give me but patience and resignation, and then whatever occurs I shall not be unhappy, especially while I can have, in the last resource, the pleasure of calling myself your ladyship's most obliged sister and servant, P.B. End of letter 73. Letter 74 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 74. My dear lady, I will be preparing to write to you as I have opportunity, not doubting but this must be a long letter, and having some apprehensions that, as things may fall out, I may want either head or heart to write to your ladyship, were I to defer it till the catastrophe of this cruel suspense. Oh, what a happiness am I sunk from, and in so few days too! Oh, the wicked masquerades! The following letter, in a woman's hand, and signed, as you'll see, by a woman's name, and spelt as I spell it, will account to your ladyship for my beginning so heavily. It came by the penny post. Madam, I am unknown to you, but you are not altogether to me, because I have been edified by your pious behaviour at church, where I see you with pleasure every Sabbath day. I am well acquainted with the family of the Countess of Blank, and you may passably have heard what you wished not to have heard concerning her. But this very morning I can assure you her ladyship is gone with your spouse to Tunbridge, and there they are to take lodgings or a house, and Mr. B. is after to come to town and settle matters to go down to her, where they are to live as man and wife. Make what use you please of this information, and believe me to have no other motive than to serve you, because of your vartues, which make you deserve a better return. I am thus, I shall not set my true name, your great admirer and servant, Thomasine Fuller. Wednesday morning, 9 o'clock. Just above I called my state a state of cruel suspense, but I recall the words, for now it is no longer suspense, since, if this letter says truth, I know the worst. And there is too much appearance that it does, let the writer be who he will, or his or her motive what it will. For after all, I am apt to fancy this a contrivance of Mr. Turner's, though for fear of ill consequences I will not say so. And now, madam, I am endeavouring, by the help of religion and cool reflection, to bring my mind to bear this heavy evil, and to recollect what I was, and how much more honourable an estate I am in than I could ever have expected to be in, that my virtue and good name are secured, and I can return innocent to my dear parents, and these were once the only pride of my heart. In addition to what I was then, and yet I please myself with my prospects, poor as they were, I have honest parents, bountifully provided for, thank God, and your ever dear brother for this blessing, and not only provided for, but made useful to him to the amount of their provision well nigh. There is a pride, my lady. Then I shall have better conditions from his generosity to support myself than I can wish for, or make use of. Then I have my dear Billy O. Be contented, too charming and too happy rival with my husband, and tear not from me, my dearest baby, the pledge, the beloved pledge of our happier affections, and the dear remembrance of what I once was. 1,000 pleasing prospects that had begun to dawn on my mind I can bear to have dissipated. But I cannot, indeed I cannot, permit my dear Mr. B.'s son and heir to be torn from me. But I am running on in a strain that shows my impatience rather than my resignation. Yet some struggles must be allowed me. I could not have loved as I love if I could easily part with my interest in so beloved a husband. For my interest I will part with, and sooner die than live with a gentleman who has another wife, though I was the first. Let countesses, if they can, and ladies of birth, choose to humble themselves to this baseness. The low-born Pamela cannot stoop to it. Pardon me, you know I only write this with a view to this poor lady's answer to her noble uncle, of which you wrote me word. Friday is now concluding. I hope I am much calmer, for being disappointed, in all likelihood, in 20 agreeable schemes and projects, I am now forming new ones, with as much pleasure to myself as I may. I am thinking to try to get good Mrs. Jervis with me. You must not, madam, be too much concerned for me. After a while I shall be no unhappy person, for though I was thankful for my splendid fortunes, and should have been glad, to be sure I should, of continuing in them with so dear a gentleman, yet a high estate had never such dazzling charms with me as it has with some. If it had, I could not have resisted so many temptations, possibly as God enabled me to resist. Saturday night is now come. 'Tis 9, and no Mr. B. Oh, why, as Deborah makes the mother of Sisera say, is his chariot so long in coming? Why tarry the wheels of his chariot? I have this note now at 11 o'clock. My dearest Pamela, I dispatch the messenger, lest, expecting me this night, you should be uneasy. I shall not be with you till Monday, when I hope to dine with my dearest life. Ever affectionately yours. So I'll go up and pray for him, and then to bed. Yet 'tis a sad thing. I have had but poor rest for a great while, nor shall have any till my fate is decided. Hard-hearted man, he knows under what uneasiness he left me. Monday, 11. If God Almighty hears my yesterdays, and indeed my hourly prayers, the dear man will be good still. But my aching heart, every time I think what company he is in, for I find the Countess is certainly one of the party, bodes me little satisfaction. He's come, now, just now, come. I will have my trial over before this night be past. If possible, I'll go down and meet him with love unfeigned, and a duty equal to my love, although he may forget his to me. If I conquer myself on this occasion, I conquer nature, as your ladyship says, and then, by God's grace, I can conquer everything. They have taken their house, I suppose, but what need they, when they'll have one in Bedfordshire, and one in Lincolnshire? But they know best. God bless him, and reform her. That's all the harm I wish them, or will wish them. My dear Mr. B. has received me with great affection and tenderness. Sure he cannot be so bad, sure he cannot. I know, my dear, said he, I left you in great anxiety, but 'tis an anxiety you have brought upon yourself, and I have not been easy ever since I parted from you. I am sorry for it, sir. Why, my dear love, there is still a melancholy air in your countenance. Indeed, it seems mingled with a kind of joy. I hope at my return to you. but 'tis easy to see which of the two is the most natural. You should see nothing, sir, that you would not wish to see, if I could help it. I am sorry you cannot, but I am come home to hear all your grievances, and to redress them, if in my power. When, sir, am I to come upon my trial? I have much to say. I will tell you everything I think, and as it may be the last grievances, as you are pleased to call them, I may ever trouble you with, you must promise to answer me not one word till I have done. For if it does but hold, I have great courage indeed. You don't know half the sauciness that is in your girl yet, but when I come upon my trial, you'll wonder at my boldness. What means, my dearest, taking me into his arms, you alarm me exceedingly by this moving sedateness. Don't let it alarm you. Sir, I mean nothing but good. But I have been preparing myself to tell you all my mind, and as an instance of what you may expect from me, sometimes, sir, I will be your judge, and put home questions to you, and sometimes you shall be mine, and at last pronounce sentence upon me. Or if you won't, I will upon myself. A severe one to me it shall be, but an agreeable one perhaps to you. When comes on the trial, sir? He looked steadily upon me, but was silent, and I said, But don't be afraid, sir, that I will invade your province, for though I shall count myself your judge in some cases, you shall be judge paramount still. Dear charmer of my heart, said he, and clasped me to his bosom, what a new Pamela have I in my arms! A mysterious charmer! Let us instantly go to my closet, or yours, and come upon our mutual trial, for you have fired my soul with impatience. No, sir, if you please, we will dine first. I have hardly eaten anything these 4 days, and your company may give me an appetite. I shall be pleased to sit down at table with you. Sir, taking his hand, and trying to smile upon him, for the moments I have of your company may be, some time hence, very precious to my remembrance. I was then forced to turn my head, to hide from him my eyes, brimful as they were of tears. He took me again into his arms. My dearest Pamela, if you love me, distract not my soul thus by your dark and mysterious speeches. You are displeased with me, and I thought I had reason of late to take something amiss in your conduct. But instead of your suffering by my anger, you have words and an air that penetrate my very soul. Oh, sir, sir, treat me not thus kindly. Put on an angrier brow, or how shall I retain my purpose? How shall I? Dear, dear creature, make not use of all your power to melt me. Half of it is enough, for there is eloquence in your eyes I cannot resist. But in your present solemn air and affecting sentences you mould me to every purpose of your heart, so that I am a mere machine, a passive instrument to be played upon at your pleasure. Dear, kind sir, how you revive my heart by your goodness! Perhaps I have only been in a frightful dream, and am but just now awakened, but we will not anticipate our trial. Only, sir, give orders that you are not to be spoken with by anybody when we have dined, for I must have you all to myself without interruption. Just as I had said this, a gentleman calling, I retired to my chamber and wrote to this place. Mr. B. dismissed his friend without asking him to dine, so I had him all to myself at dinner. But we said little, and sat not above a quarter of an hour looking at each other, he with impatience and some seeming uneasiness, I with more steadiness, I believe, but now and then a tear starting. I eat but little, though I tried all I could, and especially as he helped me, and courted me with tenderness and sweetness. Oh, why were ever such things as masquerades permitted in a Christian nation? I chose to go into my closet rather than into his, and here I sit, waiting the dear gentleman's coming up to me. If I keep but my courage, I shall be pleased. I know the worst, and that will help me, for he is too noble to use me roughly, when he sees I mean not to provoke him by upbraidings, any more than I will act in this case beneath the character I ought to assume as his wife. Mr. B. came up with great impatience in his looks. I met him at the chamber door with a very sedate countenance, and my heart was high with my purpose, and supported me better than I could have expected. Yet, on recollection, now I impute to myself something of that kind of magnanimity that was wont to inspire the innocent sufferers of old for a still worthier cause than mine, though their motives could hardly be more pure, in that one hope I had to be an humble means of saving the man I love and honour from errors that might be fatal to his soul. I took his hand with boldness. "Dear sir," leading him to my closet, "here is the bar at which I am to take my trial," pointing to the backs of 3 chairs, which I had placed in a joined row, leaving just room to go by on each side. "You must give me, sir, all my own way. This is the first and perhaps the last time that I shall desire it." "Nay, dear sir," turning my face from him, "look not upon me with an eye of tenderness. If you do, I may lose my purposes, important to me as they are, and however fantastic my behaviour may seem to you. I want not to move your passions, for the good impressions made upon them may be too easily dissipated by the winds of sense, but your reason, and if that can be done, I am safe, and shall fear no relapse. What means all this parade, my dear? Let me perish," that was his word, "if I know how to account for you or your humour." "You will presently, sir, but give me all my ways. I pray you do, this one time only." "Well, so this is your bar, is it? There's an elbow chair, I see. Take your place in it, Pamela, and here I'll stand to answer all your questions." "No, sir, that must not be." So I boldly led him to the elbow chair. "You are the judge, sir. It is I that am to be tried. Yet I will not say I am a criminal. I know I am not, but that must be proved. Sir, you know." "Well, take your way, but I fear for your head, my dear, in all this." "I fear only my heart, sir, that's all. But there you must sit. So here," retiring to the 3 chairs, and leaning on the backs, "here I stand. And now, my dearest Mr. B., you must begin first. You must be my accuser, as well as my judge." "I have nothing to accuse you of, my dear. If I must give in to your moving whimsy, you are everything I wish you to be. But for the last month you have seemed to be uneasy, and have not done me the justice to acquaint me with your reasons for it." "I was in hopes my reasons might have proved to be no reasons, and I would not trouble you with my ungrounded apprehensions. But now, sir, we are come directly to the point. And methinks I stand here as Paul did before Felix, and like that poor prisoner. If I, sir, reason of righteousness, temperance, and judgment to come, even to make you, as the great Felix did, tremble, don't put me off to another day, to a more convenient season, as that governor did Paul, for you must bear patiently with all that I have to say." Strange, uncommon girl, how unaccountable is all this! "Prithee, my dear," and he pulled a chair by him, "come and sit down by me, and without these romantic airs, let me hear all you have to say, and tease me not with this parade." No, sir, let me stand, if you please, while I can stand. When weary, I will sit down at my bar. Now, sir, since you are so good as to say you have nothing but change of temper to accuse me of, I am to answer to that, and assign a cause, and I will do it without evasion or reserve. But I beseech you say not one word but yes or no to my questions, till I have said all I have to say, and then you shall find me all silence and resignation. Well, my strange dear, but sure your head is a little turned. What is your question? Whether, sir, the nun, I speak boldly, the cause requires it, who followed you at the masquerade everywhere, is not the Countess of blank. What then, my dear, speaking with quickness, I thought the occasion of your sullenness and reserve was this, but Pamela, nay, sir, interrupted I, only yes or no, if you please. I will be all silence by and by. Yes, then. Well, sir, then let me tell you, for I ask you not, it may be too bold in me to multiply questions, that she loves you, that you correspond by letters with her. Yes, sir, before that letter from her ladyship came, which you received from my hand in so short and angry a manner, for fear of my curiosity to see its contents, which would have been inexcusable in me, I own, if I had. You have talked over to her all your polygamy notions, and she seemed so well convinced of them as to declare to her noble uncle, who expostulated with her on the occasions she gave for talk, that she had rather be a certain gentleman's second wife than the first to the greatest man in England. And you are but just returned from a journey to Tunbridge, in which that lady was a party, and the motive for it I am acquainted with by this letter. He was displeased and frowned. I looked down, being resolved not to be terrified, if I could help it. I have cautioned you, Pamela. I know you have, sir, interrupted I, but be pleased to answer me. Has not the Countess taken a house or lodgings at Tunbridge? She has, and what then? And is her ladyship there, or in town? There, and what then? Are you to go to Tunbridge, sir, soon or not? Be pleased to answer but that one question. I will know, rising up in anger, your informants, Pamela. Dear sir, so you shall in proper time. You shall know all when I am convinced that your wrath will not be attended with bad consequences to yourself and others. That is wholly the cause of my reserve in this point, for I have not had a thought, since I have been yours, that I wish to be concealed from you. But your knowledge of the informants makes nothing at all as to the truth of the information, nor will I press you to home. I doubt not you are soon to return to Tunbridge. I am, and what then? Must the consequence be crime enough to warrant your jealousy? Dear sir, don't be so angry, still looking down, for I durst not trust myself to look up. I don't do this, as your letter charged me, in a spirit of matrimonial recrimination. If you don't tell me that you see the Countess with pleasure, I ask it not of you, nor have I anything to say by way of upbraiding. 'Tis my misfortune that she is too lovely and too attractive, and it is the less wonder that a fine young gentleman as you are, and a fine young lady as she is, should engage one another's affections. I knew everything except what this letter, which you shall read presently, communicates, when you brought the two noble sisters to visit me. Hence proceeded my grief. And should I, sir, have deserved to be what I am, if I was not grieved? Religion has helped me, and God has answered my supplications, and enabled me to act this new uncommon part before you at this imaginary bar. You shall see, sir, that as On one hand, I want not, as I said before, to move your passions in my favour. So, on the other, I shall not be terrified by your displeasure, dreaded by me as it used to be, and as it will be again, the moment that my raised spirits sink down to their usual level, or are diverted from this my long meditated purpose to tell you all my mind. I repeat then, sir, that I knew all this when the two noble sisters came to visit your poor girl, and to see your Billy. Yet, grave as the Countess called me, dear sir, might I not well be grave, knowing what I knew? Did I betray any impatience of speech or action, or any discomposure? No, sir, putting my hand on my breast, here all my discomposure lay, vehemently struggling, now and then, and wanting that vent of my eyes which it seems, overcome by my joy to hear myself favourably spoken of by you and the lady, it too soon made itself. But I could not help it. You might have seen, sir, I could not. But I want neither to recriminate nor expostulate, nor yet, sir, to form excuses for my general conduct, for that you accuse not in the main, but be pleased, sir, to read this letter. It was brought by the penny post, as you'll see by the mark. Who the writer is, I know not, and did you, sir, that knowledge and your resentment upon it will not alter the fact, or give it a more favourable appearance. I stepped to him, and giving him the letter, came back to my bar, and sat down on one of the chairs while he read it, drying my eyes, for they would overflow as I talked, do what I could. He was much moved at the contents of this letter, called it malice, and hoped he might find out the author of it, saying he would advertise 500 guineas reward for the discoverer. He put the letter in his pocket. Well, Pamela, you believe all you have said, no doubt, and this matter has a black appearance indeed, if you do. But who was your first informant? Was that by letter or personally? That Turner, I doubt not, is at the bottom of all this. The vain coxcomb has had the insolence to imagine the Countess would favour an address of his, and is enraged to meet with a repulse, and has taken liberties upon it that have given birth to all the scandals scattered about on this occasion. Nor do I doubt but he has been the serpent at the ear of my Eve. I stood up at the bar and said, Don't be too hasty, sir, in your judgment. You may be mistaken. But am I mistaken, Pamela? You never told me an untruth in cases the most important to you to conceal. Am I mistaken? Dear sir, if I should tell you it is not Mr. Turner, you'll guess at somebody else. And what avails all this to the matter in hand? You are your own master, and must stand or fall by your own conscience. God grant that that may acquit you. But my intention is not either to accuse or upbraid you. But, my dear, to the fact then. This is a malicious and a villainous piece of intelligence given you, perhaps, for the sake of designs and views that may not yet be proper to be avowed. By God's grace, sir, I defy all designs and views of any one, upon my honour. But, my dear, the charge is basely false. We have not agreed upon any such way of life. Well, sir, all this only proves that the intelligence may be a little premature. But now let me, sir, sit down 1 minute to recover my failing spirits, and then I'll tell you all I purpose to do, and all I have to say, and that with as much brevity as I can, for fear neither my head nor my heart should perform the part I have been so long in endeavouring to prevail upon them to perform. I sat down then, he taking out the letter and reading it again with much vexation and anger in his countenance, and after a few tears and sobs that would needs be so officious as to offer their service unbidden and undesired, to introduce what I had to say, I rose up, my feet trembling as well as my knees, which, however, leaning against the seats of the chairs that made my bar, as my hand held by the back tolerably supported me, I cleared my voice, wiped my eyes, and said, "You have all the excuse, dear Mr. B., that a gentleman can have in the object of your present passion." "Present passion, Pamela?" "Dear sir, hear me without interruption. The Countess is a charming lady. She excels your poor girl in all those outward graces of form which your kind fancy, more valued by me than the opinion of all the world besides, had made you attribute to me. And she has all those additional advantages, as nobleness of birth, of alliance, and deportment, which I want. Happy for you, sir, that you had known her ladyship some months ago, before you disgraced yourself by the honours you have done me. This, therefore, frees you from the aggravated crime of those who prefer to their own ladies less amiable and less deserving persons. And I have not the sting which those must have who are contemned and ill-treated for the sake of their inferiors. Yet cannot the Countess love you better than your girl loves you, not even for your person, which must, I doubt, be her principal attachment, when I can truly say, all noble and attracting to the outward eye as it is, that is the least consideration by far with me. No, sir, your generous and beneficent mind is the principal object of my affection, and my pride in hoping to be an humble means in the hands of Providence to bless you hereafter as well as here, gave me more pleasure than all the blessings I reaped from your name or your fortune. Judge then, my dearest Mr. B., my grief and disappointment. But I will not expostulate, I will not, because it must be to no purpose. For could my fondness and my watchful duty to you have kept you steady, I should not now appear before you in this solemn manner, and I know the charms of my rival are too powerful for me to contend with. Nothing but divine grace can touch your heart, and that I expect not, from the nature of the case, should be instantaneous. I will therefore, sir, dear as you are to me, don't look with such tender surprise upon me, give up your person to the happier, to my worthier rival. For since such is your will, and seem to be your engagements, what avails it to me to oppose them? I have only to beg that you will be so good as to permit me to go down to Kent to my dear parents, who, with many more, are daily rejoicing in your favour and bounty. I will there, holding up my folded hands, pray for you every hour of my life, and for every one who shall be dear to you, not excepting the charming Countess. I will never take your name into my lips, nor suffer any other in my hearing, but with reverence and gratitude for the good I and mine have reaped at your hands, nor wish to be freed from my obligations to you, except you shall choose to be divorced from me, and if so, I will give your wishes all the forwardness I honourably can, with regard to my own character and yours, and that of your beloved baby. But you must give me something worth living for along with you, your Billy and mine, unless it is your desire to kill me quite, and then 'tis done, and nothing will stand in your happy Countess's way, if you tear from my arms my second earthly good, after I am deprived of you, my first. I will there, sir, dedicate all my time to my first duties, happier far than once I could have hoped to be. And if by any accident and misunderstanding between you, you should part by consent, and you will have it so, my heart shall be ever yours, and my hopes shall be resumed of being an instrument still for your future good, and I will receive your returning, ever valued heart as if nothing had happened, the moment I can be sure it will be wholly mine. For think not, dear sir, whatever be your notions of polygamy, that I will, were my life to depend upon it, consent to live with a gentleman, dear as God is my witness, lifting up my tearful eyes, you are to me, who lives in what I cannot but think open sin with another. You know, sir, and I appeal to you for the purity, and I will aver piety of my motives when I say this, that I would not, and as you do know this, I cannot doubt but my proposal will be agreeable to you both. And I beg of you, dear sir, to take me at my word, and don't let me be tortured, as I have been so many weeks, with such anguish of mind that nothing but religious considerations can make supportable to me. And are you in earnest, Pamela? Coming to me, and folding me in his arms over the chair's back, the seat of which supported my trembling knees. Can you so easily part with me? I can, sir, and I will, rather than divide my interest in you knowingly with any lady upon earth. But say not, can I part with you, sir? It is you that part with me. And tell me, sir, tell me but what you had intended should become of me. You talk to me, my dearest life, as if all you had heard against me was true, and you would have me answer you, would you, as if it was? I want nothing to convince me, sir, that the Countess loves you. You know the rest of my information. Judge for me what I can, what I ought to believe. You know the rumours of the world concerning you. Even I, who stay so much at home, and have not taken the least pains to find out my wretchedness, nor to confirm it, since I knew it, have come to the hearing of it. And if you know the license taken with both your characters, and yet correspond so openly, must it not look to me that you value not your honour in the world's eye, nor my lady hers? I told you, sir, the answer she made to her uncle. You told me, my dear, as you were told. Be tender of a lady's reputation for your own sake. No one is exempted from calumny, and even words said, and the occasion of saying them not known, may bear a very different construction from what they would have done had the occasion been told. This may be all true, sir. I wish the lady would be as tender of her reputation as I would be. Let her injure me in your affections as she will. But can you say, sir, that there is nothing between you that should not be, according to my notions of virtue and honour, and according to your own, which I took pride in before that fatal masquerade? You answer me not, continued I, and may I not fairly presume you cannot as I wish to be answered. But come, dearest sir, and I put my arms around his neck, let me not urge you too boldly. I will never forget your benefits and your past kindnesses to me. I have been a happy creature. No one, till within these few weeks, was ever so happy as I. I will love you still with a passion as ardent as ever I loved you. Absence cannot lessen such a love as mine. I am sure it cannot. I see your difficulties. You have gone too far to recede. If you can make it easy to your conscience, I will wait with patience my happier destiny, and I will wish to live, if I can be convinced you wish me not to die, in order to pray for you, and to be a directress to the first education of my dearest baby. You sigh, dear sir. Repose your beloved face next to my fond heart. 'Tis all your own, and ever shall be, let it or let it not, be worthy of the honour in your estimation. But yet, my dear Mr. B., if one could as easily, in the prime of sensual youth, look 20 years backward, what an empty vanity, what a mere nothing will be all those grosser satisfactions that now give wings of desire to our debased appetites. Motives of religion will have their due force upon your mind one day, I hope, as blessed be God, they have enabled me to talk to you on such a touching point after infinite struggles, I own, with so much temper and resignation. And then, my dearest Mr. B., when we come to that last bed from which the piety of our friends shall lift us, but from which we shall never be able to raise ourselves, for, dear sir, your Countess and you and your poor Pamela must all come to this, we shall find what it is will give us true joy, and enable us to support the pangs of the dying hour. Think you, my dearest sir, and I pressed my lips to his forehead as his head was reclined on my throbbing bosom, that then, in that important moment, what now gives us the greatest pleasure will have any part in our consideration, but as it may give us woe or comfort in the reflection. But I will not, O best beloved of my soul, afflict you farther. Why should I thus sadden all your gaudy prospects? I have said enough to such a heart as yours, if divine grace touches it. And if not, all I can say will be of no avail. I will leave you therefore to that and to your own reflections, and after giving you 10,000 thanks for your indulgent patience with me, I will only beg that I may set out in a week for Kent, with my dear Billy, that you will receive one letter at least from me of gratitude and blessings. It shall not be of upbraidings and exclamations. But, my child, you must not deny me, for I shall haunt like his shadow every place wherein you shall put my Billy, if you should be so unkind to deny him to me. And if you will permit me to have the dear Miss Goodwin with me, as you had almost led me to hope, I will read over all the books of education, and digest them as well as I am able, in order to send you my scheme, and to show you how fit I hope your indulgence at least will make you think me of having two such precious trusts reposed in me. I was silent, waiting in tears his answer, but his generous heart was touched, and seemed to labour within him for expression. He came round to me at last, and took me in his arms. "Exalted creature," said he, "noble-minded Pamela, let no bar be put between us henceforth. No wonder, when one looks back to your first promising dawn of excellence, that your fuller day should thus irresistibly dazzle such weak eyes as mine. Whatever it costs me, and I have been inconsiderately led on by blind passion for an object too charming, but which I never thought equal to my Pamela, I will, for it is yet, I bless God, in my power, restore to your virtue a husband all your own." "Oh, sir, sir!" and I should have sunk with joy had not his kind arms supported me. "What have you said? Can I be so happy as to behold you innocent as to deed? God of his infinite goodness continue you both so! And oh, that the dear lady would make me as truly love her for the graces of her mind, as I admire her for the advantages of her person. You are virtue itself, my dearest life, and from this moment I will reverence you as my tutelary angel. I shall behold you with awe, and implicitly give up myself to all your dictates, for what you say and what you do must be ever right. But I will not, my dearest life, too lavishly promise, lest you should think it the sudden effects of passions thus movingly touched, and which may subside again when the soul, as you observed in your own case, sinks to its former level. But this I promise, and I hope you believe me, and will pardon the pain I have given you, which made me fear more than once that your head was affected. So uncommon, yet so like yourself, has been the manner of your acting, that I will break off a correspondence that has given you so much uneasiness, and my Pamela may believe that if I can be as good as my word in this point, she will never more be in danger of any rival whatever. But say, my dear love, added he, say you forgive me, and resume but your former cheerfulness and affectionate regards to me, else I shall suspect the sincerity of your forgiveness, and you shall indeed go to Kent, but not without me, nor your boy neither. And if you insist upon it, the poor child you have wished so often and so generously to have shall be given up absolutely to your disposal. Do you think, madam, I could speak any one distinct sentence? No, indeed, I could not. I was just choked with my joy. I never was so before, and my eyes were in a manner fixed, as he told me afterwards, and that he was a little startled, seeing nothing but the whites, for the sight was out of its orbits, in a manner lifted up to heaven, in ecstasy for a turn so sudden and so unexpected. We were forced to separate soon after, for there was no bearing each other, so excessive was my joy and his goodness. He left me and went down to his own closet. Judge my employment you will, I am sure, my dear lady. I had new ecstasy to be blessed with in a thankfulness so exalted that it left me all light and pleasant, as if I had shook off body and trod in air. So much heaviness had I lost, and so much joy had I received. From two such extremes, how was it possible I could presently hit the medium? For when I had given up my beloved husband as lost to me, and had dreaded the consequences to his future state, to find him not only untainted as to deed, but in all probability mine upon better and surer terms than ever, oh, madam, must not this give a joy beyond all joy, and surpassing all expression? About 8 o'clock, Mr. B. sent me up these lines from his closet, which will explain what I meant as to the papers I must beg your ladyship to return me. My dear Pamela, I have so much real concern at the anguish I have given you, and am so much affected with the recollection of the uncommon scenes which passed between us just now, that I write, because I know not how to look so excellent a creature in the face. You must therefore sup without me, and take your Mrs. Jervis to bed with you, who I doubt not knows all this affair, and you may tell her the happy event. You must not interfere with me just now, while writing upon a subject which takes up all my attention, and which, requiring great delicacy, I may possibly be all night before I can please myself in it. I am determined to make good my promise to you, but if you have written to your mother, Miss Darnford, or to Lady Davers, anything of this affair, you must show me the copies, and let me into every tittle how you came by your information. I solemnly promise you, on my honour, that has not yet been violated to you, and I hope never will, that not a soul shall know or suffer by the communication, not even Turner, for I am confident he has had some hand in it. This request you must comply with, if you can confide in me, for I shall make some use of it, as prudent a one as I am able, for the sake of every one concerned, in the conclusion of the correspondence between the lady and myself. Whatever you may have said in the bitterness of your heart in the letters I require to see, or whatever any of those to whom they are directed shall say on the bad prospect, shall be forgiven, and looked upon as deserved by your ever obliged and faithful, etc. I returned the following. Dearest, dear Sir, I will not break in upon you while you are so importantly employed. Mrs. Jervis has indeed seen my concern for some time past, and has heard rumours, as I know by hints she has given me. But her prudence and my reserves have kept us from saying anything to one another of it. Neither my mother nor Miss Darnford know a tittle of it from me. I have received a letter of civility from Miss, and have answered it, taking and giving thanks for the pleasure of each other's company, and best respects from her and the Lincolnshire families to your dear self. These, my copy and her original, you shall see when you please. But in truth all that has passed is between Lady Davers and me, and I have not kept copies of mine, but I will dispatch a messenger to her ladyship for them, if you please, in the morning, before it is light, not doubting your kind promise of excusing everything and everybody. I beg, dear sir, you will take care your health suffers not by your sitting up, for the nights are cold and damp. I will, now you have given me the liberty, let Mrs. Jervis know how happy you have made me by dissipating my fears, and the idle rumours, as I shall call them to her, of calumniators. God bless you, dear sir, for your goodness and favour, to your ever dutiful P.B. He was pleased to return me this: My dear Life, you need not be in such haste to send. If you write to Lady Davers how the matter has ended, let me see the copy of it, and be very particular in your, or rather my trial. It shall be a standing lesson to me for my future instruction, as it will be a fresh demonstration of your excellence, which every hour I more and more admire. I am glad Lady Davers only knows the matter. I think I ought to avoid seeing you till I can assure you that everything is accommodated to your desire. Longman has sent me some advices, which will make it proper for me to meet him at Bedford or Gloucester. I will not go to Tunbridge till I have all your papers, and so you'll have 3 days to procure them. Your boy and your penmanship will find you no disagreeable employment till I return. Nevertheless, on second thoughts, I will do myself the pleasure of breakfasting with you in the morning, to reassure you of my unalterable purpose to approve myself, my dearest Life, ever faithfully yours. Thus, I hope, is happily ended this dreadful affair. My next shall give the particulars of our breakfast conversation, but I would not slip this post without acquainting you with this blessed turn, and to beg the favour of you to send me back my letters, which will lay a new obligation upon, dear Madam, your obliged sister and humble servant, P.B. End of letter 74.
Letter 75 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 75. Your joyful correspondent has obtained leave to get everything ready to quit London by Friday next, when your kind brother promises to carry me down to Kent, and allows me to take my charmer with me. There's happiness for you, madam! To see, as I hope I shall see, upon one blessed spot, a dear faithful husband, a beloved child, and a father and mother, whom I so much love and honour. Mr. B. told me this voluntarily this morning at breakfast, and then, in the kindest manner, took leave of me, and set out for Bedfordshire. But I should, according to my promise, give you a few particulars of our breakfast conference. I bid Polly withdraw, when her master came up to breakfast, and I ran to the door to meet him, and threw myself on my knees. Oh, forgive me, dearest, dear sir, all my boldness of yesterday. My heart was strangely affected, or I could not have acted as I did. But never fear, my dearest Mr. B., that my future conduct shall be different from what it used to be, or that I shall keep up to a spirit, which you hardly thought had place in the heart of your dutiful Pamela, till she was thus severely tried. I have weighed well your conduct, my dear Life, raising me to his bosom, and I find an uniformity in it that is surprisingly just. He led me to the tea-table, and sat down close by me. Polly came in. If every thing, said he, be here that your lady wants, you may withdraw, and let Colbrand and Abraham know I shall be with them presently. Nobody shall wait upon me but you, my dear. Polly withdrew. I always loved you, my dearest, added he, and that with a passionate fondness which has not, I dare say, many examples in the married life, but I revere you now. And so great is my reverence for your virtue, that I chose to sit up all night, to leave you for a few days, until, by disengaging myself from all intercourses that have given you uneasiness, I can convince you that I have rendered myself as worthy as I can be of you upon your own terms. I will account to you for every step I shall take, and will reveal to you every step I have taken, for this I can do, because the lady's honour is untainted, and wicked rumour has treated her worse than she could deserve." I told him that since he had named the lady, I would take the liberty to say I was glad, for her own sake, to hear that. Changing the subject a little precipitately, as if it gave him pain, he told me, as above, that I might prepare on Friday for Kent, and I parted with him with greater pleasure than ever I did in my life. So necessary sometimes are afflictions, not only to teach one how to subdue one's passions, and to make us in our happiest states know we are still on earth, but even when they are overblown, to augment and redouble our joys. I am now giving orders for my journey, and quitting this undelightful town, as it has been, and is, to me. My next will be from Kent, I hope, and I may then have an opportunity to acquaint your ladyship with the particulars, and, if God answers my prayers, the conclusion of the affair, which has given me so much uneasiness. Meantime, I am with the greatest gratitude for the kind share you have taken in my past afflictions, my good lady, your ladyship's most obliged sister and servant, P.B. End of letter 75. Letter 76 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 76. My dearest Pamela, enclosed are all the letters you send for. I rejoice with you upon the turn this afflicting affair has taken, through your inimitable prudence, and a courage I thought not in you. A wretch, to give you so much discomposure! But I will not, if he be good now, rave against him, as I was going to do. I am impatient to hear what account he gives of the matter. I hope he will be able to abandon this, I won't call her names, for she loves the wretch, and that, if he be just to you, will be her punishment. What care ought these young widows to take of their reputation? And how watchful ought they to be over themselves? She was hardly out of her weeds, and yet must go to a masquerade, and tempt her fate with all her passions about her, with an independence and an affluence of fortune that made her able to think of nothing but gratifying them. She has good qualities, is generous, is noble, but has strong passions, and is thoughtless and precipitant. My lord came home last Tuesday with a long story of my brother and her, for I had kept the matter as secret as I could for his sake and yours. It seems he had it from Sir John, uncle to the young Lord C., who is very earnest to bring on a treaty of marriage between her and his nephew, who is in love with her, and is a fine young gentleman, but has held back on the liberties she has lately given herself with my brother. I hope she is innocent as to fact, but I know not what to say to it. He ought to be hanged, if he did not say she was. Yet I have great opinion of his veracity, and yet he is so bold a wretch, and her inconsideration is so great. But lest I should alarm your fears, I will wait till I have the account he gives you of this dark affair, till when I congratulate you upon the leave you have obtained to quit the town, and on your setting out for a place so much nearer to Tunbridge. Forgive me, Pamela, but he is an intriguing wretch, and I would not have you to be too secure, lest the disappointment should be worse for you than what you knew before. But assure yourself that I am in all cases and events your affectionate sister and admirer, B. Davers. End of letter 76.
Letter 77 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 77, from Mrs. B. to Lady Davers. My dearest lady, Mr. B. came back from Bedfordshire to his time. Everything being in readiness, we set out with my baby and his nurse. Mrs. Jervis, when everything in London is settled by her direction, goes to Bedfordshire. We were met by my father and mother in a chaise and pair, which your kind brother had presented to them, unknown to me, that they might often take the air together, and go to church in it, which is at some distance, on Sundays. The driver is clothed in a good brown cloth suit, but no livery, for that my parents could not have borne, as Mr. B.'s goodness made him consider. Your ladyship must needs think how we were all overjoyed at this meeting. For my own part, I cannot express how much I was transported when we arrived at the farmhouse, to see all I delighted in upon one happy spot together. Mr. B. is much pleased with the alterations here, and it is a sweet, rural, and convenient place. We were welcomed into these parts by the bells, and by the minister, and people of most note, and were at church together on Sunday. Mr. B. is set out on Tuesday for Tunbridge with my papers. A happy issue attend that affair, I pray God. He has given me the following particulars of it, to the time of my trial, beginning at the masquerade. He says that at the masquerade, when pleased with the fair nun's shape, air, and voice, he had followed her to a corner most unobserved. She said in Italian, "Why are my retirements invaded, audacious Spaniard?" "Because, my dear nun, I hope you would have it so." "I can no otherwise," returned she, "strike dead thy bold presumption, than to shew thee my scorn and anger thus." And she, unmasking, surprised me, said Mr. B., with a face as beautiful, but not so soft as my Pamela's. "And I," said Mr. B., "to shew I can defy your resentment, will shew you a countenance as intrepid as yours is lovely." And so he drew aside his mask too. He says, he observed his fair nun to be followed wherever she went, by a mask habited like testimony in Sir Courtly Nice, whose attention was fixed upon her and him, and he doubted not that it was Mr. Turner. So he and the fair nun took different ways, and he joined me and Miss Darnford, and found me engaged, as I before related to your ladyship, and his nun at his elbow unexpected. That afterwards, as he was engaged in French with a lady who had the dress of an Indian princess, and the mask of an Ethiopian, his fair nun said, in broken Spanish, "Art thou all complexions? By Saint Ignatius, I believe thou'rt a rover." "I am trying," replied he in Italian, "whether I can meet with any lady comparable to my lovely nun." "And what is the result?" "Not one. No, not one." "I wish you could not help in being earnest," said she, and slid from him. He engaged her next at the sideboard, drinking under her veil a glass of champagne. "You know, Pamela," said he, "there never was a sweeter mouth in the world than the Countess's except your own." She drew away the glass, as if unobserved by any body, to shew me the lower part of her face. I cannot say but I was struck with her charming manner, and an unreservedness of air and behaviour that I had not before seen so becoming. The place, and the freedom of conversation and deportment allowed there, gave her great advantages in my eye, although her habit required, as I thought, a little more gravity and circumspection. And I could not tell how to resist a secret pride and vanity, which is but too natural to both sexes, when they are taken notice of by persons so worthy of regard. Naturally fond of everything that carried the face of an intrigue, I longed to know who this charming nun was, and next time I engaged her, "My good sister," said I, "how happy should I be, if I might be admitted to a conversation with you at your grate?" "Answer me," said she, "thou bold Spaniard," for that was a name she seemed fond of, which gave me to imagine that boldness was a qualification she was not displeased with. "'Tis not unusual with our vain sex," observed he, "to construe even reproaches to our advantage. Is the lady here, whose shackles thou wearest? Do I look like a man shackled, my fairest nun?" "No, no, not much like such an one, but I fancy thy wife is either a widow or a Quaker." "Neither," replied I, taking by equivocation her question literally. "And art thou not a married wretch? Answer me quickly, we are observed." "No," said I. "Swear to me thou art not." "By Saint Ignatius, then; for, my dear, I was no wretch, you know." "Enough," said she, and slid away, and the fanatic would fain have engaged her, but she avoided him as industriously. Before I was aware, she was at my elbow, and, in Italian said, "That fair Quaker yonder is the wit of the assembly. Her eyes seem always directed to thy motions, and her person shews some intimacies have passed with somebody. Is it with thee?" "It would be my glory if it was," I said, "were her face answerable to her person." "Is it not?" "I long to know," replied Mr. B. "I am glad thou dost not." "I am glad to hear my fair nun say that." "Dost thou," said she, "hate shackles? Or is it that thy hour is not yet come?" "I wish," replied he, "this be not the hour, the very hour." "Pretending," Naughty gentlemen, what ways these men have! To sigh. She went again to the sideboard, and put her handkerchief upon it. Mr. B. followed, and observed all her motions. She drank a glass of lemonade, as he of Burgundy, and as a person in a domino, supposed to be the king, passing by, took up every one's attention but Mr. B.'s, who eyed her handkerchief, not doubting but she laid it there on purpose to forget to take it up. Accordingly, she left it there, and slipping by him, he, unobserved as he believes, put it in his pocket, and at the corner found the cover of a letter, to the Right Honourable the Countess Dowager of. That after this the fair nun was so shy, so reserved, and seemed so studiously to avoid him, that he had no opportunity to return her handkerchief, and the fanatic observing how she shunned him, said in French, "What, monsieur, have you done to your nun?" I found her to be a very coquette, and told her so, and she is offended. "How could you affront a lady," replied he, "with such a charming face?" By that I had reason to think, said Mr. B., that he had seen her unmask, and I said, "It becomes not any character, but that you wear, to pry into the secrets of others, in order to make ill-natured remarks, and perhaps to take ungentlemanlike advantages." "No man should make that observation," returned he, "whose views would bear prying into." I was nettled, said Mr. B., at this warm retort, and drew aside my mask, nor would any man who wore not a mask tell me so. He took not the challenge, and slid from me, and I saw him no more that night. So, thought I, another instance this might have been of the glorious consequences of masquerading. O, my lady, these masquerades are abominable things. The king, they said, met with a free speaker that night. In truth, I was not very sorry for it, for if monarchs will lay aside their sovereign distinctions, and mingle thus in masquerade with the worst as well as the highest, I cannot say best, of their subjects, let 'em take the consequence. Perhaps they might have a chance to hear more truth here than in their palaces, the only good that can possibly accrue from them, that is to say, if they made a good use of it when they heard it. For you see my monarch, though he told the truth, as it happened, received the hint with more resentment than thankfulness. So 'tis too likely did the monarch of us both. And now, my lady, you need not doubt, that so polite a gentleman would find an opportunity to return the nun her handkerchief. To be sure he would, for what man of honour would rob a lady of any part of her apparel? And should he, that wanted to steal a heart, content himself with a handkerchief? No, no, that was not to be expected. So what does he do, but resolve, the very next day after dinner, to pursue this affair? Accordingly, the poor Quaker, little thinking of the matter, away goes her naughty Spaniard to find out his nun at her grate, or in her parlour, rather. He asks for the Countess, is admitted into the outward parlour. Her woman comes down, requires his name and business. His name he mentioned not. His business was, to restore into her lady's own hands something she had dropped the night before. Was desired to wait. I should have said that he was dressed very richly, having no design at all to make conquests. No, not he. Oh, this wicked love of intrigue! A kind of olive-coloured velvet, a fine brocaded waistcoat. I said, when he took leave of me, "You're a charming Mr. B.," and saluted him, more pressingly than he returned it. But little did I think, when I plaited so smooth his rich laced ruffles and bosom, where he was going, or what he had plotting in his heart. He went in his own chariot, that he did, so that I had no design to conceal who he was. But intrigue, a new conquest, vanity, pride. Oh, these men! They had need talk of ladies. But it is half our own fault, indeed it is, to encourage their vanity. Well, madam, he waited till his state lines was moved to send up again, that he would wait on her ladyship some other time. So down she came, dressed most richly, jewels in her breast, and in her hair and ears, but with a very reserved and stately air. He approached her. Methinks I see him, dear saucy gentleman. You know, madam, what a noble manner of address he has. He took the handkerchief from his bosom with an air, and kissing it, presented it to her, saying, "This happy estray, thus restored, begs leave by me to acknowledge its lovely owner." What mean you, sir? Who are you, sir? What mean you? Your ladyship will excuse me, but I am incapable of meaning any thing but what is honourable. No, to be sure. This, madam, you left last night, when the domino took up every one's attention but mine, which was much better engaged, and I take the liberty to restore it to you. She turned to the mark, a coronet at one corner. 'Tis true, sir. I see now it is one of mine, but such a trifle was not worthy of being brought by such a gentleman as you seem to be, nor of my trouble to receive it in person. Your servant, sir, might have delivered the bagatelle to mine. Nothing should be called so that belongs to the Countess of. She was no countess, sir, that dropped that handkerchief, and a gentleman would not attempt to penetrate, unbecomingly, through the disguises a lady thinks proper to assume, especially at such a place where every inquiry should begin and end. This, madam, from a lady who had unmasked, because she would not be known. Very pretty indeed. Oh, these slight cobweb airs of modesty, so easily seen through. Hence such advantages against us are taken by the men. She had looked out of her window, and seen no arms quartered with his own, for you know, my lady, I would never permit any to be procured for me, so she doubted not, it seems, but he was an unmarried gentleman, as he had intimated to her the night before. He told her it was impossible, after having seen the finest lady in the world, not to wish to see her again, and that he hoped he did not, unbecomingly, break through her ladyship's reserves, nor had he made any inquiries either on the spot or off of it, having had a much better direction by accident. As how, sir? Said she, as he told me, with so bewitching an air, between attentive and pleasant, that bold gentleman, forgetting all manner of distance, so early too, he clasped his arms around her waist, and saluted her, struggling with anger and indignation, he says, but I think little of that. Whence this insolence? How now, sir, be gone, were her words, and she rung the bell, but he set his back against the door. I never heard such boldness in my life, madam, till she would forgive him, and it is plain she was not so angry as she pretended, for her woman coming, she was calmer. Nelthorpe, said she, fetch my snuff-box with the lavender in it. Her woman went, and then she said, you told me, sir, last night, of your intrepidness. I think you are the boldest man I ever met with, but, sir, surely you ought to know that you are not now in the Haymarket. I think truly, madam, the lady might have saved herself that speech, for upon my word they neither of them wore masks, though they ought to have put on one of blushes. I am sure I do for them, while I am writing. Her irresistible loveliness served for an excuse that she could not disprove from a man she disliked not, and his irresistible, may I say assurance, madam, found too ready an excuse. Well, but, sir, said I, pray when her ladyship was made acquainted that you were a married gentleman, how then? Pray, did she find it out, or did you tell her? Patience, my dear. Well, pray, sir, go on. What was next? Why, next, I put on a more respectful and tender air. I would have taken her hand indeed, but she would not permit it. And when she saw I would not go till her lavender snuff came down, for so I told her, and her woman was not in haste, she seated herself, and I sat by her, and began to talk about a charming lady I saw the night before, after parting with her ladyship, but not equal by any means to her. And I was confident this would engage her attention, for I never knew the lady who thought herself handsome that was not taken by this topic. Flattery and admiration, Pamela, are the two principal engines by which our sex make their first approaches to yours, and if you listen to us, we are sure, either by the sap or the mine, to succeed, and blow you up whenever we please, if we do but take care to suit ourselves to your particular foibles, or, to carry on the metaphor, point our batteries to your weak side, for the strongest fortresses, my dear, are weaker in one place than another. A fine thing, sir, said I, to be so learned a gentleman. I wish, however, thought I, you had always come honestly by your knowledge. When the lavender snuff came down, we were engaged in an agreeable disputation, which I had raised on purpose to excite her opposition, she having all the advantage in it, and in order to my giving it up, when she was intent upon it, as a mark of my consideration for her. I the less wonder, sir, said I, at your boldness, pardon the word, with such a lady, in your first visit, because of her freedoms when masked, her unmasking, and her handkerchief and letter cover. To be sure, the lady, when she saw next day such a fine gentleman and handsome equipage, had little reason, after her other freedoms, to be so very nice with you as to decline an ensnaring conversation, calculated on purpose to engage her attention, and to lengthen out your visit. But did she not ask who you were? Her servants did of mine, and her woman, for all I knew afterwards, when we were better acquainted, whispered to her lady that I was Mr. B. of Bedfordshire, and had an immense estate, to which they were so kind as to add 2,000 or 3,000 pounds a year, out of pure goodwill to me. I thank them. But pray, dear sir, what had you in view in all this? Did you intend to carry this matter at first as far as you could? I had at first, my dear, no view, but such as pride and vanity suggested to me. I was carried away by inconsideration and the love of intrigue, without even thinking about the consequences. The lady, I observed, had abundance of fine qualities. I thought I could converse with her on a very agreeable foot, and her honour, I knew, at any time, would preserve me mine, if I ever should find it in danger. And in my soul I preferred my Pamela to all the ladies on earth, and questioned not but that, and your virtue, would be another barrier to my fidelity. In a word, therefore, pride, vanity, thoughtlessness, were my misguiders, as I said. The Countess's honour and character, and your virtue and merit, my dear, and my obligations to you, were my defences. But I find one should avoid the first appearances of evil. One knows not one's own strength. 'Tis presumptuous to depend upon it, where wit and beauty are in the way on one side, and youth and strong passions on the other. You certainly, sir, say right, but be pleased to tell me what her ladyship said when she knew you were married. The Countess's woman was in my interest, and let me into some of her lady's secrets, having a great share in her confidence, and particularly acquainted me how loth her lady was to believe I was married. I had paid her 3 visits in town, and one to her seat upon the forest, before she heard that I was. But when she was assured of it, and directed her Nelthorpe to ask me about it, and I readily owned it, she was greatly incensed, though nothing but general civilities and intimacies not inconsistent with honourable friendship had passed between us. The consequence was, she forbade my ever seeing her again, and set out with her sister and the Viscount for Turnbridge, where she stayed about 3 weeks. I thought I had already gone too far, and blamed myself for permitting her so long to believe me single, and here the matter had dropped, in all probability, had not a ball given by my lord, to which, unknown to each other, we were both, as also the Viscountess invited, brought us again together. The lady soon withdrew with her sister to another apartment, and being resolved upon personal recrimination, which is what a lady, who is resolved to break with a favoured object, should never trust herself with, sent for me, and reproached me on my conduct, in which her sister joined. I owned frankly that gaiety, rather than design, made me give cause, at the masquerade, for her ladyship to think I was not married, for that I had a wife with 1,000 excellencies, who was my pride and my boast, that I held it very possible for a gentleman and a lady to carry on an innocent and honourable friendship, in a family way, and I was sure when she and her sister saw my spouse, they would not be displeased with her acquaintance. All that I had to reproach myself with was, that after having, at the masquerade, given reason to think I was not married, I had been both officiously to say I was, although I never intended to conceal it. In short, I acquitted myself so well with both ladies, that a family intimacy was consented to. I renewed my visits, and we accounted to one another's honour, by entering upon a kind of Platonic system, in which sex was to have no manner of concern. But, my dear Pamela, I must own myself extremely blamable, because I knew the world and human nature, I will say better than the lady, who never before had been trusted into it upon her own feet, and who, notwithstanding that wit and vivacity which every one admires in her, gave herself little time for consideration. I ought, therefore, to have more carefully guarded against inconveniencies, which I knew were so likely to arise from such intimacies; and the rather, as I hinted, because the lady had no apprehension at all of any, so that, my dear, if I have no excuse from human frailty, from youth, and the charms of the object, I am entirely destitute of any. I see, Mr. B., said I, there is a great deal to be said for the lady. I wish I could say there was for the gentleman. But such a fine lady had been safe, with all her inconsideration; and so, forgive me, sir, would the gentleman, with all his intriguing spirit, had it not been for these vile masquerades. Never, dear sir, think of going to another. Why, my dear, those are the least of all to be trusted at these diversions, who are most desirous to go to them. Of this I am now fully convinced. Well, sir, I long to hear more particulars of this story, for this generous openness, now the affair is over, cannot but be grateful to me, as it shews me you have no reserve, and tends to convince me that the lady was less blamable than I apprehended. For I love, for the honour of my sex, to find ladies of birth and quality innocent, who have so many opportunities of knowing and practising their duties above what meaner persons can have. Well observed, my dear. This is like your generous and deep way of thinking. But, dear sir, proceed. Your reconciliation is now effected, a friendship quadripartite is commenced, and the Viscountess and I are to find cement for the erecting of an edifice that is to be devoted to platonic love. What, may I ask, came next, and what did you design should come of it? The Oxford journey, my dear, followed next, and it was my fault you were not a party in it, both ladies being very desirous of your company, but it was the time you were not going abroad after your lying in, so I excused you to them. Yet they both longed to see you, especially as by this time, you may believe, they knew all your story, and besides, whenever you were mentioned, I did justice as well to your mind as to your person. Well, sir, to be sure this was very kind, and little was I disposed, knowing what I did, to pass so favourable a construction in your generosity to me. My question to her ladyship at going away, whether you were not the charmingest girl in the world, which seeing you both together, rich as she was dressed, and plain as you, gave me the double pleasure, a pleasure, she said afterwards, I exulted in, of deciding in your favour, my readiness to explain to you what we both said, and her not ungenerous answer, I thought entitled me to a better return than a flood of tears, which confirmed me that your past uneasiness was a jealousy I was not willing to allow in you, though I should have been more indulgent to it, had I known the grounds you thought you had for it. And for this reason I left you so abruptly as I did. Here, madam, Mr. B. broke off, referring to another time the conclusion of his narrative. I will here close this letter, though possibly I may not send it, till I send the conclusion of this story in my next, with the assurance that I am your ladyship's obliged sister and servant, P.B. End of letter 77. Letter 78 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 78. My dear Lady, now I will proceed with my former subject, and with the greater pleasure, as what follows makes still more in favour of the Countess's character than what went before, although that set it in a better light than it had once appeared to me in. I began as follows. Will you be pleased, sir, to favour me with the continuation of our last subject? I will, my dear. You left off, sir, with acquitting me for breaking out into that flood of tears which occasions your abrupt departure. But, dear sir, will you be pleased to satisfy me about that affecting information, of your intention and my lady's to live at Tunbridge together? 'Tis absolute malice and falsehood. Our intimacy had not proceeded so far, and, thoughtless as my sister's letters suppose the lady, she would have spurned at such a proposal, I dare say. Well, but then, sir, as to the expression to her uncle, that she had rather have been a certain gentleman's second wife? I believe she might, in a passion, say something like it to him. He had been teasing her, from the time that I held an argument in favour of that foolish topic, polygamy, in his company and his niece's, and in that of her sister and the Viscount, with cautions against conversing with a man who, having, as he was pleased to say behind my back, married beneath him, wanted to engage the affections of a lady of birth, in order to recover, by doubling that fault upon her, his lost reputation. She despised his insinuation enough to answer him, that she thought my arguments in behalf of polygamy were convincing. This set him a-raving, and he threw some coarse reflections upon her, which could not be repeated if one may guess at them, by her being unable to tell me them, and then to vex him more, and to revenge herself, she said something like what was reported, which was handle enough for her uncle, who took care to propagate it with an indiscretion peculiar to himself. For I heard it in 3 different companies before I knew anything of it from herself, and when I did, it was so repeated as you, my dear, would hardly have censured her for it, the provocation considered. Well, but then, dear sir, there is nothing at all amiss, at this rate, in the correspondence between my lady and you? Not on her side, I dare say, if her ladyship can be excused to punctilio, and for having a greater esteem for a married man than he can deserve, or than may be strictly defended to a person of your purity and niceness. Well, sir, this is very noble in you. I love to hear the gentleman generous in points where the honour of our sex is concerned. But pray, sir, what then was there on your side in that matter that made you give me so patient and so kind a hearing? Now, my dear, you come to the point. At first it was nothing in me but vanity, pride, and love of intrigue to try my strength where I had met with some encouragement, as I thought, at the masquerade. Where the lady went farther, too, than she would have done had she not thought I was a single man. For, by what I have told you, Pamela, you will observe that she tried to satisfy herself on that head as soon as she well could. Mrs. Nelthorpe acquainted me afterwards, when better known to each other, that her lady was so partial in my favour. Who can always govern their fancies, my dear? As to think, so early as at the masquerade, that if everything answered appearances and that I were a single man, she, who has a noble and independent fortune, might possibly be induced to make me happy in her choice. Supposing then that I was unmarried, she left a signal for me in her handkerchief. I visited her, had the honour, after the customary first shyness, of being well received, and continued my visits till perhaps she would have been glad I had not been married, but on finding I was, she avoided me, as I have told you, till the accident I mentioned threw us again upon each other, which renewed our intimacy upon terms you would think too inconsiderable on one side and too designing on the other. For myself, what can I say? Only that you gave me great disgusts, without a cause, as I thought, by your unwonted reception of me, even in tears and grief, the Countess ever cheerful and lively, and fearing that your temper was entirely changing, I believe I had no bad excuse to try to make myself easy and cheerful abroad, since my home became more irksome to me than ever I believed it could be. Then, as we naturally love those who love us, I had vanity, and some reason for my vanity, indeed all vain men believe they have, to think the Countess had more than an indifference for me. She was so exasperated by the wrong methods taken with an independent lady of her generous spirit to break off our acquaintance, that in revenge she denied me less than ever opportunities of her company. The pleasure we took in each other's conversation was reciprocal. The world's reports had united us in one common cause, and you, as I said, had made home less delightful to me than it used to be. What might not then have been apprehended from so many circumstances concurring with the lady's beauty and my frailty? I waited on her to Tunbridge. She took a house there. Where people's tongues will take so much liberty without any foundation, and where the utmost circumspection is used, what will they not say, where so little of the latter is observed? No wonder, then, that terms were said to be agreed upon between us, from her uncle's story, of polygamy proposed by me, and seemingly agreed to by her, no wonder that all your Thomasine Fuller's information was surmised. Thus stood the matter, when I was determined to give your cause for uneasiness a hearing, and to take my measures according to what should result from that hearing. From this account, dear sir, said I, it will not be so difficult as I feared to end this affair even to her ladyship's satisfaction. I hope not, my dear. But if, now, sir, the Countess should still be desirous not to break with you, from so charming a lady, who knows what may happen? Very true, Pamela. But to make you still easier, I will tell you, that her ladyship has a first cousin, married to a person going with a public character to several of the Italian courts, and had it not been for my persuasions, she would have accepted of their earnest invitations, and passed a year or two in Italy, where she once resided for 3 years together, which makes her so perfect a mistress of Italian. Now I will let her know additionally to what I have written to her, the easiness I have given to you, and, so far as it is proper, what is to come to your ears, and your generous account of her, and the charms of her person, of which she will not be a little proud, for she has really noble and generous sentiments, and thinks well, though her sister in pleasantry will have it a little enviously of you. And when I shall endeavour to persuade her to go, for the sake of her own character, to a place and country of which she was always fond, I am apt to think she will come into it, for she has a greater opinion of my judgment than it deserves, and I know a young lord who may be easily persuaded to follow her thither, and bring her back his lady, if he can obtain her consent. And what say you, Pamela, to this? Oh, sir, I believe I shall begin to love the lady dearly, and that is what I never thought I should. I hope this will be brought about. But I see, give me leave to say, sir, how dangerously you might both have got on, under the notion of this platonic love, till 2 precious souls had been lost, and this shews one, as well in spirituals as temporals, from what slight beginnings the greatest mischiefs sometimes spring, and how easily at first a breach may be stopped. that when neglected, the waves of passion will widen till they bear down all before them. Your observation, my dear, is just, replied Mr. B. And though I am confident the lady was more earnest than myself in the notion of platonic love, yet I am convinced, and always was, that platonic love is platonic nonsense. 'Tis the fly buzzing about the blaze, till its wings are scorched, or, to speak still stronger, it is a bait of the devil to catch the unexperienced and thoughtless, nor ought such notions to be pretended to, till the parties are 5 or 10 years on the other side of their grand climacteric; for age, old age, and nothing else, must establish the barriers to platonic love. But this was my comparative consolation, though a very bad one, that I had swerved. I should not have given the only instance where persons more scrupulous than I pretended to be, have begun friendships even with spiritual views, and ended them as grossly as I could have done, were the lady to have been as frail as her tempter. Here Mr. B. finished his narrative. He is now set out for Tunbridge with all my papers. I have no doubt in his honour and kind assurances, and hope my next will be a joyful letter, and that I shall inform you in it that the affair which went so near my heart is absolutely concluded to my satisfaction, to Mr. B.'s and the Countess's, for if it be so to all three, my happiness, I do not doubt, will be founded on a permanent basis. Meantime, I am, my dear good lady, your most affectionate and obliged sister and servant, P.B. End of letter 78.
Letter 79 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 79. A new misfortune, my dear lady, but this is of God Almighty's sending, so I must bear it patiently. My dear baby is taken with the smallpox. To how many troubles are the happiest of us subjected in this life? One need not multiply them by one's own wilful mismanagements. I am able to mind nothing else. I had so much joy, as I told your ladyship in the beginning of my last letter but one, to see, on our arrival at the farmhouse, my dearest Mr. B., my beloved baby, and my good parents, all upon one happy spot, that I fear I was too proud. Yet I was truly thankful, I am sure. But I had, notwithstanding, too much pride, and too much pleasure, on this happy occasion. I said, in my last, that your dear brother set out on Tuesday morning for Tunbridge with my papers, and I longed to know the result, hoping that everything would be concluded to the satisfaction of all three. For, thought I, if this be so, my happiness must be permanent. But alas, there is nothing permanent in this life. I feel it by experience now. I knew it before by theory, but that was not so near and interesting by half. For, with all my pleasures and hopes, in the midst of my dear parents' joy and congratulations on our arrival, and on what had passed so happily since we were last here together, in the birth of the dear child, and my safety, for which they had been so apprehensive, the poor baby was taken ill. It was on that very Tuesday his papa set out for Tunbridge, but we know not it would be the smallpox till Thursday. Oh, madam, how are all the pleasures I had formed to myself sickened now upon me? For my Billy is very bad. They talk of a kind sort, but alas, they talk at random, for they come not out at all. I fear the nurse's constitution is too hale and too rich for the dear baby. Had I been permitted, but hush, all my repining ifs, except one if, and that is, if it be got happily over, it will be best he had it so young and while at the breast. Oh, madam, the small appearance that there was is gone in again, and my child, my dear baby, will die. The doctors seem to think so. They wanted to send for Mr. B. to keep me from him, but I forbid it. For what signifies life, or anything, if I cannot see my baby, while he is so dangerously ill? My father and mother are, for the first time, quite cruel to me. They have forbid me, and I never was so desirous of disobeying them before, to attend the darling of my heart. And why? For fear of this poor face. For fear I should get it myself? But I am living very low, and have taken proper precautions by bleeding and the like, to lessen the distemper's fury, if I should have it, and the rest I leave to Providence. And if Mr. B.'s value is confined so much to this poor transitory sightliness, he must not break with his Countess, I think, and if I am ever so deformed in person, my poor intellects, I hope, will not be impaired, and I shall, if God spare my Billy, be useful in his first education, and be helpful to dear Miss Goodwin, or to any babies, with all my heart. He may make me an humble nurse too. How peevish, sinfully so, I doubt, does this accident, and their affectionate contradiction, make one. I have this moment received the following from Mr. B. Maidstone. My dearest love, I am greatly touched with the dear boy's melody, of which I have this moment heard. I desire you instantly to come to me hither, in the chariot with the bearer, Colbrand. I know what your grief must be, but as you can do the child no good, I beg you'll oblige me. Everything is in a happy train, but I can think only of you, and, for your sake principally, but not a little for my boy, I will set out to meet you, for I choose not to come myself, lest you should try to persuade me to permit your tarrying about him, and I should be sorry to deny you anything. I have taken handsome apartments for you, till the event, which I pray God may be happy, shall better determinate me what to do. I will be ever your affectionate and faithful. Maidstone, indeed, is not so very far off, but one may hear every day, once or twice, by a man and horse. So I will go, to shew my obedience, since Mr. B. is so intent upon it. But I cannot live if I am not permitted to come back. Oh, let me be enabled, gracious Father, to close this letter more happily than I have begun it. I have been so dreadfully uneasy at Maidstone, that Mr. B. has been so good as to return with me hither, and I find my baby's case not yet quite desperate. I am easier now I see him, in presence of his beloved papa, who lets me have all my way, and approves of my preparative method for myself, and he tells me that since I will have it so, he will indulge me in my attendance on the child, and endeavour to imitate my reliance on God, that is his kind expression, and leave this issue to him, and on my telling him that I feared nothing in the distemper, but the loss of his love, he said, in presence of the doctors and my father and mother, pressing my hand to his lips, My dearest life, make yourself easy under this affliction, and apprehend nothing for yourself. I love you more for your mind than for your face. That and your person will be the same, and were that sweet face to be covered with seams and scars, I will value you the more for the misfortune, and glad I am that I had your picture so well drawn in town, to satisfy those who have heard of your loveliness, what you were, and hitherto are. For myself, my admiration lies deeper, and, drawing me to the other end of the room, whisperingly he said, The last uneasiness between us, I now begin to think, was necessary, because it has turned all my delight in you, more than ever, to the perfections of your mind. And so God preserves to me the life of my Pamela. I care not for my own part, what ravages the distemper makes here, and tapped my cheek. How generous, how noble, how comforting was this! When I went from my apartment to go to my child, my dear Mr. B. met me at the nursery door, and led me back again. You must not go in again, my dearest. They have just been giving the child other things to try to drive out the malady, and some pustules seem to promise on his breast. I made no doubt my baby was then in extremity, and I would have given the world to have shed a few tears, but I could not. With the most soothing goodness he led me to my desk and withdrew to attend the dear baby himself, to see his last gaspings. Poor little lamb, I make no doubt. In this suspense, my own strange hardness of heart would not give up one tear, for the passage from that to my eyes seemed quite choked up, which used to be so open and ready on other occasions, affecting one's too. 2 days have passed, dreadful days of suspense, and now, blessed be God, who has given me hope that our prayers are heard. The pustules come kindly out, very thick in his breast, and on his face, but of a good sort, they tell me. They won't let me see him. Indeed they won't. What cruel kindness is this? One must believe all they tell one. But, my dear lady, my spirits are so weak. I have such a violent headache, and have such a strange shivering disorder all running down my back. And I was so hot just now, and am so cold at this present, anguishly inclined, I don't know how, that I must leave off the post-going way, with the assurance that I am and will be, to the last hour of my life, your ladyship's grateful and obliged sister and servant, P.B. End of letter 79. Letter 80 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 80. From Mr. B. to Lady Davers. My dear sister, I take very kindly your solicitude for the health of my beloved Pamela. The last line she wrote was to you, for she took to her bed the moment she laid down her pen. I told her your kind message and wishes for her safety by my lord's gentleman, and she begged I would write a line to thank you in her name for your affectionate regards to her. She is in a fine way to do well, for with her accustomed prudence she had begun to prepare herself by a proper regimen, the moment she knew the child's illness was the smallpox. The worst is over with the boy, which keeps up her spirits, and her mother is so excellent a nurse to both, and we are so happy likewise in the care of a skilful physician, Dr. M., who directs and approves of everything the good dame does, that it is a singular providence this malady seized them here, and affords no small comfort to the dear creature herself, when I tell you that, to all appearance, her charming face will not receive any disfigurement by this cruel enemy to beauty. I am sure you will congratulate me upon a felicity so desirable, but were it to be otherwise, if I were capable of slighting a person whose principal beauties are much deeper than the skin, I should deserve to be thought the most unworthy and superficial of husbands. Whatever your notions have been, my ever ready censuring Lady Davers of your brother on a certain affair, I do assure you that I never did, and never can, love any woman as I love my Pamela. It is indeed impossible I can ever love her better than I do, and her outward beauties are far from being indifferent to me. Yet, if I know myself, I am sure I have justice enough to love her equally, and generosity enough to be more tender of her, were she to suffer by this distemper. But as her humility and her affection to me would induce her to think herself under greater obligation to me, for such my tenderness to her, were she to lose any the least valuable of her perfections, I rejoice that she will have no reason for mortification on that score. My respects to Lord Davers and your noble neighbours. I am your affectionate brother and humble servant. End of letter 80. Letter 81 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 81. From Lady Davers in answer to the preceding. My dear brother, I do most heartily congratulate you on the recovery of Master Billy, and the good way my sister is in. I am the more rejoiced, as her sweet face is not like to suffer by the malady. For, be the beauties of the mind what they will, those of the person are no small recommendation with some folks, I am sure, and I began to be afraid that when it was hardly possible for both conjoined to keep a roving mind constant, that one only would not be sufficient. This news gives me more pleasure, because I am well informed that a certain gay lady was pleased to give herself airs upon learning of my sister's illness, as that she would not be sorry for it, for now she should look upon herself as the prettiest woman in England. She meant only, I suppose, as to outward prettiness. Brother, you give me the name of a ready censurer. I own, I think myself to be not a little interested in all that regards my brother and his honour. But when some people are not readier to censure than others to trespass, I know not whether they can with justice be styled censorious. But however that be, the rod seems to have been held up as a warning, and that the blow in the irreparable deprivation is not given, is a mercy, which I hope will be deserved. though you never can, those very signal ones you receive at the divine hands, beyond any man I know. For even if I shall not be deemed censorious again, your very vices have been turned to your felicity, as if God would try the nobleness of the heart he has given you, by overcoming you, in answer to my sister's constant prayers as well as mine, by mercies rather than by judgments. I might give instances of the truth of this observation in almost all the actions and attempts of your past life, and take care, if you are displeased, I will speak it. Take care, thou bold wretch, that if this method be ungratefully slighted, the uplifted arm fall not down with double weight on thy devoted head. I must always love and honor my brother, but cannot help speaking my mind, which, after all, is the natural result of that very love and honor, and which obliges me to style myself your truly affectionate sister, B. Davers. End of Letter 81. Letter 82 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 82, from Mrs. B. to Lady Davers. My dearest lady, my first letter, and my first divorce, after those of thankfulness to thy gracious God, who has so happily conducted me through two such heavy trials as my child's and my own illness, must be directed to you, with all due acknowledgment of your generous and affectionate concern for me. We are now preparing for our journey to Bedfordshire, and there, to my great satisfaction, I am to be favoured with the care of Miss Goodwin. After tarrying about a month there, Mr. B. will make a tour with me through several counties, taking the Hall in the way for about a fortnight, and shew me what is remarkable everywhere as we pass. For this he thinks will better contribute to my health than any other method. The distemper has left upon me a kind of weariness and listlessness, and he proposes to be out with me till the Bath season begins, and by the aid of those healing and balsamic waters, he hopes I shall be quite established. Afterwards to return to Bedfordshire for a little while, then to London, and then to Kent, and, if nothing hinders, has a great mind to carry me over to Paris. Thus most kindly does he amuse and divert me with his agreeable proposals. But I have made one amendment to them, and that is, that I must not be denied to pay my respects to your ladyship at your seat, and to my good Lady Countess in the same neighbourhood, and this will be far from being the least of my pleasures. I have had congratulations without number upon my recovery, but one among the rest I did not expect, from the Countess Dowager. Could you think it, madam, who sent me by her gentleman the following letter from Tunbridge? Madam, I hope, among the congratulations of your numerous admirers on your happy recovery, my very sincere ones will not be unacceptable. I have no other motive for making you my compliments on this occasion on so slender an acquaintance, than the pleasure it gives me that the public, as well as your private friends, have not been deprived of a lady whose example, in every duty of life, is of so much concern to both. May you, madam, long rejoice in an uninterrupted state of happiness, answerable to your merits, and to your own wishes, are those of your most obedient humble servant. To this kind letter I return the following. Madam, I am under the highest obligation to your generous favour, in your kind compliments of congratulation on my recovery. There is something so noble and so condescending in the honour you have done me, on so slender an acquaintance, that it bespeaks the exalted mind and character of a lady, who, in the principles of generosity, and in true nobleness of nature, has no example. May God Almighty bless you, my dear lady, with all the good you wish me, and with increase of honour and glory, both here and hereafter. Praise, and will always pray, your ladyship's most obliged and obedient servant, P.B. This leads me to mention what my illness would not permit me to do before, that Mr. B. met with such a reception and audience from the Countess when he attended her, in all he had to offer and propose to her, and in her patient hearing of what he thought fit to read her from your ladyship's letters and mine, that he said, "Don't be jealous, my dear Pamela, but I must admire her as long as I live." He gave me the particulars, so much to her ladyship's honour, that I told him he should not only be welcome to admire her ladyship, but that I would admire her too. They parted very good friends, and with great professions of esteem for each other. And as Mr. B. had undertaken to inspect into some exceptional accounts and managements of her ladyship's bailiff, one of her servants brought a letter for him on Monday last, wholly written on that subject, but she was so considerate as to send it unsealed in a cover directed to me. When I opened it, I was frightened to see it begin to Mr. B., and I hastened to find him. "Dear sir, here's some mistake. You see the direction is to Mrs. B. 'Tis very plain, but, upon my word, I have not read it. Don't be uneasy, my love. I know what the subject must be, but I dare swear there is nothing, nor will there ever be, but what you or anybody may see." He read it, and giving it to me, said, "Answer yourself the postscript, my dear." That was, "If, sir, the trouble I give you is likely to subject you or your young lady to uneasiness or apprehensions, I beg you will not be concerned in it. I will then set about the matter myself, for my uncle I will not trouble. Yet women enter into these particulars with as little advantage to themselves as inclination." I told him I was entirely easy and unapprehensive, and, after all his goodness to me, should be so, if he saw the Countess every day. "That's kindly said, my dear, but I will not trust myself to see her every day, or at all, for the present. But I shall be obliged to correspond with her for a month or so, on this occasion, unless you prohibit it, and it shall be in your power to do so." I said with my whole heart he might, and I should be quite easy in both their honours. "Yet I will not," said he, "unless you see our letters, for I know she will always, now she has begun, send in a cover to you what she will write to me, unsealed, and whether I am at home or abroad, I shall take it unkindly if you do not read them." He went in and wrote an answer, which he sent by the messenger, but would make me, whether I would or not, read it, and seal it up with his seal. But all this needed not to me now, who think so much better of the lady than I did before, and am so well satisfied in his own honour and generous affection for me. For you saw, madam, in what I wrote before, that he always loved me, though he was angry at times at my change of temper, as he feared, not knowing that I was apprised of what had passed between him and the Countess. I really am better pleased with his correspondence than I should have been, had it not been carried on, because the servants, on both sides, will see, by my deportment on the occasion, and I will officiously, with a smiling countenance, throw myself in their observation, that it is quite innocent, and this may help to silence the mouths of those who have so freely censured their conduct. Indeed, madam, I think I have received no small good myself by that affair, which once lay so heavy upon me, for I don't believe I shall be ever jealous again. Indeed, I don't think I shall. And won't that be an ugly foible overcome? I see what may be done, in cases not favourable to our wishes, by the aid of proper reflection, and that the bee is not the only creature that may make honey out of the bitter flowers as well as the sweet. My most grateful respects and thanks to my good Lord Davers, to the Earl and his excellent Countess, and most particularly to Lady Betty, with whose kind compliments your ladyship acquaints me, and to Mr. H. for all your united congratulations on my recovery. What obligations do I lie under to such noble and generous well-wishers! I can make no return but by my prayers, that God, by his goodness, will supply all my defects, and these will always attend you, from, my dearest lady, your ever obliged sister and humble servant, P.B. Mr. H. is just arrived. He says he comes a special messenger, to make a report how my face has come off. He makes me many compliments upon it. How kind your ladyship is, to enter so favourably into the minutest concerns, which you think may any way affect my future happiness in your dear brother's opinion. I want to pour out all my joy and my thankfulness to God before you and the good Countess of C, for I am happy, yea, a blessed creature. Mr. B.'s boy, your ladyship's boy, and my boy is charmingly well, quite strong, and very forward for his months, and his papa is delighted with him more and more. End of letter 82.
Letter 83 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 83. My dear Miss Darnford, I hope you are happy and well. You kindly say you can't be so till you hear of my perfect recovery. And this, blessed be God, you have heard already from Mr. B. As to your intimation of the fair nun, 'tis all happily over. Blessed be to God for that too. And I have a better and more endearing husband than ever. Did you think that could be? My Billy, too, improves daily, and my dear parents seem to have their youth renewed like the eagles. How many blessings have I to be thankful for! We are about to turn travellers to the northern counties. I think quite to the borders, and afterwards to the western, to Bath, Bristol, and I know not whither myself, but among the rest to Lincolnshire, that you may be sure of. Then how happy shall I be in my dear Miss Darnford! I long to hear whether poor Mrs. Jewkes is better or worse for the advice of the doctor, whom I ordered to attend her from Stamford, and in what frame her mind is. Do vouchsafe her a visit in my name, tell her, if she be low-spirited, what God hath done for me as to my recovery, and comfort her all you can, and bid her spare neither expense nor attendance, nor anything her heart can wish for, nor the company of any relations or friends she may desire to be with her. If she is in her last stage, poor soul, how noble will it be in you to give her comfort and consolation in her dying hours! Although we can merit nothing at the hand of God, yet I have a notion that we can deserve more of one another, and in some sense, for that reason, of Him, than in our charities on so trying an exigence. When the poor soul stands shivering, as it were, on the verge of death, and has nothing strong but its fears and doubts, then a little balm poured into the wounds of the mind, a little comforting advice to rely on God's mercies, from a good person, how consolatory must it be! And how, like morning mists before the sun, must all diffidences and gloomy doubts be chased away by it! But, my dear, the great occasion of my writing to you just now is by Lady Davers's desire, on a quite different subject. She knows how we love one another, and she has sent me the following lines by her kinsman, who came to Kent, purposely to inquire how my face fared in the smallpox, and accompanied us hither, i.e. to Bedfordshire, and sets out to-morrow for Lord Davers's. My dear Pamela, Jacky will tell you the reason of his journey, my curiosity on your own account, and I send this letter by him, but he knows not the contents. My good Lord Davers wants to have his nephew married and settled in the world, and his noble father leaves the whole matter to my lord as to the person, settlements, etc. Now I, as well as he, think so highly of the prudence, the person and family of your Miss Darnford, that we shall be obliged to you to sound the young lady on this score. I know Mr. H. would wish for no greater happiness. But if she is engaged, or cannot love my nephew, I don't care, nor would my lord, that such a proposal should be received with undue slight. His birth, and the title and estate he is heir to, are advantages that require a lady's consideration. He has not so much wit as Miss, but enough for a lord, whose friends are born before him, as the phrase is very good-humoured, no tool, no sot, no debauchee, and, let me tell you, this is not to be met with every day in a young man of quality. As to settlements, fortunes, etc., I fancy there would be no great difficulties. The business is, if Miss Darnford could love him well enough for a husband. That we leave to you to sound the young lady, and if she thinks she can, we will directly begin a treaty with Sir Simon. I am, my dearest Pamela, your ever affectionate sister, B. Davers. Now, my dear friend, as my lady has so well stated the case, I beg you to enable me to return an answer. I will not say one word pro or con till I know your mind, only that I think he is good-humoured and might be easily persuaded to anything a lady should think reasonable. I must tell you another piece of news in the matrimonial way. Mr. Williams has been here to congratulate us on our multiplied blessings, and he acquainted Mr. B. that an overture had been made him by his new patron, of a kinswoman of his lordship's, a person of virtue and merit, and a fortune of £3,000, to make him amends, as the Earl tell him, for quitting a better living to oblige him, and that he is in great hope of obtaining the lady's consent, which is all that is wanting. Mr. B. is much pleased with so good a prospect in Mr. Williams's favour, and was in the lady's company formerly at a ball, at Gloucester, he says. She is prudent and deserving, and offers to make a journey on purpose to forward it if he can be of service to him. I suppose you know that all is adjusted, according to the scheme I formerly acquainted you with, between Mr. Adams and that gentleman, and both are settled in their respective livings. But I ought to have told you that Mr. Williams, upon mature deliberation, declined the stipulated £80 per annum from Mr. Adams, as he thought it would have a simoniacal appearance. But now my hand's in. Let me tell you of a third matrimonial proposition, which gives me more puzzle and dislike a great deal. And that is, Mr. Adams has, with great reluctance, and after abundance of bashful apologies, asked me if I have any objection to his making his address to Polly Barlow, which, however, he told me, he had not mentioned to her, nor to anybody living, because he would first know whether I should take it amiss, as her service was so immediately about my person. This unexpected motion much perplexed me. Mr. Adams is a worthy man. He has now a very good living, yet just entered upon it, and I think, according to his accustomed prudence in other respects, had better have turned himself about first. But that is not the point with me neither. I have a great regard to the function. I think it is as necessary, in order to preserve the respect due to the clergy, that their wives should be nearly, if not quite as unblemished, and as circumspect as themselves, and this for the gentleman's own sake as well as in the eye of the world. For how shall he pursue his studies with comfort to himself, if made uneasy at home? Or how shall he expect his female parishioners will regard his public preaching, if he cannot have a due influence over the private conduct of his wife? I can't say, excepting in the instance of Mr. H., but Polly is a good sort of body enough so far as I know. But that is such a blot in the poor girl's escutcheon, a thing not accidental nor surprised into, not owing to inattention, but to cool premeditation, that I think I could wish Mr. Adams a wife more unexceptionable. 'Tis true Mr. Adams knows not this, but that is one of my difficulties. If I acquaint him with it, I shall hurt the poor girl irreparably, and deprive her of a husband, to whom she may possibly make a good wife. For she is not very meanly descended, much better than myself, as the world would say were a judgment to be made from my father's low estate, when I was exalted. I never, my dear, shall be ashamed of these retrospections. She is genteel, has a very innocent look, a good face, is neat in her person, and not addicted to any excess that I know of. But still, that one premeditated fault is so sad a one, though she might make a good wife for any middling man of business, yet she wants, methinks, that discretion, that purity which I would always have in the wife of a good clergyman. Then she has not applied her thoughts to that sort of economy, which the wife of a country clergyman ought to know something of, and has such a turn to dress and appearance, that I can see, if indulged, she would not be one that would help to remove the scandal, which some severe remarkers are apt to throw upon the wives of parsons, as they call them. The maiden, I believe, likes Mr. Adams not a little. She is very courteous to everybody, but most to him of anybody, and never has missed being present at our Sunday's duties, and 5 or 6 times Mrs. Jervis tells me she has found her desirous to have Mr. Adams expound this text, and that difficulty, and the good man is taken with her piety, which, and her reformation, I hope, is sincere. But she is very sly, very subtle, as I have found in several instances, as foolish as she was in the affair I hint at. So, sometimes I say to myself, the girl may love Mr. Adams. But then I answer, so she did Mr. H., and on his own very bad terms too. In short, but I won't be too censorious neither. So I'll say no more than that I was perplexed, and yet should be very glad to have Polly well married, for since that time I have always had some diffidences about her, because miss, her fault was so enormous, and, as I have said, so premeditated. I wanted you to advise with, but this was the method I took. I appointed Mr. Adams to drink a dish of tea with me. Polly attended as usual, for I can't say I love men attendants in these womanly offices. A tea kettle in a man's hand, that would, if there was no better employment for him, be fitter to hold a plough, or handle a flail or a scythe, have such a look with it. This is like my low breeding, some would say, perhaps, but I cannot call things polite that I think unseemly. And moreover, Lady Davers keeps me in countenance in this my notion, and who doubts her politeness? Well, but Polly attended, as I said, and there were strange simperings and bowing and curtsying between them, the honest gentleman seeming not to know how to let his mistress wait upon him, while she behaved with as much respect and officiousness as if she could not do too much for him. Very well, thought I have such an opinion of your veracity, Mr. Adams, that I dare say you have not mentioned the matter to Polly, but between her officiousness and your mutual simperings and complaisance, I see you have found a language between you, that is full as significant as plain English words. Polly, thought I, sees no difficulty in this text, nor need you, Mr. Adams, have much trouble to make her understand you, when you come to expound upon this subject. I was forced, in short, to put on a statelier and more reserved appearance than usual, to make them avoid acts of complaisance for one another, that might not be proper to be shewn before me, for one who sat as my companion to my servant. When she withdrew, the modest gentleman hemmed, and looked on one side, and turned to the right and left, as if his seat was uneasy to him, and I knew not how to speak. So I began in mere compassion to him, and said, Mr. Adams, I have been thinking of what you mentioned to me as to Polly Barlow. Hem, said he, and pulled out his handkerchief and wiped his mouth. Very well, madam. I hope no offence, madam. No, sir, none at all. But I am at a loss how to distinguish in this case, whether it may not be from a motive of too humble gratitude, that you don't think yourself above matching with Polly, as you may suppose her a favourite of mine, or whether it be your value for her person and qualities, that makes her more agreeable in your eyes than any other person would be. Madam, said the bashful gentleman, hesitatingly, I must needs say, I can't but own, that Mrs. Mary is a person whom I think very agreeable, and no less modest and virtuous. You know, sir, your own circumstances. To be sure you have a very pretty house, and a good living to carry a wife to, and a gentleman of your prudence and discretion wants not any advice, but you have reaped no benefits by your living. It has been an experience to you rather, which you will not presently get up. Do you propose an early marriage, sir? Or were it not better to suspend your intentions of that sort for a year or two more? Madam, if your ladyship choose not to part with— Nay, Mr. Adams, interrupted I say not anything for my own sake in this point. That is out of the question with me. I can very willingly part with Polly, were it to-morrow, for her good and yours. Madam, I humbly beg pardon, but delays may breed dangers. Oh, very well, thought I, if the artful girl has not let him know, by some means or other, that she has another humble servant. And so, miss, it has proved. For dismissing my gentleman, with assuring him that I had no objection at all to the matter, or to parting with Polly, as soon as it suited with their conveniency, I sounded her and asked, if she thought Mr. Adams had any affection for her. She said he was a very good gentleman. I know it, Polly, and are you not of opinion he loves you a little? My dear ma'am, love me? I don't know what such a gentleman as Mr. Adams should see in me to love me. Oh, thought I, does the doubt lie on that side then? I see 'tis not of thine. Well, but Polly, if you have another sweetheart, you should do the fair thing. It would be wrong if you encourage anybody else, if you thought of Mr. Adams. Indeed, ma'am, I had a letter sent me, a letter that I received from a young man in Bedford, but I never answered it. Oh, thought I, then thou wouldst not encourage two at once. And this was as plain a declaration as I wanted, that she had thoughts of Mr. Adams. But how came Mr. Adams, Polly, to know of this letter? How came he to know of it, ma'am? Repeated she, half surprised. Why, I don't know, I can't tell how it was, but I dropped it near his desk, pulling out my handkerchief, I believe, ma'am, and he brought it and gave it me again. Well, thought I, thou art an intriguing slut, I doubt, Polly. Delays may breed dangers, quoth the poor gentleman. Ah, girl, thought I, but did not say so. Thou deservest to have thy plot spoiled, that thou dost. But if thy forwardness should expose thee afterwards to evils which thou mayest avoid if thy schemes take place, I should very much blame myself. And I see he loves thee, so let the matter take its course. I will trouble myself no more about it. I only wish that thou wilt make Mr. Adams as good a wife as he deserves. And so I dismissed her, telling her that whoever thought of being a clergyman's wife should resolve to be as good as himself, to set an example to all her sex in the parish, and shew how much his doctrines had weight with her, should be humble, circumspect, gentle in her temper and manners, frugal, not proud, nor vying in dress with the ladies of the laity, should resolve to sweeten his labour, and to be obliging in her deportment to poor as well as rich, that her husband get no discredit through her means, which would weaken his influence upon his auditors, and that she must be most of all obliging to him, and study his temper, that his mind might be more disengaged, in order to pursue his studies with the better effect. And so much for your humble servant, and for Mr. Williams's, and Mr. Adams' matrimonial prospect. And don't think me so disrespectful that I have mentioned my Polly's affair in the same letter with yours. For in high and low, I forget the Latin phrase, I have not had a lesson a long, long while from my dear tutor, love is in all the same. But whether you'll like Mr. H. as well as Polly does Mr. Adams, that's the question. But, leaving that to your own decision, I conclude with one observation, that although I thought ours was a house of as little intriguing as anybody's, since the dear master of it has left off that practice, yet I cannot see that any family can be clear of some of it long together, where there are men and women worth plotting for, as husbands and wives. My best wishes and respects attend all your worthy neighbours. I hope ere long to assure them severally, to wit, Sir Simon, my lady, Mrs. Jones, Mr. Peters, and his lady and niece, whose kind congratulations make me very proud, and very thankful, how much I am obliged to them, and particularly, my dear, how much I am your ever affectionate and faithful friend and servant, P.B. End of letter 83.
Letter 84 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 84. From Miss Darnford in answer to the preceding. My dear Mrs. B., I have been several times, in company with Mr. Peters, to see Mrs. Jewkes. The poor woman is very bad, and cannot live many days. We comfort her all we can, but she often accuses herself of her past behaviour to so excellent a lady, and with blessings upon blessings heaped upon you and her master, and your charming little boy, is continually declaring how much your goodness to her aggravates her former faults to her own conscience. She has a sister-in-law and her niece with her, and has settled all her affairs, and thinks she is not long for this world. Her distemper is an inward decay, all at once as it were, from a constitution that seemed like one of iron, and she is a mere skeleton. You would not know her, I dare say. I will see her every day, and she has given me up all her keys and accounts to give to Mr. Longman, who is daily expected, and I hope will be here soon. For her sister-in-law, she says herself, is a woman of this world, as she has been. Mr. Peters calling upon me to go with him to visit her, I will break off here. Mrs. Jewkes is much as she was, but your faithful steward is come. I am glad of it, and so is she. Nevertheless I will go every day, and do all the good I can for the poor woman, according to your charitable desires. I thank you for your communication of Lady Davers's letter. I am much obliged to my lord and her ladyship, and should have been proud of an alliance with that noble family, but with all Mr. H.'s good qualities, as my lady paints them out, and his other advantages, I could not, for the world, make him my husband. I'll tell you one of my objections in confidence, however, for you are only to sound me, you know. And I would not have it mentioned that I have taken any thought about the matter, because a stronger reason may be given, such a one as my lord and lady will both allow, which I will communicate to you by and by. My objection arises even from what you intimate of Mr. H.'s good humour and his persuadableness, if I may so call it. Now, where of a boisterous temper and high spirit, such an one as required great patience in a husband to bear with me, then Mr. H.'s good humour might have been a consideration with me. But when I have, I pride myself in the thought, a temper not wholly unlike your own, and such an one as would not want to contend for superiority with his husband, it is no recommendation to me, that Mr. H. is a good-humoured gentleman, and will bear with faults I design not to be guilty of. But, my dear Mrs. B., my husband must be a man of sense, and give me reason to think he has a superior judgment to my own, or I shall be unhappy. He will otherwise do wrong-headed things. I shall be forced to oppose him in them. He will be tenacious and obstinate, be taught to talk of prerogative and to call himself a man, without knowing how to behave as one, and I to despise him, of course. So be deemed a bad wife, when I hope I have qualities that would make me a tolerable good one, with a man of sense for my husband. Now you must not think I would dispense with real good humour in a man. No, I make it one of my indispensables in a husband. A good-natured man will put the best constructions on what happens, but he must have sense to distinguish the best. He will be kind to little, unwilful, undesigned failings, but he must have judgment to distinguish what are, or are not so. But Mr. H.'s good humour is softness, as I may call it, and my husband must be such an one, in short, as I need not be ashamed to be seen with in company. One who, being my head, must not be beneath all the gentlemen he may happen to fall in with, and who, every time he is adjusting his mouth for speech, will give me pain at my heart, and blushes in my face, even before he speaks. I could not bear, therefore, that every one we encountered should be prepared, whenever he offered to open his lips, by their contemptuous smiles, to expect some weak and silly things from him, and when he had spoken, that he should, with a booby grin, seem pleased that he had not disappointed them. The only recommendatory point in Mr. H. is, that he dresses exceedingly smart, and is no contemptible figure of a man. But, dear madam, you know, that's so much the worse, when the man's talent is not taciturnity, except before his aunt, or before Mr. B. or you, when he is not conscious of internal defect, and values himself upon outward appearance. As to his attempts upon your Polly, though I don't like him the better for it, yet it is a fault, so wickedly common among men, that when a woman resolves never to marry, till a quite virtuous man addresses her, it is, in other words, resolving to die single. So that I make not this the chief objection. And yet I would abate in my expectations of 6 other good qualities, rather than that one of virtue in a husband. But when I reflect upon the figure of Mr. H. made in that affair, I cannot bear him. And, if I may judge of other coxcombs by him, what wretches are these smart well-dressing Querpo fellows, many of whom you and I have seen admire themselves at the plays and operas. This is one of my infallible rules, and I know it is yours too, that he who is taken up with the admiration of his own person will never admire a wife's. His delights are centred in himself, and he will not wish to get out of that exceeding narrow circle, and, in my opinion, should keep no company but that of tailors, wig-puffers, and milliners. But I will run on no further upon this subject, but will tell you a reason, which you may give to Lady Davers, why her kind intentions to me cannot be answered, and which she will take better than what I have said, were she to know it, as I hope you won't let her. And this is, my papa has had a proposal made to him from a gentleman you have seen, and I thought polite. It is from Sir W. G. of this county, who is one of your great admirers, and Mr. B.'s too, and that, you must suppose, makes me have never the worse opinion of him, or of his understanding, although it requires no great sagacity or penetration to see how much you adore in our sex, and human nature too. Everything was adjusted between my papa and mamma and Sir William, on condition we approved of each other, before I came down, which I knew not, till I had seen him here 4 times, and then my papa surprised me into half an approbation of him, and this, it seems, was one of the reasons why I was so hurried down from you. I can't say, but I like the man as well as most I have seen. He is a man of sense and sobriety, to give him his due, in very easy circumstances, and much respected by all who know him, which is no bad earnest in a marriage prospect. But, hitherto, he seems to like me better than I do him. I don't know how it is, but I often observe that when anything is in our power, we are not half so much taken with it as we should be perhaps if we were kept in suspense. Why should this be? But this I am convinced of, there is no comparison between Sir William and Mr. Murray. Now I have named this brother-in-law of mine, what do you think? Why, that good couple have had their house on fire 3 times already. Once it was put out by Mr. Murray's mother, who lives near them, and twice Sir Simon has been forced to carry water to extinguish it, for truly Mrs. Murray would go home again to her papa. She would not live with such a surly wretch, and it was with all his heart, a fair riddance, for there was no bearing the house with such an ill-natured wife. Her sister Polly was worth 1,000 of her. I am heartily sorry for their unhappiness. But could she think everybody must bear with her and her fretful ways? They'll jangle on, I reckon, till they are better used to one another, and when he sees she can't help it, why, he'll bear with her, as husbands generally do with ill-tempered wives. He'll try to make himself happy abroad, and leave her to quarrel with her mates, instead of him. For she must have somebody to vent her spleen upon, poor Nancy. I am glad to hear of Mr. William's good fortune. As Mr. Adams knows not Polly's fault, and it was prevented in time, they may be happy enough. She is a sly girl. I always thought her so. Something so innocent, and yet so artful in her very looks. She is an odd compound. But these worthy and piously turned young gentlemen, who have but just quitted the college, are mere novices as to the world. Indeed, they are above it, while in it. They therefore give themselves little trouble to study it, and so, depending on the goodness of their own hearts, are more liable to be imposed upon than people of half their understanding. I think, since he seems to love her, you do right not to hinder the girl's fortune. But I wish she may take your advice in her behaviour to him. At least, for as to her carriage to her neighbours, I doubt she'll be one of the heads of the parish presently in her own estimation. 'Tis pity, methinks, any worthy man of the cloth should have a wife, who, by her bad example, should pull down as fast as he by a good one can build up. This is not the case of Mrs. Peters, however, whose example I wish was more generally followed by gentlewomen, who are made so by marrying good clergymen, if they were not so before. Don't be surprised if you should hear that poor Jewkes is given over. She made her very exemplary, full of blessings, and more easy and resigned than I apprehended she would be. I know you'll shed a tear for the poor woman. I can't help it myself. But you will be pleased that she had so much time given her, and made so good use of it. Mr. Peters has been everything that one would wish one of his function to be, in his attendance and advice to the poor woman. Mr. Longman will take proper care of everything. So I will only add that I am, with the sincerest respect, in hopes to see you soon, for I have a multitude of things to talk to you about, dear Mrs. B., your ever faithful and affectionate Polly Darnford. End of letter 84.
Letter 85 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 85. From Mrs. B. to Lady Davers. My dear Lady Davers, I understand from Miss Darnford that before she went down from us her papa had encouraged a proposal made by Sir W. G., whom you saw, when your ladyship was a kind visitor in Bedfordshire. We all agreed, if you remember, that he was a polite and sensible gentleman, and I find it is countenanced on all hands. Poor Mrs. Jewkes, madam, as Miss informs me, has paid her last debt. I hope through mercy she is happy. Poor, poor woman! But why say I so? Since in that case she will be richer than an earthly monarch. Your ladyship was once mentioning a sister of Mrs. Warden's, whom you wished to recommend to some worthy family. Shall I beg of you, madam, to oblige Mr. B.'s in this particular? I am sure she must have merit if your ladyship thinks well of her, and your commands in this, as well as in every other particular in my power, shall have their due weight with your ladyship's obliged sister and humble servant, P.B. Just now, dear madam, Mr. B. tells me I shall have Miss Goodwill brought me hither to-morrow. End of letter 85. Letter 86 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 86. From Lady Davers to Mrs. B. in answer to the preceding. My dear Pamela, I am glad Miss Darnford is likely to be so happy in a husband as Sir W. G. will certainly make her. I was afraid that my proposal would not do with her, had she not had so good a tender. I want, too, to have the foolish fellow married, for several reasons, one of which he is continually teasing us to permit him to go up to town, and reside there for some months, in order that he may see the world, as he calls it. But we are convinced he would feel it, as well as see it, if we give way to his request. For in understanding, dress, and inconsiderate vanity, he is so exactly cut out and sized for a town fop, or coxcomb, or pretty fellow, that he will undoubtedly fall into all the vices of those people, and perhaps, having expectations as he has, will be made the property of rakes and sharpers. He complains that we use him like a child in a go-cart, or a baby with leading strings, and that he must not be trusted out of our sight. 'Tis a sad thing, that these bodies will grow up to the stature of men when the minds improve not at all with them, but are still those of boys and children. Yet he would certainly make a fond husband, for he has no very bad qualities. But is such a Narcissus! But this between ourselves, for his uncle is wrapped up in the fellow. And why? Because he's good-humoured, that's all. He has vexed me lately, which makes me write so angrily about him. But 'tis not worth troubling you with the particulars. I hope Mrs. Jewkes is happy, as you say. Poor woman! She seemed to promise for a longer life. But what shall we say? Your compliment to me about my Beck's sister is a very kind one. Mrs. Oldham is a sober, grave widow, a little aforehand in the world, but not much, has lived well, understands household management thoroughly, is diligent, and has a turn to serious things which will make you like her the better. I'll order Beck and her to wait on you, and she will satisfy you in everything as to what you may, or may not, expect of her. You can't think how kindly I take this motion from you. You forget nothing that can oblige your friends. Little did I think you would remember me of, what I had forgotten in a manner, my favourable opinion and wishes for her expressed so long ago. But you are what you are, a dear, obliging creature. Beck is all joy and gratitude upon it, and her sister had rather serve you than the princess. You need be under no difficulties about terms. She would serve you for nothing, if you would accept of her service. I am glad, because it pleases you so much, that Miss Goodwin will be soon put into your care. It will be happy for the child, and I hope she will be so dutiful as to give you no pain for your generous goodness to her. Her mamma has sent me a present of some choice products of that climate, with acknowledgments of my kindness to Miss. I will send part of it to you by your new servant, for so I presume to call her already. What a naughty sister are you, however, to be so far advanced again as to be obliged to shorten your intended excursions, and yet not to send me word of it yourself. Don't you know how much I interest myself in everything that makes for my brother's happiness and yours? More especially in so material a point as is the increase of a family that it is my boast to be sprung from. Yet I must find this out by accident and by other hands. Is not this very slighting? But never do so again, and I'll forgive you now because of the joy it gives me, who am your truly affectionate and obliged sister, B. Davers. I thank you for your book upon the plays you saw. Enclosed is a list of some others, which I desire you to read, and to oblige me with your remarks upon them at your leisure, though you may not perhaps have seen them by the time you will favour me with your observations. End of letter 86.
Letter 87 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 87 from Mrs. B. to Lady Davers. My dear Lady Davers, I have a valuable present made me by the same lady, and therefore hope you will not take it amiss, that with abundance of thanks I return yours by Mrs. Worden, whose sister I much approve of, and thank your ladyship for your kind recommendation of so worthy a person. We begin with so much good liking to one another, that I doubt not we shall be very happy together. A moving letter, much more valuable to me than the handsome present, was put into my hands at the same time with that, of which the following is a copy. From Mrs. Wrightson, formerly Miss Sally Godfrey, to Mrs. B. Happy, deservedly happy, dear lady. Permit these lines to kiss your hands from one who, though she is a stranger to your person, is not so to your character. That has reached us here in this remote part of the world, where you have as many admirers as have heard of you. But I more particularly am bound to be so, by an obligation which I can never discharge, but by my daily prayers for you, and the blessings I continually implore upon you and yours. I can write my whole mind to you, though I cannot, from the most deplorable infelicity, receive from you the wished for favour of a few lines in return, written with the same unreservedness. So unhappy am I from the effects of an inconsideration and weakness on one hand, and temptation on the other, which you, at a tender age, most nobly, for your own honour and that of your sex, have escaped, whilst I, but let my tears in these blots speak the rest, as my heart bleeds, and has constantly bled ever since, at the grievous remembrance. But believe, however, dear madam, that 'tis shame and sorrow, and not pride and impenitence, that make me both to speak out to so much purity of life and manners, my own odious weakness. Nevertheless, I ought and I will accuse myself by name. Imagine then, illustrious lady, truly illustrious for virtues, infinitely superior to all the advantages of birth and fortune, imagine, I say, that in this letter you see before you the once guilty, and therefore, I doubt, always guilty, but ever penitent Sarah Godfrey, the unhappy, though fond and tender mother of the poor infant, to whom your generous goodness has, I hear, extended itself, so as to make you desirous of taking her under your worthy protection. God for ever bless you for it. praise an indulgent mother who admires at an awful distance that virtue in you which she could not practise herself. And will you, dearest lady, take under your own immediate protection the poor unguilty infant? Will you love her for the sake of her suffering mamma, whom you know not, for the sake of the gentleman now so dear to you and so worthy of you as I hear with pleasure he is? And will you, by the best example in the world, give me a moral assurance that she will never sink into the fault, the weakness, the crime, I ought not to scruple to call it so, of her poor inconsiderate? But you are her mamma now. I will not think of a guilty one, therefore. What a joy is it to me, in the midst of my heavy reflections on my past misconduct, that my beloved Sally can boast a virtuous and innocent mamma, who has withstood the snares and temptations that have been so fatal elsewhere, and whose example and instructions, next to God's grace, will be the strongest fences to her honour. Once more I say, and on my knees I write it, God for ever bless you here, and augment your joys hereafter, for your generous goodness to my poor and still now motherless infant. I hope she, by her duty and obligingness, will do all in her little power to make you amends, and never give you cause to repent of this your unexampled kindness to her and to me. She cannot, I hope, except her mother's crime has had an influence upon her too much like that of an original stain, be of a sordid or an ungrateful nature. And, oh, my poor Sally, if you are, and if ever you fail in your duty to your new mamma, to whose care and authority I transfer my whole right in you, remember that you have no more a mamma in me, nor can you be entitled to my blessing or my prayers, which I make now on that only condition, your implicit obedience to all your new mamma's commands and directions. You may have the curiosity, madam, to wish to know how I live, for no doubt you have heard all my sad story. Know then that I am as happy as a poor creature can be, who has once so deplorably, so inexcusably fallen. I have a worthy gentleman for my husband, who married me as a widow, whose only child by my former was the care of her papa's friends, particularly of good Lady Davers and her brother. Poor unhappy I, to be under such a sad necessity to disguise the truth. Mr. Wrightson, whose name I am unworthily honoured by, has often entreated me to send for the poor child, and to let her be joined as his. Killing thought that it cannot be, with 2 children I have by him. Judge, my good lady, how that very generosity, which, had I been guiltless, would have added to my joys, must wound me deeper than even ungenerous or unkind usage from him could do, and how heavy that crime must lie upon me, which turns my very pleasures to misery, and fixes all the joy I can know in repentance for my past misdeeds. How happy are you, madam, on the contrary, you who have nothing of this sort to pall, nothing to mingle with your felicities, who, blessed in an honour untainted and a conscience that cannot reproach you, are enabled to enjoy every well-deserved comfort as it offers itself, and can improve it too, by reflection on your past conduct, while mine, alas, like a winter frost, nips in the bud every rising satisfaction. My husband is rich as well as generous, and very tender of me. Happy if I could think myself as deserving as he thinks me. My principal comfort, as I hinted, is in my penitence for my past faults, and that I have a merciful God for my judge, who knows that penitence to be sincere. You may guess, madam, from what I have said, in what light I must appear here, and if you would favour me with a line or two in answer to the letter you have now in your hand, it will be one of the greatest pleasures I can receive. a pleasure next to that which I have received in knowing that the gentleman you love best has had the grace to repent of all his evils, has early seen his errors, and has thereby, I hope, freed two persons from being one day mutual accusers of each other. For now I please myself to think that the crimes of both may be washed away in the blood of that Saviour God, whom both have so grievously offended. May that God, who has not suffered me to be abandoned entirely to my own shame, as I deserved, continue to shower down upon you those blessings which a virtue like yours may expect from his mercy. May you long be happy in the possession of all you wish, and late, very late, for the good of thousands I wish this, may you receive the reward of your piety, your generosity, and your filial, your social and conjugal virtues, are the prayers of your most unworthy admirer and obliged humble servant, Sarah Wrightson. Mr. Wrightson begs your acceptance of a small present, part of which can have no value, but what its excelling qualities for what it is will give it at so great a distance as that dear England, which I once left with so much shame and regret, but with a laudable purpose, however, because I would not incur still greater shame, and of consequence give cause for still greater regret. To this letter, my dear Lady Davers, I have written the following answer, which Mr. B. will take care to have conveyed to her. Dearest Madam, I embrace with great pleasure the opportunity you have so kindly given me of writing to a lady whose person, though I have not the honour to know, yet whose character and noble qualities I truly revere. I am infinitely obliged to you, Madam, for the precious trust you have reposed in me, and the right you make over to me of your maternal interest in a child on whom I set my heart the moment I saw her. Lady Davers, whose love and tenderness for Miss, as well for her mamma's sake as your late worthy spouse's, had from her kind opinion of me consented to grant me this favour, and I was, by Mr. B.'s leave, in actual possession of my pretty ward about a week before your kind letter came to my hands. As I had been long very solicitous for this favour, judge how welcome your kind concurrence was, and the rather as, had I known that a letter from you was on the way to me, I should have feared you would insist upon depriving the surviving friends of her dear papa, of the pleasure they take in the dear child. Indeed, Madam, I believe we should one and all have joined to disobey you, had that been the case, and it is great satisfaction to us that we are not under so hard a necessity as to dispute with a tender mamma the possession of her own child. Assure yourself, worthiest Madam, of a care and tenderness in me to the dear child, truly maternal, and answerable as much as in my power to the trust you repose in me. The little boy that God has given me shall not be more dear to me than my sweet Miss Goodwin shall be, and my care, by God's grace, shall extend to her future as well as to her present prospects, that she may be worthy of that piety and truly religious excellence which I admire in your character. We all rejoice, dear Madam, in the account you give of your present happiness. It was impossible that God Almighty should desert a lady so exemplary deserving, and he certainly conducted you in your resolutions to abandon every thing that you loved in England after the loss of your dear spouse, because it seems to have been his intention that you should reward the merit of Mr. Wrightson, and meet with your own reward in so doing. Miss is very fond of my little Billy. She is a charming child, is easy and genteel in her shape, and very pretty. She dances finely, has a sweet air, and is improving every day in music, works with her needle, and reads admirably for her years, and takes a delight in both, which gives me no small pleasure. But she is not very forward in her penmanship, as you will see by what follows. The inditing, too, is her own, but in that and the writing she took a great deal of time on a separate paper. Dearest dear mamma, your Sally is full of joy to have any commands from her honoured mamma. I promise to follow all your directions. Indeed, and upon my word, I will. You please me mightily in giving me so dear a new mamma here. Now I know indeed I have a mamma, and I will love and obey her as if she was you, your own self. Indeed I will. You must always bless me, because I will be always good. I hope you will believe me, because I am above telling fibs. I am, my honoured mamma, on the other side of the water, and ever will be, as if you was here, your dutiful daughter, Sally Goodwin. Miss, permit me, dear madam, to subjoin, is a very good-tempered child, easy to be persuaded, and I hope loves me dearly, and I will endeavour to make her love me better and better, for on that love will depend the regard which I hope she will pay to all I shall say and do for her good. Repeating my acknowledgments for the kind trust you repose in me, and with thanks for the valuable presents you have sent me, we all here join in respects to worthy Mr. Wrightson, and in wishing you, madam, a continuance and increase of worldly felicity, and I particularly beg leave to assure you that I am and ever will be, with the highest respect and gratitude, though personally unknown, dearest madam, the affectionate admirer of your piety and your obliged humble servant, P.B. Your ladyship will see how I was circumscribed and limited. Otherwise I would have said, what I have mentioned more than once, how I admire and honour her for her penitence, and for that noble resolution which enabled her to do what thousands could not have had the heart to do, abandon her country, her relations, friends, baby, and all that was dear to her, as well as the seducer, whom she too well loved, and hazard the sea, the dangers of pirates, and possibly of other wicked attempters of the mischievous sex, in a world she knew nothing of, among strangers, and all to avoid repeating a sin she had been unhappily drawn into, and for which she still abhors herself. Must not such a lady as this, dear madam, have as much merit as many even of those who, having not had her temptations, have not fallen? This, at least, one may aver, that next to not committing an error, is the resolution to retrieve it all that one may, to repent of it, and studiously to avoid the repetition. But who, besides this excellent Mrs. Wrightson, having so fallen, and being still so ardently solicited and pursued, and flattered perhaps by fond hopes that her spoiler would one day do her all the justice he could, for who can do complete justice to a woman he has robbed of her honour, could resolve as she resolved, and act as she acted? Miss Goodwin is a sweet child, but, permit me to say, has a little of her papa's spirit, hasty, yet generous and acknowledging when she is convinced of her fault, a little haughtier and prouder than I wish her to be, but in everything else deserves the character I give of her to her mamma. She is very fond of fine clothes, is a little too lively to the servants, told me once, when I took notice that softness and mildness of speech became a young lady, that they were but servants, and she could say no more than pray, and I desire, and I wish you'd be so kind, to her uncle or to me. I told her that good servants deserved any civil distinctions, and that so long as they were ready to oblige in everything by a kind word, it would be very wrong to give them imperative ones, which could serve for no other end but to convince observers of the haughtiness of one's own temper, and looked as if one would question their compliance with our wills, unless we would exact it with an high hand, which might cast a slur upon the command we gave, as if we thought it was hardly so reasonable as otherwise to obtain their observation of it. Besides, my dear, said I, you don't consider that if you speak as haughtily and commandingly to them on common as on extraordinary occasions, you weaken your own authority, if even you should be permitted to have any, and they'll regard you no more in the one case than in the other. She takes great notice of what I say, and when her little proud heart is subdued by reasonings she cannot answer, she will sit as if she were studying what to say, to come off as flying as she can, and as the case requires, I let her go off easily, or push the little dear to her last refuge, and make her quit her post, and yield up her spirit a captive to reason and discretion, two excellent commanders, with whom I tell her I must bring her to be intimately acquainted. Yet, after all, till I can be sure that I can inspire her with the love of virtue for its own sake, I will rather try to conduct her spirit to proper ends, than endeavour totally to subdue it. being sensible that our passions are given us for excellent ends, and that they may, by a proper direction, be made subservient to the noblest purposes. I tell her sometimes there may be a decent pride in humility, and that it is very possible for a young lady to behave with so much true dignity as shall command respect by the turn of her eye, sooner than by asperity of speech, that she may depend upon it, the person who is always finding faults frequently causes them, and that it is no glory to be better born than servants, if she is not better behaved too. Besides, I tell her humility is a grace that shines in a high condition, but cannot equally in a low one, because that is already too much humbled, perhaps, and that, though there is a censure lies against being poor and proud, yet I would rather forgive pride in a poor body than in a rich, for in the rich it is insult and arrogance, proceeding from their high condition, but in the poor it may be a defensive against dishonesty, and may show a natural bravery of mind, perhaps, if properly directed, and manifested on right occasions, that the frowns of fortune cannot depress. She says she hears every day things from me which her governess never taught her. That may very well be, I tell her, because her governess has many young ladies to take care of, I but one, and that I want to make her wise and prudent betimes, that she may be an example to other misses, and that governesses and mammas shall say to their misses, "When will you be like Miss Goodwin? Do you ever hear Miss Goodwin say a naughty word? Would Miss Goodwin think you have done so or so?" She threw her arms about my neck on one such occasion as this. "Oh," she said, "what a charming mamma have I got! I will be in everything as like you as ever I can, and then you will love me, and so will my uncle, and so will everybody else." Mr. B., whom now and then she says she loves as well as if he was her own papa, sees with pleasure how we go on, but she tells me I must not have any daughter but her, and is very jealous on the occasion about which your ladyship so kindly reproaches me. There is a pride, you know, madam, in some of our sex, that serves to useful purposes, is a good defence against improper matches and mean actions, and is not wholly to be subdued for that reason. For though it is not virtue, yet if it can be virtue's substitute, in high, rash, and inconsiderate minds, it may turn to good account. So I will not quite discourage my dear pupil neither, till I see what discretion and riper years may add to her distinguishing faculty. For as some have no notion of pride, separate from imperiousness and arrogance, so others know no difference between humility and meanness. There is a golden mean in everything, and if it please God to spare us both, I will endeavour to point her passions, and such even of those foibles which seem too deeply rooted to be soon eradicated, to useful purposes, choosing to imitate physicians, who in certain chronical illnesses, as I have read in Lord Bacon, rather proceed by palliatives than by harsh extirpatives, which, through the resistance given to them by the constitution, may create such ferments in it as may destroy that health it was their intention to establish. But whither am I running? Your ladyship, I hope, will excuse this parading freedom of my pen, for though these notions are well enough with regard to Miss Goodwin, they must be very impertinent to a lady who can so much better instruct Mrs. Tutoress than that vain tutoress can her pupil. And therefore, with my humblest respects to my good Lord Davers, and your noble neighbours, and to Mr. H., I hasten to conclude myself your ladyship's obliged sister and obedient servant, P.B. Your Billy, madam, is a charming dear. I long to have you see him. He sends you a kiss upon this paper. You will see it stained just here. The charmer has cut 2 teeth, and is about more, so you'll excuse the dear, pretty, slabbering boy. Miss Goodwin is ready to eat him with love, and Mr. B. is fonder and fonder of us all. And then your ladyship and my good Lord Davers love us too. O madam, what a blessed creature am I! Miss Goodwin begs I'll send her duty to her noble uncle and aunt. That's her just distinction always when she speaks of you both. She asked me, pretty dear, just now, if I think there is such a happy girl in the world as she is. I tell her, God always blesses good misses, and makes them happier and happier. End of letter 87. Letter 88 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 88. My dear Lady Davers, I have 3 marriages to acquaint you with in one letter. In the first place, Sir W.G. has sent, by the particular desire of my dear friend, that he was made one of the happiest men in England on the 18th past, and so I have no longer my Miss Darnford to boast of. I have a very good opinion of the gentleman, but if he be but half so good a husband as she will make a wife, they will be exceedingly happy in one another. Mr. Williams's marriage to a kinswoman of his noble patron, as you have heard was in treaty, is the next, and there is great reason to believe, from the character of both, that they will likewise do credit to the state. The third is Mr. Adams and Polly Barlow, and I wish them, for both their sakes, as happy as either of the former. They are set out to his living, highly pleased with one another, and I hope will have reason to continue so to be. As to the first, I did not indeed think the affair would have been so soon concluded, and Miss kept it off so long as I understood that her papa was angry with her, and indeed as the gentleman's family, circumstances, and character were such that there could lie no objection against him, I think it would have been wrong to have delayed it. I should have written to your ladyship before, but have been favoured with Mr. B.'s company into Kent, on a visit to my good mother, who was indisposed. We tarried there a week, and left both my dear parents, to my thankful satisfaction, in as good health as ever they were in their lives. Mrs. Judy Swynford, or Miss Swynford, as she refuses not being called now and then, has been with us for this week past, and she expects her brother Sir Jacob to fetch her away in about a week hence. It does not become me to write the least word that may appear disrespectful of any person related to your ladyship and Mr. B. Otherwise, I should say that the B's and the S's are directly the opposites of one another. But yet, as she never saw your ladyship but once, you will forgive me to mention a word or two about her, because she is a character that is in a manner new to me. She is a maiden lady, as you know, and though she will not part with the green leaf from her hand, one sees by the grey goose down on her brows and her head that she cannot be less than 55. But so much pains does she take, by powder, to have never a dark hair in her head, because she has one half of them white, that I am sorry to see what is a subject for reverence should be deemed by the good lady matter of concealment. She is often seemingly reproaching herself that she is an old maid and an old woman, but it is very discernible that she expects a compliment that she is not so, every time she is so free with herself, and if nobody makes her one, she will say something of that sort in her own behalf. She takes particular care that of all the public transactions which happen to be talked of, her memory will never carry her back above 30 years, and then it is about 30 years ago, when I was a girl, or when I was in hanging sleeves, and so she makes herself, for 20 years of her life, a very useless and insignificant person. If her teeth, which for her age are very good, though not over white, and which by her care of them she seems to look upon as the last remains of her better days, would but fail, it might help her to a conviction that would set her 10 years forwarder at least. But, poor lady, she is so young, in spite of her wrinkles, that I am really concerned for her affectation, because it exposes her to the remarks and ridicule of the gentlemen, and gives one pain for her. Surely these ladies don't act prudently at all, since for every year Mrs. Judy would take from her age, her censurers add 2 to it, and behind her back make her going on towards 70, whereas if she would lay claim to her reverentials, as I may say, and not try to conceal her age, she would have many compliments for looking so well at her years. And many a young body would hope to be the better for her advice and experience, who now are afraid of affronting her, if they suppose she has lived much longer in the world than themselves. Then she looks back to the years she owns, when more flippant ladies, at the laughing time of her life, delight to be frolic. She tries to sing, too, although if ever she had a voice she has outlived it, and her songs are of so antique a date that they would betray her, only, as she says, they were learnt her by her grandmother, who was a fine lady at the Restoration. She will join in a dance, and though her limbs move not so pliantly as might be expected of a lady no older than she would be thought, and whose dancing days are not entirely over, yet that was owing to a fall from her horse some years ago, which she doubts she shall never recover, though she finds she grows better and better every year. Thus she loses the respect, the reverence she might receive, were it not for this miserable affectation, takes pains by aping youth to make herself unworthy of her years, and is content to be thought less discreet than she might otherwise be deemed, for fear she should be imagined older if she appeared wiser. What a sad thing is this, madam! What a mistaken conduct! We pray to live to old age, and it is promised as a blessing, and as a reward for the performance of certain duties, and yet, when we come to it, we had rather be thought as foolish as youth than to be deemed wise and in possession of it. And so we show how little we deserve what we have been so long coveting, and yet covet on. For what? Why, to be more and more ashamed, and more unworthy of that we covet? How fantastic a character is this! Well may irreverent, unthinking youth despise instead of revere the hoary head which the wearer is so much ashamed of. The lady boasts a relationship to you and Mr. B., and I think I'm very bold, but my reverence for years, and the disgust I have to see anybody behave unworthy of them, makes me take the greater liberty, which, however, I shall wish I had not taken, if it meets not with that allowance which I have always had from your ladyship in what I write. God knows whether ever I may enjoy the blessing I so much revere in others, for now my heavy time approaches, but I was so apprehensive before, and so troublesome to my best friends with my vapourish fears, that now, with a perfect resignation to the divine will, I will only add that I am your ladyship's most obliged sister and servant, P.B. My dear Billy and Miss Goodwin improve every day, and are all I can desire or expect them to be. Could Mrs. poor mamma be here with a wish, and back again, how much would she be delighted with one of our afternoon conferences, our Sunday employments especially. And let me add, that I am very happy in another young gentleman of the Dean's recommending, instead of Mr. Adams. End of letter 88. Letter 89 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 89. My dearest lady, I am once more, blessed be God for all his mercies to me, enabled on my upsitting to thank you and my noble lord for all your kind solicitudes for my welfare. Billy every day improves. Miss is all I wish her to be, and my second dear boy continues to be as lovely and as fine a baby as your ladyship was pleased to think him, and their papa the best of husbands. I am glad to hear Lady Betty is likely to be so happy. Mr. B. says her noble admirer is as worthy a gentleman as any in the peerage, and I beg of you to congratulate the dear lady and her noble parents in my name, if I should be at a distance when the nuptials are celebrated. I have had the honour of a visit from my lady the Countess Dowager, on occasion of her leaving the kingdom for a year or two, for which space she designs to reside in Italy, principally at Naples or Florence, a design she took up some time ago, but which, it seems, she could not conveniently put into execution till now. Mr. B. was abroad when her ladyship came, and I expected him not till the next day. She sent her gentleman the preceding evening to let me know that business had brought her as far as Woburn, and if it would not be unacceptable, she would pay her respects to me at breakfast the next morning, being speedily to leave England. I returned that I should be very proud of that honour, and about 10 her ladyship came. She was exceedingly fond of my 2 boys, the little man and the pretty baby, as she called them, and I had very different emotions from the expression of her love to Billy and her visit to me from what I had once before. She was sorry, she said, Mr. B. was abroad, though her business was principally with me. "For, Mrs. B.," said she, "I come to tell you all that passed between Mr. B. and myself, that you may not think worse of either of us than we deserve, and I could not leave England till I had waited on you for this purpose. And yet, perhaps, from the distance of time, you will think it needless now. And indeed I should have waited on you before, to have cleared up my character with you, had I thought I should have been so long kept on this side of the water." I said I was very sorry I had ever been uneasy, when I had 2 persons of so much honour. "Nay," said she, interrupting me, "you have no need to apologize. Things looked bad enough, as they were presented to you, to justify greater uneasiness than you expressed." She asked me who that pretty genteel miss was. I said a relation of Lord Davers, who was entrusted lately to my care. "Then, miss," said her ladyship, and kissed her, "you are very happy." Believing the Countess was desirous of being alone with me, I said, "My dear Miss Goodwin, won't you go to your little nursery, my love?" for so she calls my last blessing. "You'd be sorry the baby should cry for you." For she was so taken with the charming lady that she was loath to leave us, but on my saying this, withdrew. When we were alone, the Countess began her story with a sweet confusion, which added to her loveliness. She said she would be brief, because she should exact all my attention, and not suffer me to interrupt her till she had done. She began with acknowledging that she thought, when she first saw Mr. B. at the masquerade, that he was the finest gentleman she had ever seen; that the allowed freedoms of the place had made her take liberties in following him, and engaging him wherever he went. She blamed him very freely for passing for a single man; for that, she said, since she had so splendid a fortune of her own, was all she was solicitous about, having never, as she confessed, seen a man she could like so well, her former marriage having been in some sort forced upon her, at an age when she knew not how to distinguish, and that she was very loath to believe him married, even when she had no reason to doubt it. "Yet this I must say," said she, "I never heard a man, when he owned he was married, express himself with more affectionate regard and fondness than he did of you, which made me long to see you; for I had a great opinion of those personal advantages which every one flattered me with, and was very unwilling to yield the palm of beauty to you. I believe you will censure me, Mrs. B., for permitting his visits after I knew he was married. To be sure, that was a thoughtless and a faulty part of my conduct; but the world's saucy censures, and my friends' indiscreet interposals, incensed me, and knowing the uprightness of my own heart, I was resolved to disgrace both when I found they could not think worse of me than they did. I am naturally of a high spirit, impatient of contradiction, always gave myself freedoms, for which, satisfied with my own innocence, I thought myself above being accountable to any body. And then Mr. B. has such noble sentiments, a courage and fearlessness, which I saw on more occasions than one, that all ladies who know the weakness of their own sex, and how much they want the protection of the brave, are taken with. Then his personal address was so peculiarly distinguishing that, having an opinion of his honour, I was embarrassed greatly how to deny myself his conversation, although, you'll pardon me, Mrs. B., I began to be afraid that my reputation might suffer in the world's opinion for the indulgence. Then, when I had resolved, as I did several times, to see him no more, some unforeseen accident threw him in my way again, at one entertainment or other, for I love balls and concerts and public diversions perhaps better than I ought, and then I had all my resolves to begin again. Yet this I can truly say, whatever his views were, I never heard from him the least indecent expression, nor saw in his behaviour to me much to apprehend, saving I began to fear that by his insinuating address and noble manner I should be too much in his power and too little in my own, if I went on so little doubting and so little alarmed, if ever he should avow dishonourable designs. I had often lamented that our sex were prohibited by the designs of the other upon their honour, and by the world's censures, from conversing with the same ease and freedom with gentlemen as with one another; and when once I asked myself to what this conversation might tend at last, and where the pleasure each seemed to take in the other's might possibly end, I resolved to break it off, and told him my resolution next time I saw him. But he stopped my mouth with a romantic notion, as I since think it, though a sorry plea will have weight in favour of a proposal to which one has no aversion, of platonic love, and we had an intercourse by letters, to the number of 6 or 8, I believe, on that and other subjects. Yet all this time I was the less apprehensive, because he always spoke so tenderly, and even with delight, whenever he mentioned his lady, and I could not find that you were at all alarmed at our acquaintance, for I never scrupled to send my letters by my own livery to your house, sealed with my own seal. At last, indeed, he began to tell me that from the sweetest and evenest temper in the world, you seemed to be leaning towards melancholy, were always in tears, or showed you had been weeping when he came home, and that you did not make his return to you so agreeable as he used to find it. I asked if it were not owing to some alteration in his own temper, if you might not be uneasy at our acquaintance, and at his frequent absence from you, and the like. He answered, no, that you were above disguises, were of a noble and frank nature, and would have hinted it to him if you had. This, however, when I began to think seriously of the matter, gave me but little satisfaction, and I was more and more convinced that my honour required it of me to break off this intimacy. And although I permitted Mr. B. to go with me to Tunbridge when I went to take a house there, yet I was uneasy, as he saw, and indeed so was he, though he tarried a day or two longer than he designed, on account of a little excursion my sister and her lord, and he and I, made into Sussex, to see an estate I thought of purchasing, for he was so good as to look into my affairs, and has put them upon an admirable establishment. His uneasiness, I found, was upon your account, and he sent you a letter to excuse himself for not waiting on you on Saturday, and to say he would dine with you on Monday. And I remember, when I said, Mr. B., you seem to be chagrined at something, you are more thoughtful than usual. His answer was, Madam, you are right. Mrs. B. and I have had a little misunderstanding. She is so solemn and so melancholy of late, I fear it will be no difficult matter to put her out of her right mind, and I love her so well, that then I should hardly keep my own. Is there no reason, think you, said I, to imagine that your acquaintance with me gives her uneasiness? You know, Mr. B., how that villain T, a man, said she, whose insolent address I rejected with the contempt it deserved, has slandered us. How know you but he has found a way to your wife's ear, as he has done to my uncles, and to all my friends? And if so, it is best for us both to discontinue a friendship that may be attended with disagreeable consequences. He said he should find it out on his return, And will you, said I, ingenuously acquaint me with the issue of your inquiries? For, added I never beheld a countenance in so young a lady that seemed to mean more than Mrs. B.'s when I saw her in town, and notwithstanding her prudence, I could see a reserve and thoughtfulness in it, that if it was not natural to it, must indicate too much. He wrote to me in a very moving letter the issue of your conference, and referred to some papers of yours that he would show me as soon as he could procure them, they being of your own hands, and let me know that T. was the accuser, as I had suspected. In brief, madam, when you went down into Kent, he read to me some part of your account to Lady Davers of your informant and information, your apprehensions, your prudence, your affection for him, the reason of your melancholy, and, to all appearance, reason enough you had, especially from the letter of Thomasine Fuller, which was one of T.'s vile forgeries. For though we had often, for argument's sake, talked of polygamy, he arguing for it, I against it, yet had not Mr. B. dared, nor was he inclined, I verily believe, to propose any such thing to me. No, madam, I was not so much abandoned to a sense of honour as to give reason for any one, but my impertinent and foolish uncle, to impute such a folly to me, and he had so behaved to me that I cared not what he thought. Then, what he read to me here and there as he pleased, gave me reason to admire you for your generous opinion of one you had so much seeming cause to be afraid of. He told me his apprehensions, from your uncommon manner, that your mind was in some degree affected, and your strange proposal of parting with a husband every one knows you so dearly love, and we agreed to forbear seeing each other, and all manner of correspondence, except by letter, for 1 month, till some of my affairs were settled, which had been in great disorder, and were in his kind management then, and I had not one relation whom I cared to trouble with them, because of their treatment of me on Mr. B.'s account. And this, I told him, should not be neither, but through your hands, and with your consent. And thus, madam, said her ladyship, have I told you the naked truth of the whole affair. I have seen Mr. B. very seldom since, and when I have, it has been either at a horse race in the open field, or at some public diversion by accident, where only distant civilities have passed between us. I respect him greatly, you must allow me to say that, except in the article of permitting me to believe for some time that he was a single gentleman, a fault he cannot be excused for, and which made me heartily quarrel with him when I first knew it. He has behaved to me with so much generosity and honour, that I could have wished I had been of his sex, since he had a lady so much more deserving than myself. And then, had he had the same esteem for me, there never would have been a more perfect friendship. I am now going, continued she, to embark for France, and shall pass a year or two in Italy, and then I shall, I hope, return as solid, as grave, as circumspect, though not so wise, as Mrs. B. Thus the Countess concluded her narrative. I said I was greatly obliged to her for the honour of this visit, and the kind and considerate occasion of it; but that Mr. B. had made me entirely happy in every particular, and had done her ladyship the justice she so well deserved, having taken upon himself the blame of passing as a single man at his first acquaintance with her. I added that I could hope her ladyship might be prevented by some happy man from leaving a kingdom, to which she was so great an ornament, as well by her birth, her quality and fortune, as by her perfections of person and mind. She said she had not been the happiest of her sex in her former marriage, although nobody, her youth considered, thought her a bad wife, and her lord's goodness to her at his death had demonstrated his own favourable opinion of her by deeds, as he had done by words upon all occasions; but that she was yet young, a little too gay and unsettled, and had her head turned towards France and Italy, having passed some time in those countries, which she thought of with pleasure, though then only 12 or 13; that for this reason, and having been on a late occasion still more unsettled, looking down with blushes, which often overspread her face as she talked. She had refused some offers, not despicable; that indeed Lord C. threatened to follow her to Italy, in hopes of meeting better success there than he had met with here. But if he did, though she would make no resolutions, she might be too much offended with him to give him reason to boast of his journey, and this the rather, as she believed he had once entertained no very honourable notions of her friendship for Mr. B. She wished to see Mr. B. and to take leave of him, but not out of my company, she was pleased to say. "Your ladyship's consideration for me," replied I, "lays me under high obligation. But indeed, madam, there is no occasion for it, from any diffidences I have in yours or Mr. B.'s honour; and if you will give me the pleasure of knowing when it will be most acceptable, I will beg of Mr. B. to oblige me with his company to return this favour, the first visit I make abroad." "You are very kind, Mrs. B.," said she, "but I think to go to Tunbridge for a fortnight, when I have disposed of every thing for my embarkation, and so set out from thence. And if you should then be both in Kent, I should be glad to take you at your word." "To be sure," I said, "Mr. B. at least would attend her ladyship there, if any thing should happen to deprive me of that honour." "You are very obliging," said she. "I take great concern to myself for having caused you a moment's uneasiness formerly. But I must now try to be circumspect, in order to retrieve my character, which has been so basely traduced by that presumptuous fellow Turner, who hoped, I suppose, by that means to bring me down to his level." Her ladyship would not be prevailed upon to stay dinner, and saying she would be at Woburn all the next day, took a very tender leave of me, wishing me all manner of happiness, as I did her. Mr. B. came home in the evening, and next morning rode to Woburn to pay his respects to the Countess, and came back in the evening. Thus happily, and to the satisfaction of all three, as I hope, ended this perplexing affair. Mr. B. asks me how I relish Mr. Locke's treatise on education, which he put into my hands some time since, as I told your ladyship. I answered very well, and I thought it an excellent piece in the main. "I'll tell you," said he, "what you shall do. You have not showed me any thing you have written for a good while. I could wish you to fill up your leisure time with your observations on that treatise, that I may know what you can object to it; for you say 'in the main,' which shows that you do not entirely approve of every part of it." "But will not that be presumptuous, sir?" "I admire Mr. Locke," replied he, "and I admire my Pamela. I have no doubt of his excellencies, but I want to know the sentiments of a young mother, as well as of a learned gentleman, upon the subject of education, because I have heard several ladies censure some part of his regimen, when I am convinced that the fault lies in their own over great fondness for their children. As to myself, sir, who, in the early part of my life, have not been brought up too tenderly, you will hardly meet with any objection to the part which I imagine you have heard most objected to by ladies who have been more indulgently treated in their first stage. But there are a few other things that want clearing up to my understanding, but which, however, may be the fault of that. Then, my dear," said he, "suppose me at a distance from you, cannot you give me your remarks in the same manner as if you were writing to Lady Davers, or to Miss Darnford that was?" "Yes, sir, depending on your kind favour to me, I believe I could." "Do then, and the less restraint you write with, the more I shall be pleased with it. But I confine you not to time or place. We will make our excursions as I once proposed, and do you write to me now and then upon the subject; for the places and remarkables you will see will be new only to yourself, nor will either of those ladies expect from you an itinerary, or a particular description of countries, which are better described by authors who have made it their business to treat upon those subjects. By this means you will be usefully employed in your own way, which may turn to good account to us both, and to the dear children, which it may please God to bestow upon us. You don't expect, sir, anything regular or digested from me?" "I don't, my dear. Let your fancy and your judgment be both employed, and I require no method, for I know in your easy natural way that would be a confinement which would cramp your genius, and give what you write a stiff formal air, that I might expect in a pedagogue, but not in my Pamela. Well, but, sir, although I may write nothing to the purpose, yet if Lady Davers desires it, you will allow me to transmit what I shall write to her, when you have perused it yourself, for your good sister is so indulgent to my scribble, she will expect to be always hearing from me, and this way I shall oblige her ladyship, while I obey her brother. With all my heart, he was pleased to say. So, my lady, I shall now and then pay my respects to you in the writing way, though I must address myself, it seems, to my dearest Mr. B. And I hope to be received on these my own terms, since they are your brother's also, and at the same time such as will convince you how much I wish to approve myself, to the best of my poor ability, your ladyship's most obliged sister and humble servant, P.B. End of letter 89. Letter 90 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 90. My dearest Mr. B., I have been considering of your commands in relation to Mr. Locke's book, and since you are pleased to give me time to acquit myself of the task, I shall beg to include in a little book my humble sentiments, as I did to Lady Davers, in that I showed you in relation to the plays I had seen. And since you confine me not to time or place, I may be 3 or 4 years in completing it, because I shall reserve some subjects to my further experience in children's ways and tempers, and in order to benefit myself by the good instructions I shall receive from your delightful conversation in that compass of time, if God spare us to one another. And then it will moreover be still worthier of the perusal of the most honoured and best beloved of all my correspondents, much honoured and beloved as they all are. I must needs say, my dear Mr. B., that this is a subject to which I was always particularly attentive, and among the charities your bountiful heart permits me to dispense to the poor and indigent, I have had always a watchful eye upon the children of such, and endeavoured by questions put to them, as well as to their parents, to inform myself of their little ways and tempers, and how nature delights to work in different minds, and how it might be pointed to their good, according to their respective capacities, and I have for this purpose erected with your approbation a little school of 7 or 8 children, among which is 4 in the earliest stages, when they can but just speak, and call for what they want and love. And I am not a little pleased to observe, when I visit them in their school time, that principles of goodness and virtue may be instilled into their little hearts much earlier than is usually imagined. And why should it not be so? For may not the child that can tell its wants, and make known its inclination, be easily made sensible of yours, and what you expect from it, provided you take a proper method? For sometimes signs and tokens, and even looks, uniformly practised, will do as well as words, as we see in such of the young of the brute creation as we are disposed to domesticate, and to teach to practice those little tricks, of which the aptness or docility of their natures makes them capable. But yet, dearest sir, I know not enough of the next stage, the maturer part of life, to touch upon that as I wish to do, and yet there is a natural connection and progression from the one to the other, and I would not be thought a vain creature who believes herself equal to every subject, because she is indulged with the good opinion of her friends in a few which are supposed to be within her own capacity. For I humbly conceive that it is no small point of wisdom to know, and not to mistake one's own talents, and for this reason permit me, sir, to suspend, till I am better qualified for it, even my own proposal of beginning my little book, and in the meantime to touch upon a few places of the admirable author that seem to me to warrant another way of thinking than that which he prescribes. But, dear sir, let me premise that all that your dear babies can demand of my attention for some time to come is their health, and God has blessed them with such sound limbs, and to all appearances good constitutions, that I have very little to do but to pray for them every time I pray for their dear papa, and that is hourly, and yet not so often as you confer upon me benefits and favours, and new obligations, even to the prevention of all my wishes, were I to sit down and study for what must be the next. As to this point of health, Mr. Locke gives these plain and easy to be observed rules. He prescribes first plenty of open air. That this is right, the infant will inform one, who, though it cannot speak, will make signs to be carried abroad, and is never so well pleased as when enjoying the open and free air, for which reason I conclude that this is one of those natural pointings, as I may say, that are implanted in every creature, teaching it to choose its good and to avoid its evil. Sleep is the next, which he enjoins to be indulged to its utmost extent, an admirable rule, as I humbly conceive, since sound sleep is one of the greatest nourishers of nature, both to the once young and to the twice young, if I may use the phrase, and I the rather approve of this rule, because it keeps the nurse unemployed, who otherwise may be doing it the greatest mischief by cramming and stuffing its little bowels till ready to burst. And if I am right, what an inconsiderate and foolish as well as pernicious practice it is for a nurse to waken the child from its nourishing sleep, for fear it should suffer by hunger, and instantly pop the breast into its pretty mouth, or provoke it to feed, when it has no inclination to either, and for want of digestion must have its nutriment turned to repletion and bad humours. Excuse me, dear sir, these lesser particulars. Mr. Locke begins with them, and surely they may be allowed in a young mamma, writing, however it be to a gentleman of genius and learning, to a papa, on a subject that in its lowest beginnings ought not to be unattended to by either. I will therefore pursue my excellent author without farther apology, since you have put his work into my hands. The next thing, then, which he prescribes is plain diet. This speaks for itself, for the baby can have no corrupt taste to gratify. All is pure, as out of the hand of nature, and what is not plain and natural must vitiate and offend. Then no wine or strong drink. Equally just, and for the same reasons. Little or no physic. Undoubtedly right, for the use of physic without necessity, or by way of precaution, as some call it, begets the necessity of physic, and the very word supposes distemper or disorder, and where there is none, would a parent beget one, or by frequent use render the salutary force of medicine ineffectual when it was wanted? Next, he forbids too warm and too strait clothing. This is just as I wish it. How often has my heart ached when I have seen poor babies rolled and swathed 10 or a dozen times round, then blanket upon blanket, mantle upon that, its little neck pinned down to one posture, its head, more than it frequently needs, triple-crowned like a young pope, with covering upon covering, its legs and arms, as if to prevent that kindly stretching which we rather ought to promote when it is in health, and which is only aiming at growth and enlargement, the former bundled up, the latter pinned down. And how the poor thing lies on the nurse's lap, a miserable little pinioned captive, goggling and staring with its eyes, the only organ it has at liberty, as if supplicating for freedom to its fettered limbs. Nor has it any comfort at all, till with a sigh or two, like a dying deer, it drops asleep. And happy then will it be till the officious nurse's care shall awaken it for its undesired food, as if resolved to try its constitution, and willing to see how many difficulties it could overcome. Then he advises that the head and feet should be kept cold, and the latter often used to cold water, and exposed to wet, in order to lay the foundation, as he says, of an healthy and hearty constitution. Now, sir, what a pleasure it is to your Pamela that her notions, and her practice too, fall in so exactly with this learned gentleman's advice, that, excepting one article, which is that your Billy has not yet been accustomed to be wet shod, every other particular has been observed. And don't you see what a charming, charming baby he is? Nay, and so is your little Davers, for his age, pretty soul. Perhaps some, were they to see this, would not be so ready as I know you will be to excuse me, and would be apt to say, what nursery impertinences are these to trouble a man with? But with all their wisdom they would be mistaken, for if a child has not good health, and are not these rules the moral foundation, as I may say, of that blessing, its animal organs will play but poorly in a weak or crazy case. These, therefore, are necessary rules to be observed for the first 2 or 3 years, for then the little buds of their minds will begin to open, and their watchful mamma will be employed like a skilful gardener in assisting and encouraging the charming flower through its several hopeful stages to perfection, when it shall become one of the principal ornaments of that delicate garden, your honoured family. Pardon me, sir, if in the above paragraph I am too figurative. I begin to be afraid I am out of my sphere, writing to your dear self on these important subjects. But be that as it may, I will here put an end to this my first letter on the earliest part of my subject, rejoicing in the opportunity you have given me of producing a fresh instance of that duty and affection wherewith I am and shall ever be, my dearest Mr. B., your grateful happy P.B. End of letter 90. Letter 91 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson, Letter 91. I will now, my dearest, my best beloved correspondent of all, begin, since the tender age of my dear babies will not permit me to have an eye yet to their better part, to tell you what are the little matters to which I am not quite so well reconciled in Mr. Locke, and this I shall be better enabled to do by my observations upon the temper and natural bent of my dear Miss Goodwin, as well as by those which my visits to the bigger children of my little school, and those at the cottages adjacent, have enabled me to make. For human nature, sir, you are not to be told, is human nature, whether in the high-born or in the low. This excellent author, section 52, having justly disallowed of slavish and corporal punishments in the education of those we would have to be wise, good, and ingenuous men, adds, on the other side, to flatter children by rewards of things that are pleasant to them is as carefully to be avoided. He that will give his son apples, or sugar plums, or what else of this kind he is most delighted with, to make him learn his book, does but authorize his love of pleasure, and cockers up that dangerous propensity which he ought by all means to subdue and stifle in him. You can never hope to teach him to master it, whilst you compound for the check you give his inclination in one place by the satisfaction you propose to it in another. To make a good, a wise, and a virtuous man, 'tis fit he should learn to cross his appetite, and deny his inclination to riches, finery, or pleasing his palate, etc. This, sir, is well said, but is it not a little too philosophical and abstracted, not only for the generality of children, but for the age he supposes them to be of, if one may guess by the apples and the sugar plums proposed for the rewards of their well-doing? Would not this require that memory or reflection in children, which in another place is called the concomitant of prudence and age, and not of childhood? It is undoubtedly very right to check an unreasonable appetite, and that at its first appearance. But if so small and so reasonable an inducement will prevail, surely, sir, it might be complied with. A generous mind takes delight to win over others by good usage and mildness rather than by severity, and it must be a great pain to such an one to be always inculcating on his children or pupils the doctrine of self-denial, by methods quite grievous to his own nature. What I would then humbly propose is that the encouragements offered to youth should indeed be innocent ones, as the gentleman enjoins, and not such as would lead to luxury either of food or apparel. But I humbly think it necessary that rewards, proper rewards, should be proposed as incentives to laudable actions. For is it not by this method that the whole world is influenced and governed? Does not God himself, by rewards and punishments, make it our interest as well as our duty to obey him? And can we propose ourselves, for the government of our children, a better example than that of the Creator? This fine author seems to think he had been a little of the strictest, and liable to some exception. I say not this, proceeds he, section 53, that I would have children kept from the conveniences or pleasures of life that are not injurious to their health or virtue. On the contrary, I would have their lives made as pleasant and as agreeable to them as may be, in a plentiful enjoyment of whatsoever might innocently delight them. And yet he immediately subjoins a very hard and difficult proviso to this indulgence. Provided, says he, it be with this caution, that they have those enjoyments only as the consequences of the state of esteem and acceptation they are in with their parents and governors. I doubt, my dear Mr. B., this is expecting such a distinction and discretion in children, as they seldom have in their tender years, and requiring capacities not commonly to be met with, so that it is not prescribing to the generality, as this excellent author intended. 'Tis, I humbly conceive, next to impossible that their tender minds should distinguish beyond facts. They covet this or that plaything, and the parent or governor takes advantage of its desires, and annexes to the indulgence such or such a task or duty as a condition, and shows himself pleased with its compliance with it. So the child wins its plaything, and receives the commendation so necessary to lead on young minds to laudable pursuits. But shall it not be suffered to enjoy the innocent reward of its compliance, unless it can give satisfaction that its greatest delight is not in having the thing coveted, but in performing the task, or obeying the injunctions imposed upon it as a condition of its being obliged? I doubt, sir, this is a little too strict, and not to be expected from children. A servant full grown would not be able to show that on condition he complied with such and such terms, which, it is to be supposed by the offer, he would not have complied with but for that inducement, he should have such and such a reward. I say he would hardly be able to show that he preferred the pleasure of performing the requisite conditions to the stipulated reward, nor is it necessary he should, for he is not the less a good servant or a virtuous man if he own the conditions painful and the reward necessary to his low state in the world, and that otherwise he would not undergo any service at all. Why then should this be exacted from a child? Let therefore innocent rewards be proposed, and let us be contented to lead on the ductile minds of children to a love of their duty, by obliging them with such. We may tell them what we expect in this case, but we ought not, I humbly conceive, to be too rigorous in exacting it, for after all, the inducement will naturally be the uppermost consideration with the child, not, as I hinted, had it been offered to it, if the parent himself had not thought so. And therefore we can only let the child know his duty in this respect, and that he ought to give a preference to that, and then rest ourselves contented, although we should discern that the reward is the chief incentive of it. For this, from whatever motive inculcated, may beget a habit in the child of doing it, and then as it improves in years, one may hope that reason will take place, and enable him from the most solid and durable motives to give a preference to the duty. Upon the whole, then, can we insist upon it that the child should so nicely distinguish away its little innate passions, as if we expected it to be born a philosopher? Self-denial is indeed a most excellent doctrine to be inculcated into children, and it must be done early, but we must not be too severe in our exacting it, for a duty too rigidly insisted upon will make it odious. This Mr. Locke, too, observes in another place on the head of too great severity, which he illustrates by a familiar comparison. Offensive circumstances, says he, ordinarily infect innocent things which they are joined with, and the very sight of a cup wherein any one uses to take nauseous physic turns his stomach, so that nothing will relish well out of it, though the cup be never so clean and well shaped, and of the richest materials. Permit me to add that Mr. Locke writes still more rigorously on the subject of rewards, which I quote to show I have not misunderstood him. But these enjoyments, says he, should never be offered or bestowed on children as the rewards of this or that particular performance that they show an aversion to, or to which they would not have applied themselves without that temptation. If, dear sir, the minds of children can be led on by innocent inducements to the performance of a duty of which they are capable, what I have humbly offered is enough, I presume, to convince one that it may be done. But if ever a particular study be proposed to be mastered, or a bias to be overcome, that is not an indispensable requisite to his future life of morals, to which the child shows an aversion. I would not, methinks, have him be too much tempted or compelled to conquer or subdue it, especially if it appear to be a natural or riveted aversion. For permit me to observe that the education and studies of children ought, as much as possible, to be suited to their capacities and inclination, and by these means we may expect to have always useful, and often great men, in different professions, for that genius which does not prompt to the prosecution of one study may shine in another, no less necessary, part of science. But if the promise of innocent rewards would conquer this aversion, yet they should not be applied with this view, for the best consequences that can be hoped for will be tolerable skill in one thing instead of most excellent in another. Nevertheless, I must repeat that if, as the child grows up and is capable of so much reason, that from the love of the inducement one can raise his mind to the love of the duty, it should be done by all means. But, my dear Mr. B., I am afraid that that parent or tutor will meet with but little success, who, in a child's tender years, shall refuse to comply with its foibles till he sees it value its duty, and the pleasure of obeying his commands beyond the little enjoyment on which his heart is fixed. For, as I humbly conceive, that mind which can be brought to prefer its duty to its appetites will want little of the perfection of the wisest philosophers. Besides, sir, permit me to say, that I am afraid this perpetual opposition between the passions of the child and the duty to be enforced, especially when it sees how other children are indulged, for if this regimen could be observed by any, it would be impossible it should become general, while the fond and the inconsiderate parents are so large a part of mankind, will cow and dispirit a child, and will perhaps produce a necessity of making use of severity to subdue him to this temper of self-denial. For if the child refuses, the parent must insist. And what will be the consequence? Must it not introduce a harsher discipline than this gentleman allows of, and which I presume to say did never yet do good to any but to slavish and base spirits, if to them? A discipline which Mr. Locke everywhere justly condemns. See here, dear sir, a specimen of the presumption of your girl. What will she come to in time? You will perhaps say, her next step will be to arraign myself. No, no, dear sir, don't think so, for my duty, my love, and my reverence shall be your guards, and defend you from everything saucy in me, but the bold approaches of my gratitude, which shall always testify for me how much I am your obliged and dutiful servant, P.B. End of letter 91. Letter 92 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 92. My dearest Mr. B., I will continue my subject, although I have not had an opportunity to know whether you approve of my notions or not, by reason of the excursions you have been pleased to allow me to make in your beloved company to the seaports of this kingdom, and to the more noted inland towns of Essex, Kent, Sussex, Hampshire, and Dorsetshire, which have given me infinite delight and pleasure, and enlarged my notions of the wealth and power of the kingdom, in which God's goodness has given you so considerable a stake. My next topic will be upon a home education, which Mr. Locke prefers, for several weighty reasons, to a school one, provided such a tutor can be procured, as he makes next to an impossibility to procure. The gentleman has set forth the inconveniencies of both, and was himself so discouraged on a review of them, that he was ready, as he says, to throw up his pen. My chief cares, dear sir, on this head are three. First, the difficulty, which, as I said, Mr. Locke makes almost insuperable, to find a qualified tutor. Secondly, the necessity there is, according to Mr. Locke, of keeping the youth out of the company of the meaner servants, who may set him bad examples. And thirdly, those still greater difficulties, which will arise from the example of his parents, if they are not very discreet and circumspect. As to the qualifications of the tutor, Mr. Locke supposes that he is to be so learned, so discreet, so wise, in short, so perfect a man, that I doubt, and so does Mr. Locke, such an one can hardly be met with for this humble and slavish employment. I presume, sir, to call it so because of the too little regard that is generally paid to these useful men in the families of the great, where they are frequently put upon a foot with the uppermost servants, and the rather if they happen to be men of modesty. I would, says he, from children's first beginning to talk, have some discreet, sober, nay, wise person about them, whose care it should be to fashion them right, and to keep them from all ill, especially the infection of bad company. I think this province requires great sobriety, temperance, tenderness, diligence, and discretion, qualities hardly to be found united in persons that are to be had for ordinary salaries, nor easily to be found anywhere. If this, sir, be the case, does not this excellent author recommend a scheme that is rendered in a manner impracticable from this difficulty? As to these qualities being more rarely to be met with in persons that are to be had for ordinary salaries, I cannot help being of opinion, although with Mr. Locke I think no expense should be spared, if that would do, that there is as good a chance for finding a proper person among the needy scholars, if not of a low and sordid turn of mind, as among the more affluent, because the narrow circumstances of the former, which probably became a spur to his own improvement, will, it is likely, at first setting out in the world, make him be glad to embrace such an offer in a family which has interest enough to prefer him, and will quicken his diligence to make him deserve preferment. And if such an one wanted any of that requisite politeness, which some would naturally expect from scholars of better fortune, might not that be supplied to the youth by the conversation of parents, relations, and visitors, in conjunction with those other helps which young men of family and large expectations constantly have, and which few learned tutors can give him? I say not this to countenance the wretched niggardliness which this gentleman justly censures, of those who grudge a handsome consideration to so necessary and painful a labour as that of a tutor, which, where a deserving man can be met with, cannot be too genteelly rewarded, nor himself too respectfully treated. I only beg to deliver my opinion, that a low condition is as likely as any other, with a mind not ungenerous, to produce a man who has these good qualities, as well for the reasons I have hinted at, as for others which might be mentioned. But Mr. Locke thus proceeds: to form a young gentleman as he should be, 'tis fit his governor should be well bred, understand the ways of carriage, and measures of civility in all the variety of persons, times, and places, and keep his pupil, as far as his age requires, constantly to the observation of them. This is an art not to be learnt or taught by books. Nothing can give it but good company and observation joined together. And in another place says, besides being well bred, the tutor should know the world well, the ways, the humours, the follies, the cheats, the faults of the age he has fallen into, and particularly of the country he lives in. These he should be able to show to his pupil as he finds him capable, teach him skill in men and their manners, pull off the mask which their several callings and pretences cover them with, and make his pupil discern what lies at the bottom under such appearances, that he may not, as unexperienced young men are apt to do if they are unwarned, take one thing for another, judge by the outside, and give himself up to show, and the insinuations of a fair carriage, or an obliging application. Teach him to guess at, and beware of, the designs of men he hath to do with, neither with too much suspicion, nor too much confidence. This, dear sir, is excellently said. 'Tis noble theory, and if the tutor be a man void of resentment and caprice, and will not be governed by partial considerations in his own judgment of persons and things, all will be well. But if otherwise, may he not take advantage of the confidence placed in him to the injury of some worthy person, and by degrees monopolize the young gentleman to himself, and govern his passions as absolutely as I have heard some first ministers have done those of their prince? equally to his own personal disreputation and to the disadvantage of his people. But all this, and much more, according to Mr. Locke, is the duty of a tutor, and on the finding out such an one depends his scheme of a home education. No wonder, then, that he himself says, "When I consider the scruples and cautions I here lay in your way, methinks it looks as if I advised you to something, which I would have offered at, but in effect not done," etc. Permit me, dear Sir, in this place to express my fear that it is hardly possible for any one with talents inferior to those of Mr. Locke himself to come up to the rules he has laid down upon this subject, and 'tis to be questioned whether even he, with all that vast stock of natural reason and solid sense, for which, as you tell me, Sir, he was so famous, had attained to these perfections at his first setting out into life. Now, therefore, dear Sir, you can't imagine how these difficulties perplex me as to my knowing how to judge which is best, a home or a school education. For hear what this excellent author justly observes on the latter, among other things, no less to the purpose. I am sure he who is able to be at the charge of a tutor at home may there give his son a more genteel carriage, more manly thoughts, and a sense of what is worthy and becoming, with a greater proficiency in learning into the bargain, and ripen him up sooner into a man than any school can do. Not that I blame the schoolmaster in this, says he, or think it to be laid to his charge. The difference is great between 2 or 3 pupils in the same house, and 3 or 4 score boys lodged up and down. For let the master's industry and skill be never so great, it is impossible he should have 50 or 100 scholars under his eye any longer than they are in the school together. But then, Sir, if there be such a difficulty, as Mr. Locke says, to meet with a proper tutor for the home education, which he thus prefers, what a perplexing thing is this! But still, according to this gentleman, another difficulty attends a home education, and that is what I hinted at before in my second article, the necessity of keeping the youth out of the company of the meaner servants, who may set him bad examples. For thus he says, here is another great inconvenience which children receive from the ill examples which they meet with from the meaner servants. They are wholly, if possible, to be kept from such conversation, for the contagion of these ill precedents, both in civility and virtue, horribly infects children, as often as they come within the reach of it. They frequently learn from unbred or debauched servants such language, untowardly tricks and vices, as otherwise they would be ignorant of all their lives. 'Tis a hard matter wholly to prevent this mischief, continues he. You will have very good luck if you never have a clownish or vicious servant, and if from them your children never get any infection. Then, Sir, my third point, which I mentioned in the beginning of this letter, makes a still stronger objection, as it may happen, against a home education, to wit, the example of the parents themselves, if they be not very circumspect and discreet. All these difficulties being put together, let me, dear Sir, humbly propose it as a matter for your consideration and determination, whether there be not a middle way to be found out in a school education that may remedy some of these inconveniencies. For suppose you cannot get a tutor so qualified as Mr. Locke thinks he ought to be for your Billy as he grows up. Suppose there is danger from your meaner servants, or we his parents should not be able to lay ourselves under the requisite restraints, in order to form his mind by our own examples, which I hope by God's grace, however, will not be the case. Cannot some master be found who shall be so well rewarded for his care of a few young gentlemen, as to make it worth his while to be contented with those few? Suppose from 5 to 8 at most, whose morals and breeding he may attend to, as well as to their learning. The farther this master lives from the young gentlemen's friends, the better it may be. We will hope that he is a man of a mild disposition, but strict in his discipline. and who shall make it a rule not to give correction for small faults, or till every other method has been tried, who carries such a just dignity in his manner, without the appearance of tyranny, that his looks may be of greater force than the blows of others, and who will rather endeavour to shame than terrify a youth out of his faults. Then suppose this gentleman was to allot a particular portion of time for the more learned studies, and before the youth was tired with them, suppose another portion was allotted for the writing and arithmetic, and then to relieve his mind from both, suppose the dancing master should take his part, and innocent exercises of mere diversion to fill up the rest at his own choice, in which, diverted by such a rotation of employments, all thus rendered delightful by their successive variety, he would hardly wish to pass much time. For the dancing of itself, with the dancing master's instruction, if a well-bred man, will answer both parts, that of breeding and that of exercise, and thus different studies at once be mastered. Moreover, the emulation which will be inspired, where there are several young gentlemen, will be of inconceivable use both to tutor and pupil, in lessening the trouble of the one, and advancing the learning of the other, which cannot be expected where there is but a single youth to be taken care of. Such a master will know it to be his interest, as well as duty, to have a watchful eye over the conduct and behaviour of his servants. His assistants in the different branches of science and education will be persons of approved prudence, for whom he will think himself answerable, since his own reputation, as well as livelihood, will depend upon their behaviour. The youths will have young gentlemen for their companions, all under the influence of the same precepts and directions, and if some chosen period were fixed as a reward for some excellence, where at a little desk, raised a step or two above the other seats, the excelling youth should be set to read, under the master's direction, a little portion from the best translations of the Greek and Roman historians, and even from the best English authors, this might in a very engaging manner initiate them into the knowledge of the history of past times and of their own country, and give them a curiosity to pass some of their vacant hours in the same laudable pursuit. For, dear sir, I must still insist that rewards and innocent gratifications, as also little honours and distinctions, must needs be very attractive to the minds of youth. For is not the pretty ride and dairy house breakfasting, by which Miss Goodwin's governess distinguishes the little ladies who excel in their allotted tasks, a fine encouragement to their ductile minds? Yes, it is, to be sure, and I have often thought of it with pleasure, and partaken of the delight with which I have supposed their pretty hearts must be filled with on that occasion. And why may not such little triumphs be in proportion as incentives to children, to make them try to master laudable tasks? As the Roman triumphs of different kinds, and their mural and civic crowns, all which I have heard you speak of, were to their heroes and warriors of old. For Mr. Dryden well observes that men are but children of a larger growth, our appetites are apt to change as theirs, and full as craving too, and full as vain. Permit me, sir, to transcribe 4 or 5 lines more for the beauty of the thought. And yet the soul, shut up in her dark room, viewing so clear abroad, at home sees nothing, but like a mole in earth, busy and blind, works all her folly up, and casts it outward to the world's open view. Improving the thought, methinks I can see the dear little miss, who has in some eminent task borne away the palm, make her public entry, as I may call it, after her dairy breakfast and pretty airing, into the governess's courtyard, through a row of her schoolfellows, drawn out on each side to admire her, her governess and assistants receiving her at the porch, their little capital, and lifting her out with applauses and encomiums, with a "Thus shall it be done to the Miss whom her governess delighteth to honour." I see not why the dear Miss in this case, as she moves through her admiring schoolfellows, may not have her little heart beat with as much delight be as gloriously elated, proportionably, as that of the greatest hero in his triumphal car, who has returned from exploits perhaps much less laudable. But how I ramble! Yet surely, sir, you don't expect method or connection from your girl. The education of our sex will not permit that where it is best. We are forced to struggle for knowledge, like the poor feeble infant in the month, who is pinned and fettered down upon the nurse's lap, and who, if its little arms happen by chance to escape its nurse's observation, and offer but to expand themselves, are immediately taken into custody and pinioned down to their passive behaviour. So when a poor girl, in spite of her narrow education, breaks out into notice, her genius is immediately tamed by trifling employments, lest perhaps she should become the envy of one sex and the equal of the other. But you, sir, act more nobly with your Pamela, for you throw in her way all opportunities of improvement, and she has only to regret that she cannot make a better use of them, and of consequence render herself more worthy of your generous indulgence. I know not how, sir, to recover my thread, and so must break off with that delight which I always take when I come near the bottom of my letters to your dear self, because then I can boast of the honour which I have in being your ever dutiful P.B. End of letter 92. Letter 93 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 93. Well, but my dear Mr. B., you will perhaps think, from my last rambling letter, that I am most inclined to a school education for your Billy, and some years hence, if it should please God to spare him to us. Yet I cannot say that I am. I only lay several things together, in my usual indigested way, to take your opinion upon, which, as it ought, will be always decisive with me. And indeed I am so thoroughly convinced by Mr. Locke's reasons, where the behaviour of servants can be so well answered for, as that of yours can be, and where the example of the parents will be, as I hope, rather edifying than otherwise, that without being swayed, as I think, by maternal fondness, in this case I must needs give a preference to the home education, and the little scheme I presumed to form in my last was only on a supposition that those necessary points could not be so well secured. In my observations on this head, I shall take the liberty, in one or two particulars, a little to differ from an author that I admire exceedingly, and that is the present design of my writing these letters, for I shall hereafter, if God spare my life, in my little book, when you have kindly decided upon the points in which I presume to differ, show you, sir, my great reverence and esteem for him, and can then let you know all my sentiments on this important subject, and that more undoubtedly as I shall be more improved by years and your conversation, especially, sir, if I have the honour and happiness of a foreign tour with you, of which you give me hope, so much are you pleased with the delight I take in these improving excursions, which you have now favoured me with at different times through more than half the kingdom. Well then, sir, I will proceed to consider a little more particularly the subject of a home education, with an eye to those difficulties of which Mr. Locke takes notice, as I mentioned in my last. As to the first, that of finding a qualified tutor, we must not expect so much perfection, I doubt, as he lays down as necessary. What, therefore, I humbly conceive is best to be done, will be to avoid choosing a man of bigoted and narrow principles, who yet shall not be tainted with sceptical or heterodox notions, nor a mere scholar or pedant, who has travelled and yet preserved his moral character untainted, and whose behaviour and carriage is easy, unaffected, unformal, and genteel, as well acquiredly as naturally so, if possible. who shall not be dogmatical, positive, overbearing on one hand, nor too yielding, suppliant, fawning on the other, who shall study the child's natural bent in order to direct his studies to the point he is most likely to excel in, and to preserve the respect due to his own character from everyone. He must not be a busybody in the family, a whisperer, a tale-bearer, but of a benevolent turn of mind, ready to compose differences, who shall avoid of all things that foppishness of dress and appearance which distinguishes the petit maître and French ushers that I have seen at some boarding schools, for coxcombs rather than guides of education. For, as I have heard you, my best tutor, often observe, the peculiarities of habit, where a person aims at something fantastic or out of character, are an undoubted sign of a wrong head. For such a one is so kind as always to hang out on his sign what sort of furniture he has in his shop, to save you the trouble of asking questions about him, so that one may as easily know by his outward appearance what he is, as one can know a widow by her weeds. Such a person as I have thus negatively described may be found without very much difficulty, perhaps, because some of these requisites are personal, and others are such as are obvious at first sight to a common penetration, or where not so may be found out by inquiry into his general character and behaviour. And to the care of such a one, dear sir, let me suppose your Billy is committed, and so we acquit ourselves of the first difficulty, as well as we can, that of the tutor, who, to become more perfect, may form himself as to what he wants, by Mr. Locke's excellent rules on that head. But before I quit this subject, I beg to remind you of your opinion upon it in a conversation with Sir George Stuart and his nephew in London, in which you seem to prefer a Scottish gentleman for a tutor to those of your own nation, and still more than to those of France. Don't you remember it, dear sir? And how much those gentlemen were pleased with your facetious freedom with their country, and said you made them amends for that in your preference to their learned and travelled youth. If you have forgot it, I will here transcribe it from my records, as I call my book of memorandums, for every time I am pleased with a conversation and have leisure before it quits my memory, I enter it down in as near the very words as I can. And now you have made me your correspondent, I shall sometimes perhaps give you back some valuables from your own treasure. Miss Darnford and Mr. Turner and Mr. Fanshawe were present, I well remember. These were your words. Since the union of the two kingdoms, we have many persons of condition who have taken their tutors for their sons from Scotland, which practice, to speak impartially, has been attended with some advantageous circumstances that should not be overlooked. For, Sir George, it must be confessed that, notwithstanding your narrow and stiff manner of education in Scotland, a spirit of manly learning, a kind of poetic liberty, as I may call it, has begun to exert itself in that part of the island. The blustering north, forgive me, gentlemen, seems to have hardened the foreheads of her hungry sons, and the keenness with which they set out for preferment in the kindlier south has taught them to know a good deal of the world betimes. Through the easy terms on which learning is generally attained there, as it is earlier inculcated, so it may probably take deeper root. And since 'tis hardly possible, forgive me, dear sirs, they can go to a worse country on this side Greenland than some of the northern parts of Scotland. So their education, with a view to travel and to better themselves by settlements in other countries, may perhaps be so many reasons to take greater pains to qualify themselves for this employment, and may make them succeed better in it, especially when they have been able to shake off the fetters which are riveted upon them under the narrow influence of a too tyrannical Kirk discipline, which you, Sir George, have just now so freely censured. To these considerations, when we add the necessity which these remote tutors lie under of behaving well, first, because they seldom wish to return to their own country, and next, because that cannot prefer them, if it would, and thirdly, because it would not, if it could, if the gentleman be of an enlarged genius and generous way of thinking. I say, when we add to the premises these considerations, they all make a kind of security for their good behaviour, while those of our own country have often friends or acquaintances on whose favour they are apt to depend, and for that reason give less attention to the duties requisite for this important office. Besides, as their kind friend Aeolus, who is accustomed to spread and strengthen the bold muscles of the strong-featured Scot, has generally blown away that inauspicious bashfulness which hangs a much longer time commonly on the faces of the Southern students, such a one, if he fall not too egregiously into the contrary extreme so as to become insufferable, may still be the more eligible person for a tutor, as he may teach a young gentleman betimes that necessary presence of mind, which those who are confined to a private education sometimes want. But after all, if a gentleman of this nation be chosen for this employment, it may be necessary that he should be one who has had as genteel and free an education himself as his country will afford, and the native roughness of his climate filed off by travel and conversation, who has made at least the tour of France and Italy, and has a taste for the politeness of the former nation, but from the boisterousness of a North Briton, and the fantastic politeness of a Frenchman. If happily blended, such a mixture may result, as will furnish out a more complete tutor than either of the two nations singly may be able to produce. But it ought to be remembered that this person must have conquered his native brogue, as I may call it, and be a master of the English pronunciation, otherwise his conversation will be disagreeable to an English ear. And permit me to add that, as an acquaintance with the Muses contributes not a little to soften the manners, and give a graceful and delicate turn to the imagination, and a kind of polish to severer studies, it would not be amiss that he should have a taste of poetry, although perhaps it were not to be wished he had such strong inclinations that way as to make that lively and delectable amusement his predominant passion. For we see very few poets whose warm imaginations do not run away with their judgments. And yet, in order to learn the dead languages in their purity, it will be necessary to inculcate both the love and the study of the ancient poets, which cannot fail of giving the youth a taste for poetry in general. Permit me, dear sir, to ask you whether you advance this for argument's sake, as sometimes you love to amuse and entertain your friends in an uncommon way. For I should imagine that our two universities which you have shown me, and for which I have ever since had a greater reverence than I had before, are capable of furnishing as good tutors as any nation in the world. For here the young gentlemen seemed to me to live both in the world and in the university, and we saw several gentlemen who had not only fine parts, but polite behaviour, and deep learning, as you assured me, some of whom you entertained, and were entertained by, in so elegant a manner, that no travelled gentleman, if I may be allowed to judge, could excel them. And besides, my dear Mr. B., I know who is reckoned one of the politest and best bred gentlemen in England by everybody, and learned as well as polite, and yet had his education in one of those celebrated seats of learning. I wish your Billy may never fall short of the gentleman I mean, in all these acquirements, and he will be a very happy creature, I am sure. But how I wander again from my subject! I have no other way to recover myself when I thus ramble, but by returning to that one delightful point of reflection, that I have the honour to be, dearest sir, your ever dutiful and obliged P.B. End of letter 93.
Letter 94 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Neala, Iowa City, Iowa. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 94. Dearest Sir, I now resume my subject. I had gone through the article of the tutor as well as I could, and will now observe upon what Mr. Locke says. that children are wholly, if possible, to be kept from the conversation of the meaner servants, whom he supposes to be, as too frequently they are, unbred and debauched, to use his own words. Now, sir, I think it is very difficult to keep children from the conversation of servants at all times. The care of personal attendance, especially in the child's early age, must fall upon servants of one denomination or other, who, little or much, must be conversant with the inferior servants, and so be liable to be tainted by their conversation. And it will be difficult in this case to prevent the taint being communicated to the child. Wherefore, it will be a surer, as well as a more laudable method to insist upon the regular behavior of the whole family, than to expect the child, and its immediate attendant or tutor, should be the only good ones in it. Nor is this so difficult to effect as may be imagined. Your family affords an eminent instance of it. The good have been confirmed, the remiss have been reformed, the passionate have been tamed, and there is not a family in the kingdom, I will venture to say, to the honor of every individual in it, more uniform, more regular, and freer from evil, and more regardful of what they say and do, than yours. And you will allow that though always honest, yet they were not always so laudable, so exemplarily virtuous as of late, which I mention only to shew the practicableness of a reformation, even where bad habits have taken place. For your Pamela, sir, arrogates not to herself the honor of this change. 'Tis owing to the divine grace shining upon hearts naturally good, for else an example so easy, so plain, so simple, from so young a mistress, who moreover had been exalted from their own station, could not have been attended with such happy effects. You see, dear sir, what a master and mistress's example could do with a poor soul so far gone as Mrs. Jewkes, and I dare be confident that if, on the hiring of a new servant, sobriety of manners and a virtuous conversation were insisted upon, and a general inoffensiveness in words as well as action was required from them, as indispensable conditions of their service, and that a breach of that kind would be no more passed over than a wilful fraud, or an act of dishonesty, and if, added to these requisites, their principals take care to support these injunctions by their own example, I say then, I dare be confident that if such a service did not find them good, it would make them so. And why should we not think this is a very practicable scheme, considering the servants we take are at years of discretion, and have the strong ties of interest superadded to the obligations we require of them, and which they must needs know, let them have what bad habits they will, are right for themselves to discharge, as well as for us to exact. We all know of how much force the example of superiors is to inferiors. It is too justly said that the courts of princes abound with the most profligate of men, insomuch that a man cannot have a more significantly bad title than that of courtier. Yet even among these one shall see the force of example, as I have heard you, sir, frequently observe. For, let but the land be blessed with a pious and religious prince, who makes it a rule with him to countenance and promote men of virtue and probity. And to put the case still stronger, let such a one even succeed to the most libertine reign, wherein the manners of the people are wholly depraved, yet a wonderful change will be immediately effected. The flagitious livers will be chased away or reformed, or at least will think it their duty or their interest, which is a stronger tie with such, to appear reformed, and not a man will seek for the favor or countenance of his prince, but by laudable pretenses, or by worthy actions. In the reign of King Richard III, as I have read, deformity of body was the fashion, and the nobility and gentry of the court thought it an indispensable requisite of a graceful form to pad for themselves a round shoulder, because the king was crooked. And can we think human nature so absurdly wicked that it would not much rather have tried to imitate a personal perfection than a deformity so shocking in its appearance, in people who were naturally straight? 'Tis melancholy to reflect that of all the professions of men, the mariners who most behold the wonders of almighty power displayed in the great deep, a sight that has struck me with awe and reverence only from a coast prospect, and who every moment, while at sea, have but one frail plank betwixt themselves and inevitable destruction, are yet, generally speaking, said to be the most abandoned invokers and blasphemers of the name of that God whose mercies they every moment unthankfully, although so visibly, experience. Yet, as I once heard at your table, sir, on a particular occasion, we have now a commander in the British Navy who, to his honor, has shewn the force of an excellent example supporting the best precepts. For, on board his ship, not an oath or curse was to be heard, while volleys of both issued from the impious mouths in the same squadron out of his knowledge, seemed to fill the sails of other ships with guilty breath, calling aloud for that perdition to overtake them, which perhaps his worthy injunctions and example, in his own, might be of weight to suspend. If such, then, dear sir, be the force of a good example, what have parents to do who would bring up a child at home under their own eye, according to Mr. Locke's advice, but first to have a strict regard to their conduct? This will not want its due influence on the servants, especially if a proper enquiry be first made into their characters, and a watchful eye had over them, to keep them up to those characters afterwards. And when they know that they must forfeit the favor of a worthy master, and their places too, which may be thought to be the best of places, because an uniform character must make all around it easy and happy, they will readily observe such rules and directions as shall be prescribed to them. Rules and directions which their own consciences will tell them are right to be prescribed, and even right for them to follow, were they not insisted upon by their superiors. And this conviction must go a great way toward their thorough reformation, for a person wholly convinced is half reformed, and thus the hazard a child will run of being corrupted by conversing with the servants will be removed, and all Mr. Locke's other rules will be better enforced. I have the boldness, sir, to make another objection, and that is to the distance which Mr. Locke prescribes to be kept between children and servants. For may not this be a means to fill the minds of the former with a contempt of those below them, and an arrogance that is not warranted by any rank or condition, to their inferiors of the same species? I have before transcribed what Mr. Locke has enjoined in relation to this distance, where he says that the children are by all means to be kept wholly from the conversation of the meaner servants. But how much better advice does the same author give for the behavior of children to servants in the following words, which I humbly think are not so entirely consistent with the former as might be expected from so admirable an author. Another way, says he, section 111, to instill sentiments of humanity and to keep them lively in young folks will be to accustom them to civility in their language and deportment towards their inferiors, and meaner sort of people, particularly servants. It is not unusual to observe that children in gentlemen's families treat the servants of the house with domineering words, names of contempt, and an imperious carriage, as if they were of another race or species beneath them. Whether ill example, the advantage of fortune, or their natural vanity inspire this haughtiness, it should be prevented or weeded out, and a gentle, courteous, affable carriage towards the lower ranks of men placed in the room of it. No part of their superiority will be hereby lost, but the distinction increased, and their authority strengthened, when love in inferiors is joined to outward respect, and the esteem of the person has a share in their submission, and domestics will pay a more ready and cheerful service when they find themselves not spurned because fortune has laid them below the level of others at their master's feet. These, dear sir, are certainly the sentiments of a generous and enlarged spirit, but I hope I may observe that the great distance Mr. Locke before enjoins to be kept between children and servants is not very consistent with the above-cited paragraph. For if we would prevent this undue contempt of inferiors and the temper of children, the best way, as I humbly presume to think, is not to make it so unpardonable a fault in them, especially in their early years, to be in their company, For can one make the children shun the servants without rendering them odious or contemptible to them, and representing them to the child in such disadvantageous light, as must needs make the servants vile in their eyes, and themselves lofty and exalted in their own, and thereby cause them to treat them with domineering words and an imperious carriage, as if they were of another race or species beneath them, and so, as Mr. Locke says, nurse up their natural pride into a habitual contempt of those beneath them. And then, as he adds, where will that probably end but in oppression and cruelty? But this matter, dear sir, I presume to think will all be happily accommodated and reconciled when the servant's good behavior is secured by the example and the injunctions of the principals. Upon the whole, then, of what Mr. Locke has enjoined, and what I have taken the liberty to suggest on this head, it shall be my endeavour, in that early part of your dear Billy's education, which you will entrust to me, to inculcate betimes in his mind the principles of universal benevolence and kindness to others, especially to inferiors. Nor shall I fear that the little dear will be wanting to himself in assuming, as he grows up, an air of superiority and distance of behavior equal to his condition, or that he will descend too low for his station. For, sir, there is a pride and self-love natural to human minds that will seldom be kept so low as to make them humbler than they ought to be. I have observed before now instances of this in some of the families we visit, between the young masters or misses and those children of lower degree, who have been brought to play with them or divert them. On the master's and missus' side, I have always seen they lead the play and prescribe the laws of it, be the diversion what it will, while on the other hand, their lower rank playfellows have generally given into their little humours, though ever so contrary to their own, and the difference of dress and appearance, and the notion they have of the more eminent condition of their playfellows' parents, have begot in them a kind of awe and respect that perhaps more than sufficiently secures the superiority of the one and the subordination of the other. The advantage of this universal benevolence to a young gentleman as he grows up will be, as I humbly conceive, so to diffuse itself over his mind as to influence all his actions and give a grace to everything he does or says, and make him admired and respected from the best and most durable motives, and will be of greater advantage to him for his attaining a handsome address and behavior, for it will make him conscious that he merits the distinction he will meet with, and encourage him still more to merit it, than the best rules that can be given him for that purpose. I will therefore teach the little dear courteousness and affability from the properest motives I am able to think of, and will instruct him in only one piece of pride, that of being above doing a mean or low action. I will caution him not to behave in a lordly or insolent manner, even to the lowest servants. I will tell him that the superiority is the most commendable, and will be the best maintained, which is owing to humanity and kindness, and grounded on the perfections of the mind, rather than on the accidental advantage of fortune and condition. That if his conduct be such as it ought to be, there will be no occasion to tell a servant that he will be observed and respected. That humility, as I once told my Miss Goodwin, is a charming grace, and most conspicuously charming in persons of distinction. For that the poor, who are humbled by their condition, cannot glory in it, as the rich may, and that it makes the lower ranks of people love and admire the high-born, who can so condescend, whereas pride in such is meanness and insult, as it owes its boast and its being to accidental advantages, which at the same time are seldom of his procuring, who can be so mean as to be proud, that even I would sooner forget pride in a low degree than in a high, for it may be a security in the first against doing a base thing, but in the rich it is a base thing itself, and an impolitic one too, for the more distinction a proud mind grasps at, the less it will have, and every poor despised person can whisper such a one in the ear, when surrounded with and adorned by all his glittering splendors, that he was born and must die in the same manner with those whom he despises. Thus will the doctrine of benevolence and affability, implanted early in the mind of a young gentleman, and duly cultivated as he grows up, inspire him with the requisite conduct to command respect from proper motives, and while it makes the servants observe a decorum towards him, it will oblige them to have a guard upon their words and actions in the presence of one whose manners of education and training up would be so great a reproach to them if they were grossly faulty. So thus I conceive a mutual benefit will flow to the manners of each, and his good behavior will render him in some measure an instructive monitor to the whole family. But permit me, sir, to enlarge on the hint I have already given in relation to the example of parents, in case a preference be given to the home education. For if this point cannot be secured, I should always imagine it were best to put the child to such a school as I formerly mentioned. But yet the subject might be spared by me in this case, as I write with a view only to your family, though you will remember that while I follow Mr. Locke, whose work is public, I must be considered as directing myself to the generality of the world. For, sir, I have the pleasure to say that your conduct in your family is unexceptionable, and the pride to think that mine is no disgrace to it. No one hears a word from your mouth unbecoming the character of a polite gentleman, and I shall always be very regardful of what falls from mine. Your temper, sir, is equal and kind to all your servants, and they love you, as well as awfully respect you. And well does your beautiful and considerate mind deserve it of them all. And they, seeing I am watchful over my own conduct, so as not to behave unworthy of your kind example, regard me as much as I could wish they should. For well do they know that their beloved master will have it so, and greatly honors and esteems me himself. Your table talk is such as persons of the strictest principles may hear and join in. Your guests, your friends, are generally speaking persons of the genteelest life and of the best manners, so that Mr. Locke would have advised you of all gentlemen, had he been living, and known you, to give your children a home education, and assign these and still stronger reasons for it. But were we to speak to the generality of parents, I fear this would be an almost insuperable objection to a home education. For, I am sorry to say it, when one turns one's eyes to the bad precedents given by the heads of some families, it is hardly to be wondered at that there is so little virtue and religion among men. For can those parents be surprised at the ungraciousness of their children, who hardly ever shew them that their own actions are governed by reasonable or moral motives? Can the gluttonous father expect a self-denying son? With how ill a grace must a man, who will often be disguised in liquor, preach sobriety, a passionate man patience, an irreligious man piety? How will a parent, whose hands are seldom without cards or dice in them, be observed in lessons against the pernicious vice of gaming? Can the profuse father, who is squandering away the fortunes of his children, expect to be regarded in the lesson of frugality? 'Tis impossible he should, except it were that the youth, seeing how pernicious his father's example is, should have the grace to make a proper use of it, and look upon it as a sea-mark, as it were, to enable him to shun the dangerous rocks on which he sees his father splitting. And even in this best case, let it be considered how much shame and disgrace his thoughtless parent ought to take to himself, who can admonish his child by nothing but the odiousness of his own vice, and how little it is owing to him that his guilt is not doubled by his son's treading in his steps. Let such an unhappy parent duly weigh this, and think how likely he is to be, by his bad example, the cause of his child's perdition as well as his own, and stand unshocked and unamended if he can. It is then of no avail to wish for discreet servants if the conduct of the parents is faulty. If the fountain-head be polluted, how shall the undercurrents run clear? That master and mistress, who would exact from their servants a behavior which they themselves don't practice, will be but ill observed. And that child who discovers excesses and errors in his parents will be found to be less profited by their good precepts than prejudiced by bad examples. Excessive fondness this hour, violent passions, and perhaps execrations the next, unguarded jests, and the admiration of fashionable vanities, rash censures are perhaps the best the child sees in or hears from those who are most concerned to inculcate good precepts into his mind. And where it is so, a home education must not surely be chosen. Having thus, as well as my slender abilities will permit, presumed to deliver my opinion upon these three great points, viz., the qualifications of a tutor, the necessity of having an eye to the morals of servants, and the example of parents, all which, being taken care of, will give a preference, as I imagine, to a home education, permit me, dear sir, to speak a little further to a point that I have already touched upon. It is that of emulation, which I humbly conceive to be of great efficacy to lead children on in their duties and studies. And how, dear sir, shall this advantage be procured for a young master who has no schoolfellows, and who has no example to follow but that of his tutor, whom he cannot, from the disparity of years and other circumstances, without pain, because of this disparity, think of emulating? And this, I conceive, is a very great advantage to such a school education as I mentioned in my former letter, where there are no more scholars taken in than the master can with ease and pleasure instruct. But one way, in my humble opinion, is left to answer this objection, and still preserve the reason for the preference which Mr. Locke gives to a home education. And that is what I formerly hinted, to take into your family the child of some honest neighbor, of but middling circumstances, and like age of your own, but who should give apparent indications of his natural promptitude, ingenuous temper, obliging behavior, and good manners, and to let him go hand in hand with yours in his several studies and lessons under the same tutor. The child would be sensible of the benefit, as well as of the distinction he received, and consequently of what was expected from him, and would double his diligence, and exert all his good qualities, which would inspire the young gentleman with the wished-for emulation, and, as I imagine, would be so promotive of his learning that it would greatly compensate the tutor for his pains with the additional scholar. For the young gentleman would be ashamed to be outdone by one of like years and stature with himself, and little rewards might be proposed to the greatest proficient in order to heighten the emulation. Then, sir, the generosity of such a method to a gentleman of your fortune and beneficent mind would be its own reward, were there no other benefit to be received from it. Moreover, such an ingenious youth might, by his good morals and industry, hereafter be of service in some place of trust in the family, or it would be easy for a gentleman of your interest in the world, if such a thing offered not, to provide for the youth in the navy, in some of the public offices, or among your private friends. If he proved faulty in his morals, his dismission would be in your own power, and would be punishment enough. But if, on the other hand, he proved a sober and hopeful youth, he would make an excellent companion for your Billy in riper years, as he would be, in a manner, a corroborator of his morals. For, as his circumstances would not support him in any extravagance, so they would be a check upon his inclination, and this being seconded by the hopes of future preferment from your favor and interest, which he could not expect but upon the terms of his perseverance in virtue, he would find himself under a necessity of setting such an example as might be of great benefit to his companion, who should be watched, as he grew up, that he did not, if his ample fortune became dangerous to his virtue, contribute out of his affluence to draw the other after him into extravagance. And to this end, as I humbly conceive, the noble doctrine of independence should be early instilled into both their minds, and upon all occasions inculcated and enforced, which would be an inducement for the one to endeavor to improve his fortune by his honest industry, lest he never be enabled to rise out of a state of dependence, and to the other to keep, if not to improve, his own, lest he ever fall into such a servile state, and thereby lose the glorious power of conferring happiness on the deserving, one of the highest pleasures a generous mind can know, a pleasure, sir, which you have oftener experienced than thousands of gentlemen, and which may you still continue to experience for a long and happy succession of years, is the prayer of one, the most obliged of all others in her own person, as well as in the persons of her dearest relations, and who owes to this glorious beneficence the honor she boasts of being your ever affectionate and grateful P.B. End of letter 94. Letter 95 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Neala, Iowa City, Iowa. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 95. But now, my dear Mr. B., if you will indulge me in a letter or two more, preparative to my little book, I will take the liberty to touch upon one or two other places wherein I differ from this learned gentleman. But first, permit me to observe that if parents are, above all things, to avoid giving bad examples to their children, they will be no less careful to shun the practice of such fond fathers and mothers as are wont to indulge their children in bad habits, and give them their head, at a time when like wax their tender minds may be molded into what shape they please. This is a point that, if it please God, I will carefully attend to, because it is the foundation on which the superstructure of the whole future man is to be erected. For, according as he is indulged or checked in his childish follies, a ground is laid for his future happiness or misery. And, if once they are suffered to become habitual to him, it cannot but be expected that they will grow up with him, and that they will hardly ever be eradicated. Try it, says Mr. Locke, speaking to this very point, in a dog or a horse or any other creature, and see whether the ill and resty tricks they have learned when young are easily to be mended when they are knit, and yet none of these creatures are half so wilful and proud, or half so desirous to be masters of themselves as men. And this brings me, dear sir, to the head of punishments, in which, as well as in the article of rewards, which I have touched upon, I have a little objection to what Mr. Locke advances. But permit me, however, to premise that I am exceedingly pleased with the method laid down by this excellent writer, rather to shame the child out of his fault than beat him, which latter serves generally for nothing but to harden his mind. Obstinacy, and telling a lie and committing a wilful fault, and then persisting in it, are, I agree with this gentleman, the only causes for which the child should be punished with stripes, and I admire the reasons he gives against a too rigorous and severe treatment of children. But I will give Mr. Locke's words, to which I have some objection. It may be doubted, says he, concerning whipping, when, as the last remedy, it comes to be necessary, at what time and by whom it should be done, whether presently, upon the committing the fault, whilst it is yet fresh and hot. I think it should not be done presently, adds he, lest passion mingle with it, and so, though it exceed the just proportion, yet it lose of its due weight. For even children discern whenever we do things in a passion. I must beg leave, dear sir, to differ from Mr. Locke in this point, for I think it ought rather to be a rule with parents, who shall chastise their children, to conquer what would be extreme in their own passion on this occasion, for those who cannot do it are very unfit to be the punishers of the wayward passions of their children, than to defer the punishment, especially if the child knows its fault has reached its parent's ear. It is otherwise, methinks, giving the child, if of an obstinate disposition, so much more time to harden its mind and bid defiance to its punishment. Just now, dear sir, your Billy is brought into my presence, all smiling, crowing to come to me, and full of heart-cheering promises, and the subject I am upon goes to my heart. Surely I can never beat your Billy. Dear little life of my life, how can I think thou canst ever deserve it, or that I can ever inflict it? No, my baby, that shall be thy papa's task, if ever thou art so heinously naughty, and whatever he does must be right. Pardon my foolish fondness, dear sir, I will proceed. If, then, the fault be so atrocious as to deserve whipping, and the parent be resolved on this exemplary punishment, The child ought not, as I imagine, to come into one's presence without meeting with it, or else a fondness too natural to be resisted will probably get the upper hand of one's resentment. And how shall one be able to whip the dear creature one had ceased to be angry with? Then, after he has once seen one without meeting his punishment, will he not be inclined to hope for connivance at his fault, unless it should be repeated? And may he not be apt, for children's resentments are strong, to impute to cruelty a correction, when he thought the fault had been forgotten, that should always appear to be inflicted with reluctance, and through motives of love, if, from anger at his fault, one should go above the due proportion? I am sure I might be trusted for this. Let it take its course. How barbarously, methinks I speak. He ought to feel the lash first, because he deserves it, poor little soul. Next, because it is proposed to be exemplary. And lastly, because it is not intended to be often used, and the very passion or displeasure one expresses, if it be not enormous, will shew one is in earnest, and create in him a necessary awe, and fear to offend again. The end of the correction is to shew him the difference between right and wrong, and as it is proper to take him at his first offer of a full submission and repentance, and not before, and instantly dispassionate oneself and shew him the difference by acts of pardon and kindness, which will let him see that one punishes him out of necessity rather than choice. So one would not be afraid to make him smart so sufficiently that he should not soon forget the severity of the discipline, nor the disgrace of it. There's a cruel mamma for you, Mr. B. What my practice may be, I cannot tell, but this theory, I presume to think, is right. As to the act itself, I much approve Mr. Locke's advice, to do it by pauses, mingling stripes and expostulations together, to shame and terrify the more, and the rather, as the parent, by this slow manner of inflicting the punishment, will less need to be afraid of giving too violent a correction, for those pauses will afford him, as well as the child, opportunities for consideration and reflection. But as to the person by whom the discipline should be performed, I humbly conceive that this excellent author is here also to be objected to. If you have a discreet servant, says he, capable of it, and has the place of governing your child, for if you have a tutor there is no doubt, I think it is best the smart should come immediately from another's hand, though by the parent's order, who should see it done, whereby the parent's authority will be preserved, and the child's aversion for the pain it suffers rather be turned on the person that immediately inflicts it. For I would have a father seldom strike a child, but upon very urgent necessity, and as the last remedy. 'Tis in such an urgent case that we are supposing that it should be done at all. If there be not a reason strong enough for the father's whipping the child himself, there cannot be one for his ordering another to do it, and standing by to see it done. But I humbly think that if there be a necessity, no one can be so fit as the father himself to do it. The child cannot dispute his authority to punish, from whom he receives and expects all good things of his life. He cannot question his love to him, and after the smart is over, and his obedience secured, must believe that so tender, so indulgent a father could have no other end in whipping him but his good. Against him he knows he has no remedy, but must passively submit, and when he's convinced he must, he will in time conclude that he ought. But to have this severe office performed by a servant, though at the father's command, and that professedly, that the aversion of the child for the pain it suffers should be turned on the person who immediately inflicts it is, I humbly think, the reverse of what ought to be done. And more so, if this servant has any direction of the child's education, and still much more so, if it be his tutor, though Mr. Locke says there is no doubt, if there be a tutor, that it should be done by him. For, dear sir, is there no doubt that the tutor should lay himself open to the aversion of the child, whose manners he is to form? Is not the best method a tutor can take, in order to enforce the lessons he would inculcate, to try to attract the love and attention of his pupil by the most winning ways he can possibly think of? And yet is he, this very tutor, out of all doubt to be the instrument of doing an harsh and disgraceful thing, and that in the last resort, when all other methods are found ineffectual, and that too because he ought to incur the child's resentment and aversion rather than the father? Oh no, surely, sir, it is not reasonable it should be so. Quite contrary, in my humble notion. There can be no doubt but that it should be otherwise. It should, methinks, be enough for a tutor, in case of a fault in the child, to threaten to complain to his father, but yet not to make such a complaint without the child obstinately persists in his error, which, too, should be of a nature to merit such an appeal, and this might highly contribute to preserve the parent's authority, who, on this occasion, should never fail of extorting a promise of amendment, or of instantly punishing him with his own hands, and to soften the distaste he might conceive in resentment of too rigid complainings. It might not be amiss that his interposition in the child's favor, were the fault not too flagrant, should be permitted to save him once or twice from the impending discipline. 'Tis certain that the passions, if I may so call them, of affection and aversion, are very early discoverable in children, insomuch that they will, even before they can speak, afford us marks for the detection of an hypocritical appearance of love to it before the parents' faces. For the fondness or averseness of the child to some servants will at any time let one know whether their love to the baby is uniform and the same when one is absent as present. In one case the child will reject with sullenness all the little sycophancies made to it in one's sight, while on the other its fondness of the person, who generally obliges it, is an infallible rule to judge of such an one's sincerity behind one's back. This little observation shews the strength of a child's resentments, and its sagacity at the earliest age in discovering who obliges and who disobliges it, and hence one may infer how improper a person he is, whom we would have a child to love and respect, or by whose precepts we would have it directed to be the punisher of its faults, or to do any harsh or disagreeable office to it. For my own part, I beg to declare that if the parent were not to inflict the punishment himself, I think it much better it should be given him, in the parent's presence, by the servant of the lowest consideration in the family, and whose manners and example one would be the least willing of any other he should follow, just as the common executioner, who is the lowest and most flagitious officer of the commonwealth, and who frequently deserves, as much as the criminal, the punishments he is chosen to inflict, is pitched upon to perform, as a mark of greater ignominy, sentences intended as examples to deter others from the commission of heinous crimes. The Almighty took this method when he was disposed to correct severely his chosen people, for in that case he generally did it by the hands of the most profligate nations around them, as we read in many places of the Old Testament. But the following rule I admire in Mr. Locke. When, says he, for any misdemeanor, the father or mother looks sour on the child, every one else should put on the same coldness to him, and nobody give him countenance till forgiveness is asked, and a reformation of his fault has set him right again and restored him to his former credit. If this were constantly observed, adds he, I guess there would be little need of blows or chiding. Their own ease or satisfaction would quickly teach children to court commendation and avoid doing that which they found everybody condemned, and they were sure to suffer for, without being chid or beaten. This would teach them modesty and shame, and they would quickly come to have a natural abhorrence for that which they found made them slighted and neglected by everybody. This affords me a pretty hint, for if ever your charming Billy shall be naughty, I will proclaim throughout your worthy family that the little dear is in disgrace, And one shall shun him, another decline answering him, a third say, No, master, I cannot obey you till your mamma is pleased with you. A fourth, who shall mind what little masters bid them do, when they won't mind what their mammas say to them? And when the dear little soul finds this, he will come in my way, and I see, pardon me, my dear Mr. B, he has some of his papa's spirit already. Indeed he has. And I will direct myself with double kindness to your beloved Davers, and to my Miss Goodwin, and not notice the dear creature if I can help it, till I can see his papa, forgive my boldness, banished from his little sullen brow, and all his mamma rise to his eyes. And when his musical tongue shall be unlocked to his own fault, and promise amendment, oh then, how shall I clasp him to my bosom? And tears of joy, I know, will meet his tears of penitence. How these flights, dear sir, please a body! What delights have those mammas, which some fashionable dear ladies are quite unacquainted with, who can make their babies and their first educations their entertainment and diversion, to watch the dawnings of reason in them, to direct their little passions, as they shew themselves, to this or that particular point of benefit or use, and to prepare the sweet virgin soil of their minds to receive the seeds of virtue and goodness so early, that as they grow up, one need only now a little pruning, and now a little water, to make them the ornaments and delights of the garden of this life. And then their pretty ways, their fond and grateful endearments, some new beauty every day rising to observation. Oh, my dearest Mr. B, whose enjoyments and pleasures are so great, as those of such mothers as can bend their minds 2 or 3 hours every day to the duties of the nursery. I have a few other things to observe upon Mr. Locke's treatise, which, when I have done, I shall read, admire, and improve by the rest, as my years and experience advance, of which, in my proposed little book, I shall give you better proofs than I am able to do at present, raw, crude, and indigested, as the notions of so young a mamma must needs be. But these shall be the subjects of another letter, for now I am come to the pride and the pleasure I always have when I subscribe myself, dearest sir, your ever dutiful and grateful P.B. End of letter 95. Letter 96 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Neala, Iowa City, Iowa. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 96. Dear Sir, Mr. Locke gives a great many very pretty instructions relating to the play games of children, but I humbly presume to object to what he says in 1 or 2 places. He would not indulge them in any playthings, but what they make themselves, or endeavor to make. A smooth pebble, a piece of paper, the mother's bunch of keys, or anything they cannot hurt themselves with, he rightly says, serve as much to divert little children as those more chargeable and curious toys from the shops, which are presently put out of order and broken. These playthings may certainly do for little ones, but methinks to a person of easy circumstances, since the making these toys employs the industrious poor, the buying them for the child might be complied with, though they were easily broken, and especially as they are of all prices, and some less costly and more durable than others. Tops, gigs, battledores, Mr. Locke observes, which are to be used with labor, should indeed be procured them, not for variety, but exercise. But if they had a top, the scourge stick and leather strap should be left to their own making and fitting. But I may presume to say that whatever the good Mr. Locke proposes by this, it cannot be equal to the mischief children may do themselves in making these playthings. For must they not have implements to work with, and is not a knife or other edged tool, without which it is impossible they can make or shape a scourge stick, or any of their playthings, a fine instrument in a child's hands? This advice is the reverse of the caution warranted from all antiquity, that it is dangerous to meddle with edged tools, and I am afraid the tutor must often act the surgeon, and follow the indulgence with the styptic and plaister, and the young gentleman's hands might be so often bound up as to be one way to cure him of his earnest desire to play. But I can hardly imagine any other good that it can do him, for I doubt the excellent consequences proposed by our author from this doctrine, such as to teach the child moderation in his desires, application, industry, thought, contrivance, and good husbandry, qualities that, as he says, will be useful to him when he is a man, are too remote to be engrafted upon such beginnings, although it must be confessed that, as Mr. Locke wisely observes, good habits and industry cannot be too much early inculcated. But then, sir, may I ask, are not the very plays and sports to which children accustom themselves, whether they make their own playthings or not, equivalent to the work and labor of grown persons? Yes, sir, I will venture to say they are, and more than equivalent to the exercises and labor of many. Mr. Locke advises that the child's playthings should be as few as possible, which I entirely approve, that they should be in his tutor's power, who is to give him but one at once. But since it is the nature of the human mind to court most what is prohibited, and to set light by what is in its own power, I am half doubtful, only that Mr. Locke says it, and it may not be so very important as other points in which I have ventured to differ from that gentleman, whether the child's absolute possession of his own playthings in some little repository of which he may be permitted to keep the key, especially if he makes no bad use of the privilege, would not make him more indifferent to them, while the contrary conduct might possibly enhance his value of them. And if, when he had done with any plaything, he were obliged to put it in its allotted place, and were accustomed to keep account of the number and places of them severally, this would teach him order, and at the same time instruct him to keep a proper account of them, and to avoid being a squanderer or waster. And if he should omit to put his playthings in their places, or be careless of them, the taking them away for a time, or threatening to give them to others, would make him the more heedful. Mr. Locke says that he has known a child so distracted with the number and variety of his playthings that he tired his maid every day to look them over, and was so accustomed to abundance that he never thought he had enough, but was always asking, "What more? What new thing shall I have?" A good introduction, adds he ironically, to moderate desires, and the ready way to make a contented, happy man. All that I shall offer to this is, that few men are so philosophical as one would wish them to be, much less children. But, no doubt, this variety engaged the child's activity, which of the two might be turned to better purposes than sloth or indolence, and if the maid was tired, it might be because she was not so much alive as the child, and perhaps this part of the grievance might not be so great, because if she was his attendant, 'tis probable she had nothing else to do. However, in the main, as Mr. Locke says, it is no matter how few playthings the child is indulged with, but yet I can hardly persuade myself that plenty of them can have such bad consequences as he apprehends, and the rather because they will excite his attention and promote his industry and activity. His enquiry after new things, let him have few or many, is to be expected as a consequence to those natural desires which are implanted in him, and will every day increase. But this may be observed, that as he grows in years, he He will be above some playthings, and so the number of the old ones will be always reducible, perhaps in a greater proportion than the new ones will increase. On the head of good breeding, he observes that there are two sorts of ill breeding, the one a sheepish bashfulness, and the other a misbecoming negligence and disrespect in our carriage, both which, says he, are avoided by duly observing this one rule, not to think meanly of ourselves, and not to think meanly of others. I think, as Mr. Locke explains this rule, it is an excellent one, but I would beg to observe upon it that however discommendable a bashful temper is, in some instances where it must be deemed a weakness of the mind, yet in my humble opinion, it is generally the mark of an ingenuous one, and is always to be preferred to an undistinguishing and hearty confidence, which, as it seems to me, is the genuine production of invincible ignorance. What is faulty in it, which he calls sheepishness, should indeed be shaken off as soon as possible, because it is an enemy to merit and its advancement in the world. But, sir, were I to choose a companion for your Billy as he grows up, I should not think the worse of the youth who, not having had the opportunities of knowing men or seeing the world, had this defect. On the contrary, I should be apt to look upon it as an outward fence or enclosure to his virtue, which might keep off the lighter attacks of immorality, the hussars of vice, as I may say, who are not able to carry on a formal siege against his morals, and I should expect such a one to be docile, humane, good-humored, diffident of himself, and therefore most likely to improve as well in mind as behavior, while a hardened mind that never doubts itself must be a stranger to its own infirmities, and suspecting none, is impetuous, overbearing, incorrigible, and, if rich, a tyrant. If not, possibly an invader of other men's properties, or at least such a one as allows itself to walk so near the borders of injustice that where self is concerned, it hardly ever does right things. Mr. Locke proposes, section 148, a very pretty method to cheat children, as it were, into learning, but then he adds, there may be dice and playthings with the letters on them to teach children the alphabet by playing. And section 151. I know a person of great quality who, by pasting on the 6 vowels, for in our language Y is 1, on the 6 sides of a dice, and the remaining 18 consonants on the sides of 3 other dice, has made this a play for his children, that he shall win, who at one cast throws most words on these 4 dice, whereby his eldest son, yet in coats, has played himself into spelling with great eagerness, and without once having been chid for it, or forced to it. But I had rather your Billy should be a 12-month backwarder, for want of this method, than forwarded by it, for what may not be feared, from so early inculcating the use of dice and gaming upon the minds of children. Let Mr. Locke himself speak to this in his section 208, and I wish I could reconcile the 2 passages in this excellent author. As to cards and dice, says he, I think the safest and the best way is never to learn any play upon them, and so to be incapacitated for those dangerous temptations and encroaching wasters of useful time. And he might have added, of the noblest estates and fortunes, while sharpers and scoundrels have been lifted into distinction upon their ruins. Yet, in section 153, Mr. Locke proceeds to give directions in relation to the dice he recommends. But after all, if some innocent plays were fixed upon to cheat children into reading, that, as he says, should look as little like a task as possible. it must needs be of use for that purpose. But let every gentleman who has a fortune to lose, and who, if he games, is on a foot with the vilest company, who generally have nothing at all to risk, tremble at the thoughts of teaching his son, though for the most laudable purposes, the early use of dice and gaming. But how much am I charmed with a hint in Mr. Locke, which makes your Pamela hope she may be of greater use to your children, even as they grow up, than she ever could have flattered herself to be. 'Tis a charming paragraph. I must not skip one word of it. Thus it begins, and I will observe upon it as I go along. Section 177. But under whose care soever a child is put to be taught during the tender and flexible years of his life, this is certain, it should be one who thinks Latin and language the least part of education. How agreeable is this to my notions, which I durst not have avowed, but after so excellent a scholar! For I have long had the thought that much time is wasted to little purpose in the attaining of Latin. Mr. H., I think, says he was 10 years in endeavoring to learn it, and, as far as I can find, knows nothing at all of the matter neither. Indeed, he lays that to the wicked picture in his grammar, which he took for granted, as he often said, as well as once written, was put there to teach boys to rob orchards, instead of improving their minds in learning or common honesty. But, for this is too light an instance for the subject, Mr. Locke proceeds. One who, knowing how much virtue and a well-tempered soul is to be preferred to any sort of learning or language, what a noble writer is this! Makes it his chief business to form the mind of his scholars, and give that a right disposition. Ay, there, dear sir, is the thing, which, if once got, though all the rest should be neglected, charmingly observed, would, in due time, without wicked dice, I hope, produce all the rest, and which, if it be not got and settled, so to keep out ill and vicious habits, languages and sciences, and all other accomplishments of education will be to no purpose but to make the worse or more dangerous man. Now comes the place I am so much delighted with. And indeed, whatever stir there is made about getting of Latin, as the great and difficult business, his mother, thank you, dear sir, for putting this excellent author into my hands, may teach it him herself, if she will but spend 2 or 3 hours in a day with him. If she will, never fear but I will, with the highest pleasure in the world, and make him read the evangelists in Latin to her. How I long to be 5 or 6 years older, as well as my dearest babies, that I may enter upon this charming scheme. For she need but buy a Latin Testament, and having got somebody to mark the last syllable but one, where it is long, in words above 2 syllables, which is enough to regulate her pronunciation and accenting the words, read daily in the Gospels, and then let her avoid understanding them in Latin if she can. Why, dear sir, you have taught me almost all this already, and you, my beloved tutor, have told me often I read and pronounce Latin more than tolerably, though I don't understand it. But this method will teach me as well as your dear children. But thus the good gentleman proceeds. And when she understands the evangelists in Latin, let her in the same manner read Aesop's fables, and so proceed to Eutropius, Justin, and such other books. I do not mention this, adds Mr. Locke, as an imagination of what I fancy may do, but as a thing I have known done, and the Latin tongue got with ease this way. He then mentions other advantages which the child may receive from his mother's instruction, which I will try more and more to qualify myself for, particularly after he has intimated that at the same time that the child is learning French and Latin, he may be entered also in arithmetic, geography, chronology, history, and geometry too. For if, says he, these be taught him in French or Latin, when he begins once to understand either of these tongues, he will get a knowledge of these sciences and the language to boot. He then proceeds, geography, I think, should be begun with, for the learning of the figure of the globe, the situation and boundaries of the 4 parts of the world, and that of particular kingdoms and countries, being only an exercise of the eyes and memory, a child with pleasure will learn and retain them. And this is so certain that I now live in a house with a child whom his mother has so well instructed this way in geography. But had she not, do you think, dear sir, some of this good gentleman's kind assistance? That he knew the limits of the 4 parts of the world would readily point, being asked, to any country upon the globe, or any county in the map of England, knew all the great rivers, promontories, straits, and bays in the world, and could find the longitude and latitude of any place before he was 6 years old. That's for you, dear sir. See what a mother can do if she pleases. I remember, sir, formerly in that sweet chariot conference, at the dawning of my hopes, when all my dangers were happily over, a conference I shall always think of with pleasure, that you asked me how I would bestow my time, supposing the neighboring ladies would be above being seen in my company, when I should have no visits to receive or return, no parties of pleasure to join in, no card tables to employ my winter evenings. I then, sir, transported with my opening prospects, prattled to you how well I would try to pass my time in the family management and accounts, in visits now and then to the indigent and worthy poor, in music sometimes, in reading, in writing, in my superior duties, and I hope I have not behaved quite unworthily of my promise. But I also remember what once you said on a certain occasion, which now, since the fair prospect is no longer distant, and that I have been so long your happy wife, I may repeat without those blushes which then covered my face. Thus, then, with a modest grace, and with that virtuous endearment that is so beautiful in your sex as well as in ours, whether in the character of lover or husband, maiden or wife, you are pleased to say, and I hope, my Pamela, to have superadded to all these such an employment as, in short, sir, I am now blessed with, and writing of, no less than the useful part I may be able to take in the first education of your beloved babies. And now I must add that this pleasing hope sets me above all other diversions. I wish for no parties of pleasure but with you, my dearest Mr. B., and these are parties that will improve me and make me more capable of the other, and more worthy of your conversation, and of the time you pass, beyond what I could ever have promised to my utmost wishes, in such poor company as mine, for no other reason but because I love to be instructed, and take my lessons well, as you are pleased to say, and indeed I must be a sad dunce if I did not, from so skilful and so beloved a master. I want no card-table amusements, for I hope, in a few years, and a proud hope it is, to be able to teach your dear little ones the first rudiments, as Mr. Locke points the way, of Latin, of French, and of geography and arithmetic. Oh, my dear Mr. B., by your help and countenance, what may I not be able to teach them? And how may I prepare the way for a tutor's instructions, and give him up minds half cultivated to his hands? and all this time improve myself too, not only in science, but in nature, by tracing in these little babes what all mankind are, and have been, from infancy to riper years, and watching the sweet dawnings of reason, and delighting in every bright emanation of that ray of divinity, lent to the human mind for great and happy purposes, when rightly pointed and directed. There is no going farther after these charming recollections and hopes, for they bring me to that grateful remembrance to whom under God I owe them all, and also what I have been for so happy a period, and what I am, which will ever be my pride and my glory, and well it may, when I look back to my beginning with humble acknowledgment, and can call myself, dearest Mr. B., your honored and honoring, and I hope to say in time, useful wife. P.B. End of letter 96.
Letter 97 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Davis. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 97. My dearest Mr. B., having in my former letters said as much as is necessary to let you into my notion of the excellent book you put into my hands, and having touched those points in which the children of both sexes may be concerned, with some art in my intention, I own, in hope that they would not be so much out of the way as to make you repent of the honour you have done me in committing the dear Miss Goodwin to my care, I shall now very quickly set myself about the proposed little book. You have been so good as to tell me, at the same time that you disapprove not these my specimen letters, as I may call them, that you will kindly accept of my intended present, and encourage me to proceed in it, and as I shall leave one side of the leaf blank for your corrections and alterations, these corrections will be a fine help and instruction to me in the pleasing task which I propose to myself of assisting in the early education of your dear children. And as I may be years in writing it, as the dear babies improve, as I myself improve, by the opportunities which their advances in years will give me, and the experience I shall gain, I may then venture to give my notions on the more material and nobler parts of education, as well as the inferior. For, but that I think the subjects above my present abilities, Mr. Locke's book would lead me into several remarks that might not be unuseful, and which appear to me entirely new, though that may be owing to my slender readings and opportunities, perhaps. But what I would now touch upon is a word or two still more particularly upon the education of my own sex, a topic which naturally arises to me from the subject of my last letter. For there, dear sir, we saw that the mothers might teach the child this part of science and that part of instruction, and who, I pray, as our sex is generally educated, shall teach the mothers? How, in a word, shall they come by their knowledge? I know you'll be apt to say that Miss Goodwin gives all the promises of becoming a fine young lady, and takes her learning, loves reading, and makes very pretty reflections upon all she reads, and asks very pertinent questions, and is as knowing at her years as most young ladies. This is very true, sir. But it is not every one that can boast of Miss Goodwin's capacity and goodness of temper, which have enabled her to get up a good deal of lost time, as I must call it, for her first 4 years were a perfect blank, as far as I can find, just as if the pretty dear was born the day she was 4 years old, for what she had to unlearn as to temper and will and such things, set against what little improvements she had made, might very fairly be compounded for as a blank. I would indeed have a girl brought up to her needle, but I would not have all her time employed in samplers and learning to mark, and do those unnecessary things, which she will never probably be called upon to practice. And why, pray, are not girls entitled to the same first education, though not to the same plays and diversions as boys, so far, at least, as is supposed by Mr. Locke a mother can instruct them? Would this not lay a foundation for their future improvement, and direct their inclinations to useful subjects, such as would make them above the imputations of some unkind gentlemen, who allot to their part common tea-table prattle, while they do all they can to make them fit for nothing else, and then upbraid them for it? And would not the men find us better and more suitable companions and assistants to them in every useful purpose of life? Oh, that your lordly sex were all like my dear Mr. B. I don't mean that they should all take raw, uncouth, unbred, lowly girls, as I was from the cottage, and, destroying all distinction, make such their wives, for there is a far greater likelihood that such a one, when she comes to be lifted up in so dazzling a sphere, would have her head made giddy with her exaltation, than that she would balance herself well in it. And to what a blot, over all the fair page of a long life, would this little drop of dirty ink spread itself! What a standing disreputation to the choice of a gentleman! But this I mean, that after a gentleman had entered into the marriage state with a young creature, saying nothing at all of birth or descent, far inferior to him in learning, in parts, in knowledge of the world, and in all the graces which make conversation agreeable and improving, he would, as you do, endeavour to make her fit company for himself, as he shall find she is willing to improve, and capable of improvement; that he would direct her taste, point out to her proper subjects for her amusement and instruction, travel with her now and then, a month in a year perhaps, and show her the world, after he has encouraged her to put herself forward at his own table, and at the houses of his friends, and has seen that she will not do him great discredit anywhere. What obligations, and what opportunities, too, will this give her to love and honour such a husband, every hour, more and more, as she will see his wisdom in 1,000 instances, and experience his indulgence to her in 10,000, to the praise of his politeness, and the honour of them both. And then, when select parties of pleasure or business engage him not abroad, in his home conversation, to have him delight to instruct and open her views, and inspire her with an ambition to enlarge her mind, and more to excel. What an intellectual kind of married life would such persons find theirs! And how suitable to the rules of policy and self-love in the gentleman! For is it not the wife, and are not her improvements all his own? Absolutely, as I may say, his own. And does not every excellence she can be adorned by redound to her husband's honour, because she is his, even more than to her own? In like manner as no dishonour affects a man so much as that which he receives from a bad wife. But where is such a gentleman as Mr. B. to be met with? Look round and see where, with all the advantages of sex, of education, of travel, of conversation in the open world, a gentleman of his abilities to instruct and inform is to be found. And there are others who, perhaps, will question the capacities or inclinations of our sex in general, to improve in useful knowledge, were they to meet with such kind instructors, either in the characters of parents or husbands. As to the first, I grant that it is not easy to find such a gentleman. But for the second, if excusable in me, who am one of the sex, and so may be thought partial to it, I could, by comparisons drawn from the gentlemen and ladies within the circle of my own acquaintance, produce instances which are so flagrantly in their favour as might make it suspected that it is policy more than justice in those who would keep our sex unacquainted with that more eligible turn of education, which gives the gentlemen so many advantages over us in that, and which will show they have none at all in nature or genius. I know you will pardon me, dear sir, for you are so exalted above your Pamela, by nature and education too, that you cannot apprehend any inconvenience from bold comparisons. I will beg, therefore, to mention a few instances among our friends where the ladies, notwithstanding their more cramped and confined education, make more than an equal figure with the gentlemen in all the graceful parts of conversation, in spite of the contempts poured out upon our sex by some witty gentlemen whose writings I have in my eye. To begin, then, with Mr. Murray, and Miss Stanford that was. Mr. Murray has the reputation of scholarship, and has travelled too, but how infinitely is he surpassed in every noble and useful quality, and in greatness of mind and judgment as well as wit, by the young lady I have named. This we saw when last at the Hall in 50 instances, where the gentleman was, you know, sir, on a visit to Sir Simon and his lady. Next, dear sir, permit me to observe that my good Lord Davers, with all his advantages, born a counsellor of the realm and educated accordingly, does not surpass his lady. My countess, as I delight to call her, and Lady Betty, her eldest daughter, greatly surpass the earl and her eldest brother in every point of knowledge, and even learning, as I may say, although both ladies owe that advantage principally to their own cultivation and acquirement. Let me presume, sir, to name Mr. H. And when I have named him, shall we not be puzzled to find anywhere in our sex one removed from vulgar life, a woman that will not outdo Mr. H? Lady Darnford, upon all useful subjects, makes a much brighter figure than Sir Simon, whose knowledge of the world has not yet made him acquainted with himself. Mr. Arthur excels not his lady. Mrs. Towers, a maiden lady, is an overmatch for half a dozen of the neighbouring gentlemen I could name, in what is called wit and politeness, and not inferior to any of them in judgment. I could multiply such instances, were it needful, to the confutation of that low, and, I had almost said, unmanly contempt with which a certain celebrated genius treats our sex, in general, in most of his pieces I have seen, particularly his letter of advice to a new married lady, so written as must disgust instead of instruct, and looks more like the advice of an enemy to the sex, and a bitter one too, than a friend to the particular lady. But I ought to beg pardon for this my presumption, for 2 reasons. First, because of the truly admirable talents of this writer, and next, because we know not what ladies the ingenious gentleman may have fallen among in his younger days. Upon the whole, therefore, I conclude that Mr. B. is almost the only gentleman who excels every lady that I have seen, so greatly excels that even the emanations of his excellence irradiate a low cottage-born girl, and make her pass among ladies of birth and education for somebody. Forgive my pride, dear sir, but it would be almost a crime in your Pamela not to exult in the mild benignity of those rays by which her beloved Mr. B. endeavours to make her look up to his own sunny sphere, while she, by the advantage only of his reflected glory, in his absence, which makes a dark night to her, glides along with her paler and fainter beaminess, and makes a distinguishing figure among such lesser planets as can only poorly twinkle and glimmer for want of the aid she boasts of. I dare not, sir, conjecture whence arises this more than parity in the genius of the sexes among the above persons, notwithstanding the disparity of education, and the differences in the opportunities of each. This might lead one into too proud a thought in favour of a sex too contemptuously treated by some other wits I could name, who indeed are the less to be regarded, as they love to jest upon all God Almighty's works. Yet might I better do it too than anybody, since I am so infinitely transcended by my husband, that no competition, pride, or vanity could be apprehended from me. But however, I would only beg of those who are so free in their contempts of us, that they would, for their own sakes, and that with such generally goes a great way, rather try to improve than depreciate us. We should then make better daughters, better wives, better mothers, and better mistresses. And who, permit me, sir, to ask them, would be so much the better for these opportunities and amendments as our upbraiders themselves. On reperusing this, I must repeatedly beg your excuse for those proud notions in behalf of my sex, which I can truly say are not owing to partiality because I have the honour to be one of it, but to a far better motive. For what does this contemptuous treatment of one half, if not the better half, of the human species naturally produce, but libertinism and abandoned wickedness? For does it not tend to make the daughters, the sisters, the wives of gentlemen, the subjects of profligate attempts? Does it not render the sex vile in the eyes of the most vile? And when a lady is no longer beheld by such persons with that dignity and reverence, with which perhaps the graces of her person and the innocence of her mind should sacredly, as it were, encompass her, do not her very excellencies become so many incentives for base wretches to attempt her virtue, and bring about her ruin? What then may not wicked wit have to answer for, when its possessors prostitute it to such unmanly purposes? And as if they had never had a mother, a sister, a daughter of their own, throw down, as much as in them lies, those sacred fences which may lay the fair enclosure open to the invasions of every clumsier and viler beast of prey, who, though destitute of their wit, yet corrupted by it, shall fill their mouths, as well as their hearts, with the borrowed mischief, and propagate it from one to another to the end of time, and who otherwise would have passed by the uninvaded fence, and only showed their teeth, and snarled at the well-secured fold within it. You cannot, my dearest Mr. B., I know, be angry at this romantic painting, since you are not affected by it. For when at worst you acted, more dangerously 'tis true for the poor innocents, a principal part, and were as a lion among beasts, dear sir, let me say, among this one time, you scorned to borrow any man's wit, and if nobody had followed your example till they had your qualities, the number of rakes would have been but small. Yet don't mistake me neither, I am not so mean as to bespeak your favour by extenuating your failings. If I were, you would deservedly despise me, for undoubtedly, I must say it, sir, your faults were the greater for your perfections, and such talents misapplied, as they made you more capable of mischief, so did they increase the evil of your practices. All then that I mean by saying you are not affected by this painting is, that you are not affected by my description of clumsy and sordid rakes, whose wit is borrowed, and their wickedness only what they may call their own. Then, dear sir, since that noble conversation you held with me at Tunbridge, in relation to the consequences that might, had it not been for God's grace intervening, have followed the masquerade affair, I have the inexpressible pleasure to find a thorough reformation from the best motives taking place, and your joining with me in my closet, as opportunity permits, in my evening duties, is the charming confirmation of your kind and voluntary, and I am proud to say, pious assurances, so that this makes me fearless of your displeasure, while I rather triumph in my joy for your precious soul's sake, than presume to think of recriminating. And when, only for this once, I take the liberty of looking back from the delightful now to the painful formerly. But what a rambler am I again! You command me to write to you all I think, without fear. I obey, and, as the phrase is, do it without either fear or wit. If you are not displeased, it is a mark of the true nobleness of your nature, and the sincerity of your late pious declarations. If you are, I shall be sure I have done wrong in having applied a corrosive to eat away the proud flesh of a wound that is not yet so thoroughly digested as to bear a painful application, and requires balsam and a gentler treatment. But when we were at Bath, I remember what you said once of the benefit of retrospection, and you charged me, whenever a proper opportunity offered, to remind you, by that one word, retrospection, of the charming conversation we had there on our return from the rooms. If this be not one of them, forgive, dearest sir, the unreasonableness of your very impertinent, but in intention and resolution, ever dutiful, P.B. End of letter 97.
Letter 98 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 98 from Mrs. B. to her father and mother. Ever dear and ever honored, I must write this one letter, although I have had the happiness to see you so lately, because Mr. B. is now about to honour me with the tour he so kindly promised, and it may therefore be several months, perhaps, before I have again the pleasure of paying you the like dutiful respects. You know his kind promise that he would for every dear baby I present him with, take an excursion with me afterwards, in order to establish and confirm my health. The task I have undertaken of dedicating all my writing amusements to the dearest of men, the full employment I have when at home, the frequent rambles he has so often indulged me in with my dear Miss Goodwin, to Kent, London, Bedfordshire, Lincolnshire, and to my Lady Davers, take from me the necessity of writing to you, to my Miss Darnford that was, and to Lady Davers, so often as I formerly thought myself obliged to do, when I saw all my worthy friends so seldom. The same things, moreover, with little variation occurring this year, as to our conversations, visits, friends, employments, and amusements, that fell out the last, as must be the case in a family so uniform and methodical as ours. I have for these reasons more leisure to pursue my domestic duties, which are increased upon me, and when I have said that I am every day more and more happy in my beloved Mr. B., in Miss Goodwin, my Billy, my Davers, and now newly in my sweet little Pamela, for so you know Lady Davers would have her called, rather than by her own name, what can I say more? As to the tour I spoke of, you know the first part of Mr. B.'s obliging scheme is to carry me to France, for he has already travelled with me over the greatest part of England, and I am sure by my passage last year to the Isle of Wight I shall not be afraid of crossing the water from Dover thither, and he will, when we are at Paris, he says, take my farther directions, that was his kind expression, whither to go next. My Lord and Lady Davers are so good as to promise to accompany us to Paris, provided Mr. B. will give them our company to Aix-la-Chapelle, for a month or 6 weeks, whither my Lord is advised to go. And Mr. H., if he can get over his fear of crossing the salt water, is to be of the party. Lady G., Miss Darnford, that was, who likewise has lately lain in of a fine daughter, and I are to correspond as opportunity offers, and she promises to send you what I write, as formerly, but I have refused to say one word in my letters of the manners, customs, curiosities, etc., of the places we see, because first, I shall not have leisure, and next, those things are so much better described in books written by persons who made stricter and better observations than I can pretend to make, so that what I shall write will relate only to our private selves, and be as brief as possible. If we are to do as Mr. B. has it in his thoughts, he intends to be out of England 2 years. But how can I bear that, if for your sakes only, and for those of my dear babies? But this must be my time, my only time, Mr. B. says, to ramble and see distant places and countries. For as soon as his little ones are capable of my instructions, and begin to understand my looks and signs, he will not spare me from them a week together. And he is so kind as to propose that my dear bold boy, for every one sees how greatly he resembles his papa in his dear forward spirit, shall go with us, and this pleases Miss Goodwin highly, who is very fond of him and my little Davers, but vows she will never love so well my pretty black-eyed Pamela. You see what a sweet girl Miss is, and you admired her much. Did I tell you what she said to me when first she saw you both, with your silver hairs and reverend countenances? Madam, I dare say your papa and mamma honoured their father and mother. They did, my dear, but what is your reason for saying so? Because they have lived so long in the land which the Lord their God has given them. I took the charmer in my arms, and kissed her 3 or 4 times, as she deserved, for was not this very pretty in the child? I must, with inexpressible pleasure, write you word how happily God's providence has now at last turned that affair, which once made me so uneasy in relation to the fine countess, who has been some time abroad, of whom you had heard, as you told me, some reports, which, had you known at the time, would have made you very apprehensive for Mr. B.'s morals, as well as for my repose. I will now, because I can do it with the highest pleasure, by reason of the event it has produced, explain that dark affair, so far as shall make you judges of my present joy, although I had hitherto avoided entering into that subject to you. For now I think myself, by God's grace, secure to the affection and fidelity of the best of husbands, and that from the worthiest motives, as you shall hear. There was but one thing wanting to complete all the happiness I wished for in this life, which was the remote hope I had entertained that one day my dear Mr. B., who from a licentious gentleman became a moralist, would be so touched by the divine grace as to become in time more than moral, a religious man, and at last join in the duties which he had the goodness to countenance. For this reason I began with mere indispensables. I crowded not his gates with objects of charity. I visited them at their homes, and relieved them, distinguishing the worthy indigent, made so by unavoidable accidents and casualties, from the wilfully or perversely or sottishly such, by greater marks of my favour. I confined my morning and evening devotions to my own private closet, lest I should give offence and discouragement to so gay a temper, so unaccustomed, poor gentleman, to acts of devotion and piety, whilst I met his household together only on mornings and evenings of the Sabbath day, to prepare them for their public duties in the one, and in hopes to confirm them in what they had heard at church in the other, leaving them to their own reflections for the rest of the week, after I had suggested a method I wished them to follow, and in which they constantly obliged me. This good order had its desired effect, and our Sabbath day assemblies were held with so little parade, that we were hardly any of us missed. All, in short, was done with cheerful ease and composure, and every one of us was better disposed to our domestic duties, I to attend the good pleasure of my best friend, and they that of us both. Thus we went on very happily, my neighbourly visits of charity taking up no more time than common airings, and passing many of them for such, my private duties being only between my first, my heavenly benefactor, and myself, and my family ones personally confined to the day separated for these best of services, and Mr. B., pleased with my manner, beheld the good effects, and countenanced me by his praises and his endearments, as acting discreetly, as not falling into enthusiasm, and, as he used to say, as not aiming at being righteous overmuch. But still I wanted and waited for, with humble patience, and made it part of my constant prayers, that the divine grace would at last touch his heart, and make him more than a countenancer, more than an applauder of my duties, that he might, for his own dear sake, become a partaker in them. And then, thought I, when we can, hand in hand, heart in heart, one spirit as well as one flesh, join in the same closet, in the same prayers and thanksgiving, what a happy creature shall I be! I say closet, for I durst not aspire so high as to hope the favour of his company among his servants in our Sunday devotions. I knew it would be going too far, in his opinion, to expect it from him. In me, their mistress, had I been ever so high-born, it was not amiss, because I and they, every one of us, were his. I in one degree, Mr. Longman in another, Mrs. Jervis in another, but from a man of his high temper and manner of education, I knew I could never hope for it, so would not lose everything by grasping at too much. But in the midst of all these comfortable proceedings, and my further charming hopes, a nasty masquerade threw into his way, a temptation which for a time blasted all my prospects, and indeed made me doubt my own head almost. For judge my disappointment when I found all my wishes frustrated, all my prayers rendered ineffectual, his very morality, which I had flattered myself in time I should be an humble instrument to exalt into religion, shocked and in danger, and all the work to begin over again, if offended grace should ever again offer itself to the dear wilful trespasser. But who should pretend to scrutinize the counsels of the Almighty? For out of all this evil appearance was to proceed the real good I had been so long and so often supplicating for. The dear man was to be on the brink of relapsing. It was proper that I should be so very uneasy as to assume a conduct not natural to my temper, and to raise his generous concern for me. And in the very crisis, divine grace interposed, made him sensible of his danger, made him resolve against his error before it was yet too late, and his sliding feet, quitting the slippery path he was in, collected new strength, and he stood the firmer and more secure for his peril. For having happily put a stop to that affair, and by his uniform conduct for a considerable time showed me that I had nothing to apprehend from it, he was pleased, when we were last at Tunbridge, and in very serious discourse upon divine subjects, to say to this effect: "Is there not, my Pamela, a text that the unbelieving husband shall be saved by the believing wife, whilst he beholds her chaste conversation coupled with fear?" I need not tell you, my dear Mr. B., that there is, nor where it is. Then, my dear, I begin to hope that will be my case; for from a former affair, of which this spot of ground puts me more in mind, I see so much reason to doubt my own strength, which I had built, and as I thought securely, on moral foundations, that I must look out for a better guide to conduct me than the proud word honour can be, in the general acceptance of it among us lively young gentlemen. How often have I promised, and I never promised, but I intended to perform, that I would be faithfully and only yours? How often declared that I did not think I could possibly deserve my Pamela, till I could show her in my own mind a purity as nearly equal to hers as my past conduct would admit of? But I depended too much upon my own strength, and I am now convinced that nothing but religious considerations, and a resolution to watch over the very first appearances of evil, and to check them as they arise, can be of sufficient weight to keep steady to his good purpose. A vain young man, too little accustomed to restraint, and too much used to play upon the brink of dangers, from a temerity and love of intrigue natural to enterprising minds. I would not make this declaration of my convictions to you till I had thoroughly examined myself, and had reason to hope that I should be enabled to make it good. And now, my Pamela, from this instant you shall be my guide, and only taking care that you do not all at once, by injunctions too rigorous, damp and discourage the rising flame, I will leave it to you to direct as you please, till by degrees it may be deemed worthy to mingle with your own. Judge how rapturous my joy was upon this occasion, and how ready I was to bless God for a danger so narrowly escaped, which was attended with the very consequences that I had so long prayed for, and which I little thought the divine providence was bringing about by the very means that I apprehended would put an end to all my pleasing hopes and prospects of that nature. It is in vain for me to seek words to express what I felt, and how I acted on this occasion. I heard him out with 20 different and impatient emotions, and then threw myself at his feet, embracing his knees with arms the most ardently clasped, my face lifted up to heaven and to him by turns, my eyes overflowing with tears of joy, which half choked up the passage of my words. At last, his kind arms clasping my neck and kissing my tearful cheek, I could only say, my ardent prayers are at last heard. May God Almighty confirm your pious purposes, and oh, what a happy Pamela have you at your feet! I wept for joy till I sobbed again, and he, raising me to his kind arms, I said, to have this heavenly prospect, O best beloved of my heart, added to all my earthly blessings, how shall I contain my joy? For, oh, to think that he is and will be mine, and I his, through the mercies of God, when this transitory life is past and gone, to all eternity. What a rich thought is this! Methinks I am already, dear sir, ceasing to be mortal, and beginning to taste the perfections of those joys, which this thrice welcome declaration gives me hope of hereafter. But what shall I say, obliged as I was beyond expression before, and now doubly obliged in the rapturous view you have opened to me into a happy futurity? He said he was delighted with me beyond expression, that I was his ecstatic charmer, that the love I showed for his future good was the moving proof of the purity of my heart and my affection for him. And that very evening he joined with me in my retired duties, and at all proper opportunities favours me with his company in the same manner, listening attentively to all my lessons, as he calls my cheerful discourses on serious subjects. And now, my dear parents, do you not rejoice with me in this charming, charming appearance? For before I had the most generous, the most beneficent, the most noble, the most affectionate, but now I am likely to have the most pious of husbands. What a happy wife, what a happy daughter is his and your Pamela! God of his infinite mercy, continue and improve the ravishing prospect. I was forced to leave off here to enjoy the charming reflections which this lovely subject and my blessed prospects filled me with, and now proceed to write a few lines more. I am under some concern on account of our going to travel into some Roman Catholic countries, for fear we should want the public opportunities of divine service, for I presume the ambassador's chapel will be the only Protestant place of worship allowed of, and Paris the only city in France where there is one. But we must endeavour to make it up in our private and domestic duties, for, as the phrase is, when we are at Rome, we must do as they do at Rome, that is to say, so far as not to give offence, on the one hand, to the people we are among, nor scandal, on the other, by compliances hurtful to one's conscience. But my protector knows all these things so well, no place in what is called the Grand Tour being new to him, that I have no reason to be very uneasy. And now let me by letter, as I did on my knees at parting, beg the continuance of your prayers and blessings, and that God will preserve us to one another, and give us and all our worthy friends a happy meeting again. Kent, you may be sure, will be our first visit on our return for your sakes, for my dear Davers's and my little Pamela's sake, who will be both put into your protection, while my Billy and Miss Goodwin, for since I began this letter it is so determined, are to be my delightful companions, for Mr. B. declared his temper wants looking after, and his notices of everything are strong and significant. Poor little dear! He has indeed a little sort of perverseness and headstrongness, as one may say, in his will. Yet he is but a baby, and I hope to manage him pretty well, for he notices all I say and every look of mine already. He is besides very good-humoured, and willing to part with anything for a kind word, and this gives me hopes of a docile and benevolent disposition as he grows up. I thought when I began the last paragraph but one that I was within a line of concluding, but it is to you and of my babies I am writing, so shall go on to the bottom of this new sheet. If I do not directly finish, which I do, with assuring you both that wherever I am, I shall always be thoughtful of you, and remember you in my prayers, as becomes your ever dutiful daughter, P.B. My respects to all your good neighbours in general. Mr. Longman will visit you now and then. Mrs. Jervis will take one journey into Kent, she says, and it shall be to accompany my babies, when carried down to you. Poor Jonathan and she, good folks, seem declining in their health, which grieves me. Once more, God send us all a happy meeting, if it be his blessed will. Adieu, adieu, my dear parents, your ever dutiful, etc. End of letter 98.
Letter 99 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Davis. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 99. My dear Lady G, I received your last letter at Paris, as we were disposing everything for our return to England, after an absence of near 2 years, in which, as I have informed you, from time to time I have been a great traveller into Holland, the Netherlands, through the most considerable province of France, into Italy, and, in our return to Paris again, the principal place of our residence, through several parts of Germany. I told you of the favours and civilities we received at Florence, from the then Countess Dowager of , who, with her humble servant Lord C., that had so assiduously attended her for so many months in Italy, accompanied us from Florence to Innsbruck. Her ladyship made that worthy lord happy in about a month after she parted from us, and the noble pair gave us an opportunity at Paris, in their way to England, to return some of the civilities which we received from them in Italy, and they are now arrived at her ladyship's seat on the Forest. Her lord is exceedingly fond of her, as he well may, for she is one of the most charming ladies in England, and behaves to him with so much prudence and respect that they are as happy in each other as can be wished. And let me just add, that both in Italy and at Paris, Mr. B.'s demeanour and her ladyship's to one another was so nobly open and unaffectedly polite, as well as highly discreet, that neither Lord C., who had once been jealous of Mr. B., nor the other party, who had had a tincture of the same yellow evil, as you know, because of the Countess, had so much as a shadow of uneasiness remaining on the occasion. Lord Davers has had his health, which had begun to decline in England, so well that there was no persuading Lady Davers to return before now, although I begged and prayed I might not have another little Frenchman, for fear they should, as they grew up, forget, as I pleasantly used to say, the obligations which their parentage lays them under to dearer England. And now, my dearest friend, I have shut up my rambles for my whole life. For 3 little English folks, and 1 little Frenchman, but a charming baby as well as the rest, Charlie by name, and a near prospect of a further increase, you will say, are family enough to employ all my cares at home. I have told you, from time to time, although I could not write to you so often as I would, because of our being constantly in motion, what was most worthy of your knowledge relating to every particular, and how happy we have all been in one another. And I have the pleasure to confirm to you what I have often written, that Mr. B. and my Lord and Lady Davers are all that I could wish and hope for with regard to their first duties. We are indeed a happy family, united by the best and most solid ties. Miss Goodwin is a charming young lady. I cannot express how much I love her. She is a perfect mistress of the French language, and speaks Italian very prettily. And as to myself, I have improved so well under my dear tutor's lessons, together with the opportunity of conversing with the politest and most learned gentry of different nations, that I will discourse with you in 2 or 3 languages, if you please, when I have the happiness to see you. There's a learned boaster for you, my dear friend, if the knowledge of different languages makes one learned. But I shall bring you an heart as entirely English as ever, for all that. We landed on Thursday last at Dover, and directed our course to the dear farmhouse, and you can better imagine than I express our meeting with my dear father and mother, and my beloved Davers and Pamela, who are charming babies. But is not this the language of every fond mamma? Miss Goodwin is highly delighted now with my sweet little Pamela, and says she shall be her sister indeed. For, madam, said she, Miss is a beauty, and we see no French beauties like Master Davers and Miss. Beauty, my dear, said I. What is beauty, if she be not a good girl? Beauty is but a specious, and, as it may happen, a dangerous recommendation, a mere skin-deep perfection. And if, as she grows up, she is not as good as Miss Goodwin, she shall be none of my girl. What adds to my pleasure, my dear friend, is to see them both so well got over the smallpox. It has been as happy for them as it was for their mamma and her Billy, that they had it under so skilful and kind a manager in that distemper as my dear mother. I wish, if it please God, it was as happily over with my little pretty Frenchman. Everybody is surprised to see what the past 2 years have done for Miss Goodwin and my Billy. Oh, my dear friend, they are both of them almost, nay, quite, I think, for their years, all that I wish them to be. In order to make them keep their French, which Miss so well speaks, and Billy so prettily prattles, I oblige them, when they are in the nursery, to speak nothing else. But at table, except on particular occasions when French may be spoken, they are to speak in English. That is, when they do speak, for I tell them that little masters must only ask questions for information, and say yes or no, till their papas or mammas permit them to speak, nor little ladies neither till they are 16. For, my dear loves, cry I, you would not speak before you know how, and knowledge is obtained by hearing, and not by speaking. And setting my Billy on my lap, in Miss's presence, here, said I, taking an ear in the fingers of each hand, are 2 ears, my Billy. And then, pointing to his mouth, but 1 tongue, my love. So you must be sure to mind that you hear twice as much as you speak, even when you grow a bigger master than you are now. You have so many pretty ways to learn one, madam, says Miss, now and then, that it is impossible we should not regard what you say to us. Several French tutors, when we were abroad, were recommended to Mr. B., but there is one English gentleman now on his travels with young Mr. R., with whom Mr. B. has agreed, and in the meantime my best friend is pleased to compliment me that the children will not suffer for want of a tutor, while I can take the pains I do, which he will have to be too much for me, especially that now, on my return, my Davers and my Pamela are added to my cares. But what mother can take too much pains to cultivate the minds of her children? If, my dear Lady G., it were not for these frequent lyings in. But this is the time of life, though little did I think, so early, I should have so many careful blessings. I have as great credit as pleasure from my little family. All our neighbours here admire us more and more. You'll excuse my seeming, for it is but seeming, vanity. I hope I know better than to have it real. Never, says Mrs. Towers, who is still a single lady, did I see before a lady so much advantaged by her residence in that fantastic nation, for she loves not the French, who brought home with her nothing of their affectation. She says that the French politeness and the English frankness and plainness of heart appear happily blended in all we say and do. And she makes me 1,000 compliments upon Lord and Lady Davers' account, who, she would fain persuade me, owe a great deal of improvement, my lord in his conversation, and my lady, in her temper, to living in the same house with us. My Lady Davers is exceeding kind and good to me, is always magnifying me to everybody, and says she knows not how to live from me, and that I have been a means of saving 100 souls, as well as her dear brothers, on an indisposition of my lord's at Montpellier, which made her very apprehensive. She declared that were she to be deprived of his lordship, she would not let us rest till we had consented to her living with us, saying that we had room enough in Lincolnshire, and she would enlarge the Bedfordshire seat at her own expense. Mr. H. is Mr. H. still, and that's the best I can say of him, for I verily think he is more of an ape than ever. His whole head is now French. 'Twas half so before. We had great difficulties with him abroad. His aunt and I endeavouring to give him a serious and religious turn, we like to have turned him into a Roman Catholic, for he was much pleased with the showy part of that religion, and the fine pictures and decorations in the churches of Italy, and having got into company with a Dominican at Padua, a Franciscan at Milan, and a Jesuit at Paris, they lay so hard at him in their turns, that we had like to have lost him to each assailant. So were forced to let him take his own course, for his aunt would have it that he had no other defence from the attacks of persons to make him embrace a faulty religion, than to permit him to continue as he was, that is to say, to have none at all. So she suspended attempting to proselyte the thoughtless creature till he came to England. I wish her success here, but I doubt he will not be a credit to any religion for a great while. And as he is very desirous to go to London, it will be found when there that any fluttering coxcomb will do more to make him one of that class in an hour than his aunt's lessons to make him a good man in a 12-month. Where much is given, much is required. The contrary of this, I doubt, is all poor Mr. H. has to trust to. We have just now heard that his father, who has been long ill, is dead. So now he is a lord indeed. He flutters and starts about most strangely, I warrant, and is wholly employed in giving directions as to his morning equipage. And now there will be no holding him in, I doubt, except his new title has so much virtue in it as to make him a wiser and better man. He will now have a seat in the House of Peers of Great Britain, but I hope, for the nation's sake, he will not find many more like himself there. For, to me, that is one of the most venerable assemblies in the world, and it appears the more so since I have been abroad. For an English gentleman is respected, if he be anything of a man, above a foreign nobleman, and an English nobleman above some petty sovereigns. If our travelling gentry duly considered this distinction in their favour, they would, for the honour of their country, as well as for their own credit, behave in a better manner in their foreign tours than, I am sorry to say, some of them do. But what can one expect from the unlicked cubs? pardon the term, sent abroad with only stature to make them look like men, an equipage to attract respect, without one other qualification to enforce it. Here let me close this, with a few tears, to the memory of my dear Mrs. Jervis, my other mother, my friend, my adviser, my protectress in my single state, and my faithful second and partaker in the comforts of my higher life and better fortunes. What would I have given to have been present, as it seems she so earnestly wished, to close her dying eyes? I should have done it with the piety and the concern of a truly affectionate daughter. But that melancholy happiness was denied to us both, for, as I told you in the letter on the occasion, the dear good woman, who is now in the possession of her blessed reward and rejoicing in God's mercies, was no more when the news reached me, so far off is Heidelberg, of her last illness and wishes. I cannot forbear, every time I enter her parlour, where I used to see with so much delight the good woman sitting, always employed in some useful or pious work, shedding a tear to her memory, and in my Sabbath duties, missing her, I miss 6 friends, methinks, and I sigh in remembrance of her, and can only recover that cheerful frame which the performance of these duties always gave me, by reflecting that she is now reaping the reward of that sincere piety which used to edify and encourage us all. The servants we brought home, and those we left behind, melt in tears at the name of Mrs. Jervis. Mr. Longman, too, lamented the loss of her in the most moving strain. And all I can do now, in honour of her memory and her merit, is to be a friend to those she loved most, as I have already begun to be, and none of them shall suffer in these concerns that can be answered now she is gone. For the loss of so excellent a friend and relation is loss enough to all who knew her and claimed kindred with her. Poor worthy Jonathan, too! 'Tis almost a misery to have so soft, so susceptible an heart as I have, or to have such good servants and friends as one cannot lose without such emotions as I feel for the loss of them. His silver hairs, which I have beheld with so much delight, and thought I had a father in presence, when I saw them adorning so honest and comely a face, are now laid low. Forgive me. He was not a common servant. Neither are any of ours so, but Jonathan excelled all that excelled in his class. I am told that these 2 worthy folks died within 2 days of one another, on which occasion I could not help saying to myself, in the words of David, over Saul and his son Jonathan, the namesake of our worthy butler, they were lovely and pleasant in their lives, and in their deaths they were not divided. I might have continued on in the words of the royal lamenter, for surely never did one fellow servant love another in my maiden state, nor servant love a mistress in my exalted condition, better than Jonathan loved me. I could see in his eyes a glistening pleasure whenever I passed by him, if at such times I spoke to him, as I seldom failed to do, with a "God bless you too," in answer to his repeated blessings. He had a kind of rejuvenescence, may I say, visibly running through his whole frame, and now and then, if I laid my hands upon his folded ones, as I passed him on a Sunday morning or evening, praying for me, with a "How do you do, my worthy old acquaintance?" his heart would spring to his lips in a kind of rapture, and his eyes would run over. Oh, my beloved friend, how the loss of these 2 worthies of my family oppresses me at times. Mr. B. likewise showed a generous concern on the occasion, and when all the servants welcomed us in a body on our return, "Methinks, my dear," said he, "I miss your Mrs. Jervis and honest Jonathan." A starting tear, and "They are happy, dear honest souls," and a sigh, were the tribute I paid to their memories, on their beloved masters so kindly repeating their names. Who knows, had I been here? But away to painful reflections. They lived to a good old age, and fell like fruit fully ripe. They died the death of the righteous. I must follow them in time, God knows how soon. And oh, that my latter end may be like theirs. Once more, forgive me, my dear friend, this small tribute to their memories, and believe that I am not so ungrateful for God's mercies as to let the loss of these dear good folks lessen with me the joy and delight I still have left me, in the health and the love of the best of husbands and good men, in the children, charming as ever mother could boast of. Charming, I mean, principally in the dawning beauties of their minds, and in the pleasure their towardliness of nature gives me, including, as I always do, my dear Miss Goodwin, and have reason to do, from her dutiful love of me, and observation of all I say to her, in the preservation to me of the best and worthiest of parents, hearty, though aged as they are, in the love and friendship of good Lord and Lady Davers, and my excellent friend Lady G., not forgetting even worthy Mr. Longman. God preserve all these to me, as I am truly thankful for his mercies. And then, notwithstanding my affecting losses, as above, who will be so happy as I? That you, my dear Lady G., may long continue so, likewise in the love of a worthy husband, and the delights of an increasing hopeful family, which will make you some amends for the heavy losses you have also sustained in the last 2 years of an affectionate father and a most worthy mother, and in Mrs. Jones of a good neighbour. Praise your ever affectionate friend and servant, P.B. End of letter 99.
Letter 100 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 100. My beloved Lady G., you will excuse my long silence when I shall tell you the occasions of it. In the first place, I was obliged to pay a dutiful visit to Kent, where my good father was taken ill of a fever, and my mother of ague. And think, madam, how this must affect me at their time of life. Mr. B. kindly accompanied me, apprehending that his presence would be necessary, if the recovery of them both, in which I thankfully rejoice, had not happened, especially as a circumstance I am, I think, always in, added more weight to his apprehensions. I had hardly returned from Kent to Bedfordshire, and looked around, when I was obliged to set out to attend Lady Davers, who said she should die if she saw me not, to comfort and recover by my counsel and presence, so she was pleased to express herself, her sick lord, who had just got out of an intermittent fever, which left him without any spirit, and was occasioned by fretting at the conduct of her stupid nephew. Those also were her words. For you must have heard, everybody hears when a man of quality does a foolish thing, and it has been in all the newspapers, that on Wednesday last the Right Honourable John, Jackey they should have said, Lord H., nephew of the Right Honourable William Lord Danvers, was married to the Honourable Mrs. P., relict of J.P. of Twickenham, Esquire, a lady of celebrated beauty and ample fortune. Now you must know that this celebrated lady is, 'tis true, of the family whence her title of honourable, but it is indeed so celebrated that every fluttering coxcomb in town can give some account of her, even before she was in keeping of the Duke, who had cast her on the town he had robbed of her. In short, she is quite a common woman, has no fortune at all, as one may say, only a small jointure encumbered, and is in much debt. She is a shrew into the bargain, and the poor wretch is a father already. for he has already had a girl of 3 years old, her husband has been dead 7, brought him home, which he knew nothing of, nor even inquired whether his widow had a child. And he is now paying the mother's debts and trying to make the best of his bargain. This is the fruit of a London journey, so long desired by him, and his fluttering about there with his new title. He was drawn in by a brother of his lady, and a friend of that brother's, 2 town sharpers, gamesters, and bullies. Poor Sir Joseph Whittall! This was his case, and his character, it seems, in London. Shall I present you with a curiosity? 'Tis a copy of his letter to his uncle, who had, as you may well think, lost all patience with him, on occasion of this abominable folly. My Lord Davers, for if you will not call me nephew, I have no reason to call you uncle. Surely you forget who it was you held up your cane to. I have as little reason to value your displeasure as you have me, for I am, God be thanked, a lord and peer of the realm, as well as you. And as to your not owning me, nor your brother B not looking upon me, I care not a farthing. And bad as you think I have done, I have married woman of family. Take that among you. As to your personal abuses of her, take care what you say. You know the statute will defend us as well as you. And besides, she has a brother that won't let her good name be called in question. Mind that. Some things I wish had been otherwise, perhaps I do. What then? Must you, my lord, make more mischief, and add to my plagues, if I have any? Is this your uncleship? But I shan't want your advice. I have as good an estate as you have, and am as much a lord as yourself. Why the devil, then, am I to be treated as I am? Why the plague? But I won't swear neither. I desire not to see you any more than you do me. I can tell you that. And if we ever meet under one roof with my liking, it must be at the House of Peers, where I shall be upon a par with you in everything. That's my comfort. As to Lady Davers, I desire not to see her ladyship, for she was always plaguily nimble with her fingers. But let my false step be what it will. I have in other respects married a lady who is as well descended as herself, and no disparagement neither, so have not that to answer for to her pride, and who has as good a spirit too, if they were to come face to face, or I am mistaken, nor will she take affront from any one. So, my lord, leave me to make the best of my matters, as I will of yours. So no more, but that I am your servant, H. P.S. I mean no affront to Mrs. B. She is the best of ye all by. G. I will not take up your time with further observations upon the poor creature's bad conduct. His reflection must proceed from feeling, and will, that's the worst of it, come too late, come when or how it will. I will only say I am sorry for it on his account, but more for that of Lord and Lady Davers, who take the matters very heavily, and wish he had married the lowest born creature in England, so she had been honest and virtuous, rather than done as he has done. But I suppose the poor gentleman was resolved to shun, at all adventures, Mr. B.'s fault, and keep up the pride of descent and family, and so married the only creature, as I hope, since it cannot be helped, that is so great a disgrace to both. For I presume to flatter myself, for the sake of my sex, that among the poor wretches who are sunk so low as the town women are, there are very few of birth or education, but such principally as have had their necessities or their ignorance taken advantage of by base men, since birth and education must needs see the most unhappy of the sex above so sordid and so abandoned a guilt as the hourly wickedness of such a course of life subjects them to. But let me pursue my purpose of excusing my long silence. I had hardly returned from Lady Davers, and recovered my family management, and resumed my nursery duties, when my Fourth dear boy, my Jemmy, for I think I'm going on to make out the number Lady Davers allotted me, pressed so upon me, as not to be refused, for 1 month or 6 weeks' close attention, and then a journey to Lord Davers, and that noble pair accompanying us to Kent, and daily and hourly pleasures crowding upon us, narrow and confined as our room there was, though we went with as few attendants as possible, engrossed more of my time. Thus I hope you will forgive me, because as soon as I returned I set about writing this as an excuse for myself, in the first place, to promise you the subject you insist upon in the next, and to say that I am incapable of forgetfulness or negligence to such a friend as Lady G., for I must always be your faithful and affectionate humble servant, P.B. End of letter 100.
Letter 101 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Davis. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 101. My dear Lady G., the remarks your cousin Fielding says I have made on the subject of young gentlemen's travelling, and which you request me to communicate to you, are part of a little book upon education, which I wrote for Mr. B.'s correction and amendment on his putting Mr. Locke's treatise on that subject into my hands, and requiring my observations upon it. I cannot flatter myself they will answer your expectation, for I am sensible they must be unworthy even of the opportunities I have had in the excursions in which I have been indulged by the best of men. But your requests are so many laws to me, and I will give you a short abstract of what I read Miss Fielding, who has so greatly overrated it to you. The gentleman's book contains many excellent rules on education, but this of travel I will only refer you to at present. You will there see his objections against the age at which young gentlemen are sent abroad, from 16 to 21, the time in all their lives, he says, at which young gentlemen are the least suited to these improvements, and in which they have the least fence and guard against their passions. The age he proposes is from 7 to 14, because of the advantage they will then have to master foreign languages, and to form their tongue to the true pronunciation, as well as that they will be more easily directed by their tutors or governors. Or else he proposes that more sedate time of life, when the gentleman is able to travel without a tutor, and to make his own observations, and when he is thoroughly acquainted with the laws and fashions, the natural and moral advantages and defects of his own country, by which means, as Mr. Locke wisely observes, the traveller will have something to exchange with those abroad, from whose conversation he hopes to reap any knowledge. And he supports his opinion by excellent reasons, to which I refer you. What I have written in my little book, not yet quite finished on this head, relates principally to home travelling, which Mr. B. was always resolved his son should undertake before they entered upon a foreign tour. I have there observed that England abounds with curiosities, both of art and nature, worth the notice of a diligent inquirer, and equal with some of those we admire in foreign parts, and that if the youth be not sent abroad at Mr. Locke's earliest time, from 7 to 14, which I can hardly think will be worth while, merely for the sake of attaining a perfection in the languages, he may with good advantage begin, at 14 or 15, the tour of Great Britain, now and then, by excursions, in the summer months, between his other studies, and as a diversion to him. This I should wish might be entered upon in his papa's company, as well as his tutors, if it could conveniently be done, who thus initiating both the governed and governor in the methods he would have observed by both, will obtain no small satisfaction and amusement to himself. For the father would by this means be an eye-witness of the behaviour of the one, and the other, and have a specimen how fit the young man was to be trusted, or the tutor to be depended upon when they went abroad and were out of his sight, as they would of what was expected from them by the father. And hence 1,000 benefits may arise to the young gentleman from the occasional observations and reflections of his father with regard to expense, company, conversation, hours, and such like. If the father could not himself accompany his son, he might appoint the stages the young gentleman should take, and enjoin both tutor and son to give, at every stage, an account of whatever they observed curious and remarkable, not omitting the minutest occurrences. By this means, and the probability that he might hear of them and their proceedings from his friends, acquaintance, and relations, who might fall in with them, they would have a greater regard to their conduct, and so much the more if the young gentleman were to keep an account of his expenses, which upon his return he might lay before his father. By seeing thus the different customs, manners, and economy of different persons and families, for in so mixed a nation as ours is, there is as great a variety of that sort to be met with as in most, and from their different treatment at their several stages, a great deal of the world may be learned by the young gentleman. He would be prepared to go abroad with more delight to himself, as well as more experience, and greater reputation to his family and country. In such excursions as these, the tutor would see his temper and inclination, and might notice to the father anything amiss, that it might be set right while the youth was yet in his reach, and more under his inspection than he would be in a foreign country. And his observations on his return, as well as in his letters, would show how fit he was to be trusted, and how likely to improve when at a greater distance. After England and Wales, as well the inland parts as the sea coasts, let them, if they behave according to expectation, take a journey into Scotland and Ireland, and visit the principal islands, as Guernsey, Jersey, etc., the youth continuing to write down his observations all the way, and keeping a journal of occurrences. And let him employ the little time he will be on board of ship in these small trips from island to island, or coastwise, in observing upon the noble art of navigation, of the theory of which it will not be amiss that he has some notion, as well as of the curious structure of a ship, its tackle and furniture, a knowledge very far from being insignificant to a gentleman who is an islander, and has a stake in the greatest maritime kingdom in the world, and hence he will be taught to love and value that most useful and brave set of men, the British sailors, who are the natural defence and glory of the realm. Hereby he will confirm his theory in the geography of the British dominions in Europe. He will be apprised of the situation, conveniences, interests, and constitution of his own country, and will be able to lay a groundwork for the future government of his thoughts and actions, if the interest he bears in his native country should call him to the public service in either House of Parliament. With this foundation, how excellently would he be qualified to go abroad, and how properly then would he add to the knowledge he had attained of his own country, that of the different customs, manners, and forms of government of others. How would he be able to form comparisons, and to make all his inquiries appear pertinent and manly? All the occasions of that ignorant wonder which renders a novice the jest of all about him would be taken away. He would be able to ask questions, and to judge without leading strings. Nor would he think he has seen a country, and answered the ends of his father's expense and his own improvement, by running through a kingdom, and knowing nothing of it but the inns and stages at which he stopped to eat and drink. For, on the contrary, he would make the best acquaintance, and contract worthy friendships with such as would court and reverence him as one of the rising geniuses of his country. whereas most of the young gentlemen who are sent abroad raw and unprepared, as if to wonder at everything they see, and to be laughed at by all that see them, do but expose themselves and their country. And if, at their return, by interest to friends, by alliances or marriages, they should happen to be promoted to places of honour or profit, their unmerited preferment will only serve to make those foreigners, who were eye-witnesses of their weakness and follies when among them, conclude greatly in disfavour of the whole nation, or at least of the prince and his administration, who could find no fitter subjects to distinguish. This, my dear friend, is a brief extract from my observations on the head of qualifying young gentlemen to travel with honour and improvement. I doubt you'll be apt to think me not a little out of my element, but since you would have it, I claim the allowances of a friend, to which my ready compliance with your commands the rather entitles me. I am very sorry Mr. and Mrs. Murray are so unhappy in each other. Were he a generous man, the heavy loss the poor lady has sustained, as well as her sister, my beloved friend, in so excellent a mother and so kind a father, would make him bear with her infirmities a little. But really, I have seen on 20 occasions that notwithstanding all the fine things gentlemen say to ladies before marriage, if the latter do not improve upon their husbands' hands, their imputed graces, when single, will not protect them from indifference, and probably from worse. While the gentleman, perhaps, thinks he only of the two is entitled to go backward in acts of kindness and complaisance. A strange and shocking difference which too many ladies experience, who, from fond lovers prostrate at their feet, find surly husbands trampling upon their necks. You, my dear friend, were happy in your days of courtship, and are no less so in your state of wedlock, and may you continue to be so to a good old age. Praise your affectionate and faithful friend, P.B. End of Letter 101.